Just 5 months after the dust settled and champions crowned at the end of the previous 24-hour series esports championship, it's time to start the party once again. And where better to write chapter 1 in 2026 than in the land of the rising sun. Welcome to Mobility Resort Motegi for a 6-hour event to open up the 2026 season. Hi folks, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Nathan Richards in the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth, and ready for what should be an action-packed day with qualifying drawing to an end and the green flag just minutes away. Slightly different schedule ahead of us this year, with the calendar moving forward, no longer crossing across of multiple calendar years. Instead, we'll have all our action in 2026 and multiple new tracks as well, Nathan, as we kick things off at Motegi, but Aragon, trips to Portimao, Adelaide as well, before the traditional 12-hour finale sees a shift to the home of British motorsports and to Silverstone.
Yeah, certainly. The calendar itself, it's going to be quite tricky. I mean, Adelaide as well, very tricky street circuit, quite new to our racing, a track that a lot of drivers haven't been on quite a lot. Portimao, another really tricky track with such an undulating circuit. The same can go for Kota. Aragon and Motegi as well have got their little niches, and then of course Silverstone, probably the least difficult of all the tracks on the calendar, but still one that you've got to be so careful with to make sure you get everything right. So I think for a lot of drivers on this calendar, even though some of these are right at the top of the game here on our racing, it's still going to be a tricky few months of racing.
And for some of them, balancing multiple competitions, Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifiers underway as well, as much as this shift in calendar has seen it move into maybe a bit more free time in the year. There's still plenty of other focus for our drivers as well. And that's across the 3 classes of competition. As ever, GT3 represented with a multitude of manufacturers, while 992, our only spec class, in the middle of the speed equation. GT4, as ever, going to be the one looking over their shoulders the most, but fairly numerous in terms of the entries in that class. Let's quickly talk, though, about what they're fighting for, and then dive into those 3 dreaded letters of balance of performance. Well, in terms of championship prize pool, it's all pretty simple. GT3 and Porsche Cup identical in terms of top 5 payouts. GT4 a slight skew to only seeing the top 4 get payouts, but plenty to fight for. And I mentioned the dreaded letters of balance of performance. Have to give a shout out, of course, to the team at TFR Labs, once more partnering up with the series organizers, World Sim Racing, to bring us a mix of the class that hopefully will see them represented quite equally through the course of the season. Now, in terms of GT4, only 2 manufacturers. Ford has been seen with a slight power decrease, but also some weight taken off it, while the Porsche gets some weight added to it. Plenty of changes in GT3 as well, but the most important, I think, Nathan, for us to consider is tank size. In a 6-hour race, these drivers limited to around 75% of the traditional fuel capacity.
Yeah, certainly, and that adds an extra element into strategy. A lot of these teams probably have dealt with custom, balances of performance before, but a lot of the time they're used to using most of, if not maybe a little bit less, than their full tank size. And here, that's a quarter of it taken off. They've only got 75% to work with. So, strategy-wise, this is going to be interesting, and that like the Ford, there, 83 litres in that tank. That's going to help them a lot over the race because they've got an extra 7 litres to use, and that'll give them maybe a couple of laps either side to choose when they want to pit. And coming down to your last hour or so of racing, that can really add in a big effect and can change very easily the track position for many cars. So I think it's great to see that little bit less tank size, because it does mean that everybody's got to think about a little bit more about how and when to do their pit stops.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if the Ford is maybe not as thirsty on fuel as that tank size would imply, but that is a slight shift for us to consider. Qualifying already in the books, and that's a positive thing for us because it means we can start to look forward to some of those storylines. Pole positions paid out for the first time this season, and some drivers ready to defend their championships. Let's run you down through the starting grid for the first of our 6-hour races, all leading up to our 12-hour season finale, shifting over to the home of British motorsports. But we start here at the Mobility Resort Motegi in the land of the rising sun, and Enosis Esports Sim Deck. Oyer Hugo with a 1:48.968 will lead us to the green, and a full 2/10 clear of Luca Vunch in the Falcon Sim Racing teal and blue. Number 44 BMW alongside of the Porsche. Our defending champions Grid and Go Esports, Alessandra Quintai and Lucas Linkfist slot into row 2, and a relatively small gap splitting second through fourth. Big Green Machine and Tim Matska alongside of Mono Competition and Ballas Erdely to round out the front 3 rows on the grid. Tim Kerner, second of the Big Green Maniti Machines, is 7th. Hyperion Racing switching from the Aston Martin to the Ford Mustang. They line up in 8th, while World Sim Racing Esports, the first of their BMWs, slots in alongside of Sheza Esports to complete the top 10. Negative Delta by SimGear.gg, another one of the Ford Mustangs, alongside of BS Plus Competitions, number 89, while Impulse Racing by Tam Livery and 07 Racing over PX. It's a Ferrari and BMW splitting row 7. Zenith Esports and Team Checkmate Edent, BMW and Mercedes on row 8, while Vulcan Esports and 07 Racing G&G liveries. Great to see at least one Corvette inside of those front 18 positions. Team Racing, they're 19th with Solpec Precision Racing alongside, Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim and Mirka Group M Esports. Your GT3 field to open up the season. Working down into the 992s, Carlar Esports Cup Hendrik Augustin, a 10th clear of Adrian Greiker in the defending champions gridandgo.com 901 Esports. They've only got one entry this year. Let's see what talent they've packed into that lineup. Fiercely Forward and Blue Mercure line up though on row number 2, while XPD Racing SimLab and Pole Promotions Esports 5th and 6th positions respectively. 07 Racing, Rhino Power and Impulse Racing 7th and 8th. To complete the top 10, it's Eclipse Sim Sports and WSR Esports, similar liveries but different colours on those cars, while Altitude Freem Esports and Simify Esports, one of those cars is going to have a penalty. Talk about that on the formation lap. Rao Racing Project 91, Team Purple Sector 14992 Cup cars do a slight hit in terms of the balance of performance in straight line speed. Down to GT4s and a new look for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, but we know just how quick the defending champions can be. Corentin Gunes with a 1:58.736, good enough for pole position, but only 62 thousandths clear of Octavio Rondeletto and the Byte Colino Max 444. Porsche's on the front row, Mono Competition, TSSimshop.de and Impulse Racing slot in behind them, with Fiercely Forward and the ERE Race Esport team 5th and 6th. That's another car that's got a penalty to serve at the start of this race. XPD Racing GT4 SimLab, they're 7th alongside of the Team Checkmate Kozluka Z Logo 471. Fury Simsport, Marca Group M Academy, your top 10 in class, with the Team Checkmate Wallach Group Core Sim Racing, and then rolling through the rest of the large GT4 field. Apo Racing Ascari, Team Floral by Impulse, GTUnit.de, Byte Colino's second machine all the way down in 16th, with Wizards Esports, Thomas Eng Sim Racing, and Project 91 combining back in 18th, Sheza Esports and the Hour Racing team. Your full starting grid, and just in time because we're rolling on what is a short formation lap here, already into the final corners, but Nathan, our driver, is ready to get a brand new season underway.
Yeah, certainly. It's always frightening, is it, in a way, getting ready to see that run down to turn 1, first race of the season. You don't really know what, the drivers don't really know what to expect, how aggressive many of them will be in the field. I'd imagine those, the front 4 or 5, they just want to get to turn 1 and get away cleanly. Everyone else behind will be pushing.
Well, we are getting extra formation laps, so that's a good sign for us as well, because a chance to breathe after the monster run down through the grid, and a chance to talk about those penalties that I briefly alluded to as our drivers get to work heating up the tyres underneath them. There's a handful of teams that have, started the season off with a paperwork infraction, if you will, Nathan. They've submitted the wrong paperwork, effectively, wrong car number, and so 2 GT4 teams and 1 of the 992 teams will have a 60-second penalty that needs to be served in the opening 90 minutes of this race. Now, why is it slightly different in this series compared to some other series? Well, we've got a penalty box, and so teams can come in, serve their penalty in the penalty box, and then head to pit lane and finish up their service right after that.
Indeed, and it's the last thing you want at the start of the season, especially when a lot of teams will be looking to start high here and go, right, you know, let's try and work our way forward, get a good result in the first race, and then we have a bit of time before we go to round 2 and so on. And they're already starting with a setback here, and that's not because of a driver mistake or something. It's just something simple which they've probably forgot to change before they've submitted the team or they've got themselves into the session. So it's a horrible penalty to be given. It's very harsh, but the rules are clear. Don't do it. So I'd imagine next time out, they'll think, right, let's make sure before we join, we make sure we had the right car number, because some of the numbers are completely different to what they should be.
Yes, and I know some of the teams will no doubt feel a little frustrated, but it's as simple as you follow the rules, and it's black and white in the rulebook. Now, spin on the formation lap is not something we often talk about, but Hyperion Racing's Ford Mustang is now pointed in the wrong direction, and Derek Heiberger stranded on the short run. Oh, he's now made the situation even worse. Short run from turn 4 to turn 5. He's bonked the right front, and, well, season starts off with a real struggle for that team now as he tries to pick his way back into the appropriate spot in the grid formation that's about to form up.
They call it shaky leg syndrome. He's got too much pressure, and he's applied too much of that right throttle, right pedal, I should say, on the formation lap. And that's also not a way you want to start either, because then that can, for many drivers, you know, put a bit of a doubt in their confidence. So what if we do it in the race? What if we make a mistake when we're going a lot quicker? That's something that drivers have got to think about. So not a good start, and it's a silly spin, isn't it? And of course, linking it up with a barrier, if there is any damage, it won't be very heavy, but it's also something you don't want to have to worry about at the start of a brand new season when you're going into this as much of an unknown as everybody else.
Now, the way that car spun indicated to me that the traction control had been turned off, and lights up the rear tires, and no time to react, basically, and it's pointed around. It's right on board. Yeah, you can hear engines spinning up and the revs picking up just as the car loops around. Now, he's been told to rejoin the back of the GT3 formation, and so that 8th place starting spot all gone to waste now, unfortunately, and a lot more hard work now builds as I believe our drivers will get ready to go racing this time by. Quick word on track temperature. It is currently 88 degrees Fahrenheit, which in correct units works out to 31 degrees Celsius. Not the warmest by any means, but it'll be interesting to see what happens specifically in the 992 class, Nathan, where they can do fuel and tires separately in their pit stop sequences.
Of course, it's a bit of a middle ground, really. It's definitely not the hottest, but also they'd rather have it a lot cooler, maybe another 5 or 10 degrees cooler to start off this one. So that would be something that the drivers have got to get used to over the first couple of laps. Just, you know, look at how the tyres are dealing with that temperature as they'll make their way through the final couple of corners, and it won't be long until they head down towards turn 1.
And a brand new season will be underway. A reshuffled calendar. Looks like we're getting one more formation lap, though, at least based on where our iRacing safety car is continuing to pace the field. Fortunately, the clock has not started ticking just yet, so another trip around this just under 3 miles, 4.8 kilometer mobility resort Motegi circuit. Originally designed in many ways to bring IndyCar here, and there is an oval that surrounds the track, but it's not a traditional roval. Instead, the road course cuts underneath the oval instead of connecting back onto the banking. And the oval now, unfortunately, sits mostly as a parking lot for production cars. Damage from earthquakes going on now 15 years ago have seen the surface unsuitable for racing, even at slightly slower speeds, I have no doubt. And this track does still get plenty of use. The likes of Super GT, Super Formula, they come here, and Honda uses it as well for many of their different events and activities. Bit of an anticlimax there for the drivers, but for those behind the wheel, no chance really, Nathan, to relax now, because they've still got to think about where their tires are. You can see some of them weaving back and forth to warm them up once again, but it'll be eyes down, like you were mentioning, and foot to the floor in about a half a lap's time. And a start of the season is always nervous, but these drivers are also entrusted with getting the car cleanly to their teammate in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, certainly. I think for most drivers, no matter what kind of position they're in, if they've dropped down 10 places or made 10 places, I think it's always a sigh of relief when you head into the pits and you can hand it to your teammate or prepare to go again on another stint and not have to worry about having any damage or, you know, losing out too much. So, yeah, a lot of the case for races like these, especially in that opening stint, is just get the car to the next stint, just make it through one, you know, nice and safely. And I think, talking about the track itself, I think there's got to be quite a lot of overtaking opportunities, because there's at least about 6 heavy braking zones here, or, you know, moderately heavy braking zones, where if you can get yourself just alongside or maybe just a little bit further back and go for a bit of a dive bomb, you've got a good opportunity. Of course, with overtaking opportunities brings risk, and that can harm a lot of drivers, even if you're not involved in the incident and you're 10 cars down the road. So I think that's something that the drivers have got to keep an eye on, is that if you've got an aggressive driver who's looking to make moves, maybe those that have qualified a little bit further back to where they usually could do, they'll be looking for some early overtakes. So we've got to keep an eye on that as well in the opening few laps, because there is going to be quite a few opportunities just to lunge your wheel up the inside, or maybe go around the outside if you dare it.
I think especially at this track as compared to Aragon, you can make moves, but Adelaide, penultimate round of this championship, I don't think nervous is the right word. Excited, but yes, apprehensive as well. That first chicane is going to be treacherous for our drivers to navigate their way through. Right, I think we are going to go racing this time, and so drivers will form up 2 by 2, and in a couple of corners, unleashed for a 6-hour race. Already seen some drama with Hyperion Racing's Ford Mustang spinning in these formation laps, but I'm sure there will be plenty more drama to come. 75% capacity means that we're looking at around 45 minutes or so before they're down to pit lane for the very first time. And that cycle repeats after that. Pit entry, a story in and of itself. It's a separate chicane that some of these drivers may find themselves being caught out by. Off on driver's right-hand side as you cut underneath the oval. And see the banking there. Pit entry off on the driver's right-hand side. You'll see it as the pace car peels away. And Enosis Esports, Oyer Hugo, got the job done in qualifying. But 6 hours of racing stands between the team and the checkered flag at the start of the 2026 24-hour Series Esports Championship. Let's go from Motegi for the very first time, and a great jump from the pole sitter. Watch as the World Sim Racing BMW tries to cut underneath, though, of Grid and Go, the defending champions who fight for second with Falcon Sim Racing and Luca Vunch. Run down out of turn 2, the double right-hander of the opening corner now navigated for our opening class. Watch as the 992s tiptoe their way through as well. And not that much slower than the GT3 cars. A spin at the tail end as one of them drops to the rear of the field. That's Project 91 and Aaron Myers. But now as GT4 gets underway as well, more drama for the Cup cars. Looks like Nitro, unfortunately, XPD Racing and Ivan Vargas in that Nitro supported car spun off into the gravel on the outside of turn 3. GT4, not the easiest of starts to bite Colino. The 444 under pressure as Octavio Rondoletto, the Argentine driver, defends from mono competition. Underneath the oval go the 992s. GT3's already separated themselves out as well. For the most part, a tiny start for the 58 cars in our opening round of the championship.
Certainly is, yes. A couple of drivers just running into some issues early on, but I suppose that could be expected in a race like this. It's the first lap, and drivers just trying to get settled in as his mono competition. A great start in third at the minute. Of course, they got by Colin O'Max ahead of them in second, and of course, our champions from last year have the lead in the GT4 class at the moment, so they're doing a great job out in front. And of course, from what we saw last year, a team that, when they get their opportunity to lead, are in a very good position and get relaxed in quite quickly. There's a couple of moves further back.
A little bit of chopping and changing down towards the end of the middle sector of the lap. This is now up towards the highest part of this road course. Turn 10, heavy braking zone of a right-hand hairpin. XPD Racing, SimLab and Alberto Blasco hold on as start-finish straight. Trouble for BS Competition and for one of those Corvettes that's now pointed in the wrong direction still, as Vulcan Esports now at the tail end of the field. Still a Gnosis Esports at the front though of GT3. Falcon Sim Racing Grid and Go. No change inside of the front four as they run. A little bit more change behind though. Biggest mover on the start. 07 Racing, Alessio Benino, all the way down in 18th to start this race off. He's up to 14th, but lots more work to be done. Back under the oval we go, and into this middle sector where the flow in these GT3 cars with the downforce they provide will be lots of fun, I have no doubt, but will be very tricky when we start to get through traffic for the first time, Nathan.
Yeah, certainly. It's still going to be quite a few laps away before we do, but of course that's going to be something quite interesting because, as I said, there is some opportunities to overtake, but also it's going to make that difficult when you're in a train together. I'd imagine most of the teams will have at least a train of 3 or 4 somewhere in their group, you know, somewhere in their class, and that's going to make things difficult when you've got the faster cars trying to make their way past, or when you're trying to navigate some of the slower cars, and that's the incident we saw earlier on. And that was a big shame as well there for XBD, who went off the track. A little bit of contact, I think, there with one of the other cars, and of course that's not very ideal for them at the start, and that's what we saw at the start there with BS Hybrid being segmented, and that could have been where we saw the Mustang maybe get caught out.
The Corvette end of lap 1 indeed has to wait. The Ferrari picked up in that one too. Ooh, the second by Colino, the Pro 445, just tagged down at the bottom of turn 11. It's a downhill braking zone, tricky if you misjudge your braking, and oh yeah, just piled into that one. No real opportunity for Vulcan Esports to avoid the chaos in front of them through what is a awkward final corner, but not necessarily a corner where you expect to see that sort of drama. 5 minutes or so about to be complete, and our race control team already busy with 5 reported incidents all ready to pick their way through. We'll see how many of them actually end up resulting in penalties to be served again. Remember, 90 minutes after they are issued. Inside of the penalty box, slightly different procedure here inside of the 24-hour Series Esports Championship. I mentioned the 992s aren't that much slower than the GT3 cars. Well, 2 laps complete. Hendrik Augustin's only 4 seconds off the tail end of those GT3 cars. And I think everyone in class here, now that we've gotten through the start, had a couple of those tangles further down, Nathan, they'll be content to ride as they are because they'll hit traffic, the GT4 cars that is, not that far after the GT3s will.
No, and I suppose as well, you know, it's the first 5 minutes have gone. Since we had those couple of incidents, things have calmed down already, and I'd imagine that's how it will be now for most of this first stint, because the drivers don't want to be getting involved in things early. It's a long race, just over 5 hours left to go. They don't want to end it in the first stint, so maybe you will see drivers just sitting back a little bit more, not really going for those big overtaking opportunities, because you're not going to win the race with 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. So it will be interesting seeing how these first stints pan out, but I'd imagine it will be quite calm for the moment. Of course, we could already see some gaps starting to form, and you know, like for example the GT3s, they're already 9 tenths away from each other up at the top. You're not going to be having a send from 9 tenths back, so you'd imagine as long as there's no mistakes, they'll be quite content of where they are. And of course, the main aim for those in the top 3 and top 4 is just building that gap up and, you know, giving themselves a bit of a buffer where maybe if they do make a mistake, run wide somewhere, get involved in some sort of collision or get a bit of damage, they don't have to worry too much because they've got a buffer, they've got a gap that they could be like, right, we've got 10 seconds, for example, we can work with that just to, you know, limit losing that track position. So that'll be something key as well, just building up that time gap to those behind.
Well, for our pole sitter and now race-leading GT3 car, well, a lot of that work now already being put onto the back foot because race control. I did think it was an early jump from Oya Hugo, and race control agrees, accelerates before the start zone. It's another one of those black and white infringements, and Start zone's in the driver's briefing. After getting pole position, it might have been prudent to go and double check that, but 20 seconds to be added to one of their trips down pit lane in the next 90 minutes. Remember, 45 or so minute window for these GT3 cars, so he could do it in the second pit stop window if he elected to. And just watch here, because he's not the only one that's going to get dinged, and so maybe a couple more replays of the start are prudent, because the other car that's going to get a 20-second penalty is the number 62, Solpec Precision Racing, Garrett Berry in that BMW. And I've already seen 3 other start infringement things under review. Excuse me, Garrett Berry going to get incident responsibility instead of a start infringement. So inside of these opening couple of corners, Nathan, Garrett Berry's gotten involved in a scrap, and it starts immediately.
Yeah, it was a scrappy start, wasn't it? And, you know, maybe too good of a start for our leader of the Enosis Esports, and I think that's kind of caused issues behind, because obviously we saw the Solkek part ram into somebody else, and then of course I think we've got another team as well under investigation for a start infringement. So that's 4 cars now that are in a little bit of trouble. This was a start here from 9.6 in the Carlisle Esports Cup car. Good run again. We'll see whether it's going to be an infringement later or not.
Unfortunately, it has been deemed as going too early. So that's 66%. 2 of our 3 pole sitters, Nathan, that have been dinged for going too early.
Oh dear me, that is not the way you want to start off the season. You know, they started off too good here and getting themselves in trouble a little bit too early, eager to get going, and, well, unfortunately, that's going to stop them in their tracks a little bit. I mean, as the race pans on, 20 seconds isn't going to be the worst, you know, penalty in the world for Enosis. They're going to be quick. On a lot of teams, they can make that up easily in a race. But at the start, I mean, it's about a 20-second gap, I think, to around 23rd, 24th. So if they was to pit now, they'd lose all those positions. Maybe by the time they do serve it, it might be down to maybe 14th or 15th, because the gaps will increase. But it's still not an ideal start, and that's what we saw happen to the Mamika car. Got involved once by, looks like they went up the inside, and then they got caught on the exit of that and ended up in the gravel themselves. So yeah, they ended up making contact and receiving some back, and unfortunately slotted them off into the gravel. And let's have a look here at second place in the Porsche category.
Well, while the 992 leader has that start infringement lurking over their head, moves made further behind. 4 spots gained for Altitude Freem Esports. Jacob Toffs up to 7th in this class. 3 spots for Impulse Racing for Luke Wallace as well. There's been some drivers who've been able to make moves. Front 4 all staying in position. The problem that they're now dealing with is some of the GT3s that were involved in the start drama are working their way through. A bit of damage on a couple of them. That Ferrari, by the way, I think they're just running one of the bone stock liveries that you can get in the iRacing. Oh no, never mind. It's got the Mamika logo on the side of it. It looks remarkably like Triopti Competition's car that you can get on iRacing as well.
Well, maybe we'll make it make sense and say that it looks like one of the real liveries with their logo on the side of it. Maybe that helps prove your point a little bit more. And I do get what you mean. It looks very similar to the Ferrari I drive in the game, because I don't have my own custom livery, so I'm not good enough for that yet. So yes, I can definitely see what you mean. But then again, you see Ferrari and you see red, you automatically think it's a real livery anyway.
That is true. They've got damage on the left front. That's not going to be ideal. Currently, how far away from the majority of the pack are they? About 12 seconds. So still have a good 7 992s to work past. It's going to be a difficult thing. We talked briefly about BOP to start off the show. I want to go to GT4 because one thing that I noticed when we were reading the starting grid was, well, it's Porsche Caymans running 1 through 9 right now, and there's only 3 Ford Mustang GT4s in the field. A Ford Mustang GT4 that is seeing success in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge competition, but also main reason I was trying to get to Team Floral by Impulse, but also yesterday in GT4 Europe, where Team Floral Sam Paley, one of the drivers, Ford Racing development driver, second after an action-packed race at Monza. Great to see Team Floral, the racing team, partner up with a stalwart of sim racing as well in Impulse Racing. I think Timo Hayden's in for a bit of an uphill battle based on what he's got in front of him. 9 Caymans, and remember, this is a field where there's 20 cars, only 3 of them are Ford Mustangs.
Yeah, it's got to be difficult here for Hayden to make his way forward. Of course, the Caymans seem to be the best car by the looks of it. The top 9 all in that car. Then many of them behind as well are also in the Cayman, as that could be a send down towards the braking zone of turn 11. And I suppose when you're in a position here where you're probably slower in terms of the car performance, you've got to make a few more daring sends than you would otherwise. You're forced to, because that's the only way a lot of the times you're going to be making a way forward. But at the moment, despite the Porsche looking to be the quicker car, Hayden's got a lot of pace on the back of that car in front of him.
He does, but not much fuel saving going on there. A tad bit wide from the ERE race team. Now remember, that's a car that's got the 60-second time penalty for the wrong car number on the side. So as much as Timo might think about sitting back and waiting, each car in front is an opportunity to get that little bit closer to now the breakaway top 4. It is slowly starting to pull away. Corentin Guna is not being left to his own like he has been in seasons past. Octavio Rondeletto is there, so is Henrik Throyer. Thomas Burgess is in the mix as well for the Impulse Racing Cayman, and that's always an interesting talk as well. Of course, Impulse Racing partnering up with Team Floral. They would run a Ford Mustang. They've also got a GT4, so a little bit of help across of the team, but maybe not necessarily all dialing in that very same setup. Ford Mustang around a track like this as well, I've got to think through some of the S's, it won't be at its best, and depending on how the tyre wear goes, there's lots of slower corners here and traction zones, so holding on to the rear tyres are going to be crucial over the course of the 45-minute stint.
Certainly, I'd imagine maybe if the Mustang's not too ideal for this track, they might be thinking further into the season of, well, what tracks could work for the Mustang. If they favour it maybe 3-2, for example, they might go for it and say, right, the Mustang will be the option, as that's a send up the inside.
Up the inside, but I think realising here they've got to be careful, even with a car that's already got a penalty. Timo Hayden could have forced that one a little bit more. He left plenty of space. The elbows came out, and the ERE race team hold on now, though, as the leaders, the GT3 cars, begin to pick their way through GT4s for the very first time. And as I mentioned, 992s aren't that far behind as well, so traffic's going to be quite hectic. Those flickering headlights could make someone sick, so I'm hoping it doesn't look like that behind the wheel of some of our drivers' cars. Opportunity maybe for Timo Hayden. The ERE Porsche forced out wide by our race leader. And now out of turn 4, the drag race down to the heavy braking zone of turn 5. Timo Hayden all the way to the right side of the track, being forced over to the left though by the Porsche. It's hard but fair racing, trying to cut back underneath as they work their way underneath the oval. The Grid and Go BMW going to slip past as well. This is where we love multi-class racing, opportunities through the traffic, but not quite for Hayden. He's now defensive as well, because around the outside, not quite for Tom Kunath.
Yeah, this is getting dicey, isn't it? You know, the GT3s have came, and it's kind of scared those in the GT4 class. There's a little bit wide there for the WSR BMW, and then there's a whole gaggle of cars making their way through. At least 10 or 15 cars in that one picture there, all trying to file their way through, and this is going to get a little bit dicey, a little bit scary. A lot for the GT4s, because they're still trying to battle side by side, and then you've got the GT3s trying to force their way through, and both of the cars are off the road. The Era Esports car and also Timo Hayden, both off the road. They've probably lost out maybe a spot or two there. That's really stopped their momentum in going forward.
Still holding on, the GT3 cars have held up the traffic in front. BS Plus competition, Lucas Herman lost out 3 spots, I think, through all of that. Sheza Esports and Miniti both slipping through. Team Floral continuing, though, to hold on to their position. ERE, the one that lost out the most. Of course, Sim Racing white and orange able to slip through, but now Hayden makes a mistake through traffic. This is intense stuff, and Motegi is known for delivering some multi-class madness on occasion. Let's see what will happen now as the 992s begin to pick their way through as well. It's not going to be a chance for these GT4 drivers to breathe by any means. Still waiting for the tail end of the GT3s to filter their way through. Big sends under the brakes as well. You can see the difference in braking performance that they do have. Timo Hayden back now in that fight with Fabian O'Guire in the ERE race team Porsche Cayman. They've lost out big time though, up the road. 4 seconds the gap to the Team Checkmate Wallach group 5 laps ago. And we're all on top of one another, on board with the Ford Mustang, 3 wide through traffic. ERE Cayman slips back past stalwart of the series, Core Sim Racing in the white and orange. They didn't qualify initially after the pre-qualifying phase, but got a spot after one of the teams that did qualify elected not to use that spot. Great to see them in the series. Tom Kunath holds that inside, forces the GT3 cars a long way around. Hyperion Racing making their way through. Maybe a bit of a reactive block all the way to the inside there. Timo Hayden's going to try the chop underneath of the Porsche Cayman. I mean, Nathan, you said this was getting intense. I think the intensity has boiled over for some of these drivers in this GT4 pack.
Indeed, it seems like they're very, very eager on making these moves early on. It's nearly 3 wide as we head our way down towards turn 11. Hayden's looking for the move on one. He might even try and go for the move on both of the cars through there. The Era Esports car has lost out at the minute, but of course I'll get another chance up the inside here through into the final couple of corners. I think the way it's going here, one of these cars are going to end up in the barriers because this is getting very dicey, very intense, and they're yet again side by side down to turn 1.
And here comes those 992s. Looks like Hendrik Augustin's been separated out from Adrian Greiker slightly. The second Ford Mustang in queue goes wide out through turns 1 and 2, sees the 992 leader coming, and he makes contact with that ERE Cayman. The lights flash in response. 3 classes overlapping here because we've got a recovering BS Plus hybrid in the mix as well for GT3. My goodness gracious me. The opening 20 minutes of the season, some of these drivers have got stories that will last them the campaign. Into the grass for Greiker, a run for Alex Johnson in the fiercely forward Porsche. But he's got to back out of it, realizing that underneath the oval once again as they cut, the track narrows down for these cup cars. All the while, Carlisle Esports now enjoy a 2.5 second advantage. But remember, start infringement for them will see a 20-second penalty at some point. Here comes that second Ford Mustang. Working up towards turn 9. They've got the run down out of turn 10 to come as well. Set things up here with that traffic to come as well, Nathan. That's what the best drivers are looking to do.
Certainly they are. We've also had another penalty come through, car 19 with a penalty. That was for contacts on the opening lap, and they've been given 15 seconds of a penalty. And Pole Promotion Esports as well getting involved in something there, and they're dropping down their field respectively. But yes, it was car 19, so the Scuderia Volpe team, it was contact with car 90. And of course, they didn't have the necessary overlap, went for a move up the inside, and that's been given with a 15-second penalty. So they're now going to have to suffer for the next stint at least. So that's 07 Racing, car 27, off into the barriers. Luckily, not too heavy damage on their car, I'd imagine.
Teo Blotto at the wheel. That's not the car that has been charging up through the field. That's the 07 Racing G&G livery 77. Alessio Bonino's up 7 spots so far today. Makes him the biggest mover, tied with Sheza Esports Ford Mustang in GT4, who we've been keeping our eyes on. But for the time being, 992 battle. Impulse Racing holding on to 4th. Luke Wallace just in front of Max Scadino. He's dropped down a spot from where he started in the Blue Mercure 932. For those watching, the full season driver lineup will scroll through on the bottom of your screen alongside of various storylines for today's event. Blue Mercure pairing up Max Scadino and Corentin Lassine for today's race. See how they're able to recover now after dropping down. Traffic not helping them out necessarily. GT4 leader has been slightly aided though. That's a 2-second gap that Quarantengunes now has. Team Impulse hold on though here in our 992 fight. 3 wide for a moment. An opportunity here for 07 Racing to try and pinch Blue Mercure behind that Cayman. Doesn't quite work out now as they put the power down. Run out of turn 10 and drop down from the highest point on this road course. Gravity working against you. They do have ABS now in these Porsche Cup cars as opposed to the start of the 2025 season. But even with that, not close enough to really make the move. It's not a heavy enough braking zone necessarily without traffic or another factor to aid your move in through that opening corner. Right, you mentioned the race control penalty for the number 19. They're getting busy as well with plenty of other things, but just to illustrate, Nathan, how busy the opening 23 minutes of this race have been, Race Control have already had a total of 18 incidents reported to them. We're not quite at 1 per minute, but we're not far off.
No, and already 10 penalties coming through as well, and unfortunately car 90 that got involved in contacts and got spun around at the opening part of the race have just been given 2 back-to-back penalties worth 60 seconds in total. The first one was due to contact. They didn't hold the brakes and caused a collision with another car, and then when they rejoined into the racing line they caused other cars to have to take avoiding action, so 60 seconds in total for them to serve when in their time allotted. And then also car 70, a 20-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. So it is starting to kick off a little bit early here in the season, and yeah, as we say that, another penalty comes through. 23 reports have been handed in, so it's going to be a very dicey race. And I think also a change from many other series here is that we have that live stewarding. Drivers can't get away with doing little naughty things, can they, on track? They've got to be on their best behaviour because there are people watching, the other teams, stewards, they'll get involved when they need to. So it's not like a special event where you can get away with it. You've got to be careful and you've got to be at your top standard.
Yes, but I always feel as though there are cases where not everything is also going to be reported, and that's where some drivers and teams have a relationship with other teams and drivers. You'll get away with some stuff. And also, why is that important? Something that was flagged in qualifying today by one of our teams. They noticed that some teammates were working together. It's open qualifying, so you can draft each other. And Race Control said, it's totally fine. So again, Nathan, it goes both ways, right? You talk about live stewarding, but there's also other factors in a series like this. And I hadn't even thought about open qualifying, drafting being a factor, but clearly these drivers are looking for every opportunity they can.
Certainly, and when you let racing in such a top-level series of this, you've got to take those opportunities when they're presented to you. I mean, for example, last year, I think Rudengo had 2 cars in the GT3, 2 cars in the GT4, and one in the Porsche Cup class. So the series, where, you know, for the class that they had 2 cars in, that's helpful for them in the race and also in that qualifying when it was open. So, of course, this year they've only got 2 cars signed up on the whole event, so they've got a lot less help, you know, than they did last year. But either way, they are still a really quick team, so I don't think it's going to harm them that much. It might just not give them an extra advantage here and there. As we go back here with the GT3s and looking at the gaps as well, of course, car 9 has to serve that 20-second penalty, but they've already got a 7.5-second gap back to P6. I mean, looking down the field, they've got 20 seconds back to P17 here, so they are working that gap out nicely. So when they do come in and serve that penalty in OCC Sports with Hugo, they're not going to lose too many positions. Yes, they're going to lose a lot, but it could have been a lot worse. Just say they served it on lap 1. So great job at the moment at the front of the field, just trying to extend that gap even more. But of course, we have got a great battle for 4th and 5th between WSR and Mono, and then above that, the field is quite spread out from the top 3, so they'll be quite happy with that.
As you've already run down the GT3s, let me run down the 992s very quickly. It's now 3 seconds between Hendrik Augustin and Adrian Greiker. Polar Esports do have, again, we believe, a start infringement that will be on their way. It's listed as in the race control sheet, not quite filtered through with a final decision just yet, given how busy they have been. Grid and Go defending champions, they're currently second. Remember, they've combined what was a 2-car effort last year into a 1-car effort this year. Adrian Greico, Ganoso, Taz Dellen paired up today. Behind them, fiercely forward, they've got in front of that Impulse Racing 915. Great start here from Alex Johnson. And then Max and Scadino in the Blue Mercure 932, just behind that Impulse blue and white car, but increasingly now defending from 07 Racing Rhino Power. Keep an eye on the 907 as it charges its way up through the field. Then down in GT4, as mentioned, through the traffic, Corentin Gunes, you don't need to give him a second opportunity. And in some slightly different colors for Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC this year. It's not quite the Spider-Man, it's not quite the Bumblebee. Come up with another nickname for it at some point today. But they're now 3 seconds clear of Bike Colino Max, the 444. Octavio Rondoletto has been able to hold back mono competition, and Hendrik Thoyer, although relatively close quarters between second and third, a bit more of a gap now back to Impulse Racing and Thomas Burgess, while XPD Racing 403 rounds out the top 5 in class, but increasingly now they are getting separated as well, with the last vestiges of 992s picking their way through the traffic. Team Purple Sector, Komen Mihai slides through as he chases down the Project 91 Aaron Myers 911 that spun on the opening lap of this race. Plenty of different moments in these opening 30 minutes. 16 laps or so have flicked past, and we're getting increasingly close to the first sequence down on pit lane, which does mean our first chance to start talking about maybe some slightly different strategy calls that these teams may elect to do. Wait till we get into the window to see that, Nathan, but the reality is, in a race with no safety cars, if you're going to do something different on strategy, you can't wait too late to do something. You've got to start early and commit to the call.
Yeah, and you've got to make sure that if you go for a risk maybe and try something different, you've got to have some faith that it will work. There's no point going for a complete gamble and it could fail your race if you don't, because you've got no lifeline. If you make a mistake with your strategy, that's it. You're going to have to try and work your way back up. So in a race like this, when there's no lifeline, it's probably best not to go too outrageous, unless maybe it's the last stint of the race, you've got a small chance of winning and there's a big gap behind the third, for example. Maybe then you can afford it. But when you've got a grid which is as close as this, where you've got 23 seconds, for example, the GT3 field separating them all, you can't afford to take it too risky, as we are seeing the Vulcan car is making their way back up the field just past a couple of the Porsche Cup cars, and then looking further down as well, 07 car 27 with Matteo Bellotto. They are down 2 laps at the bottom of the field, so whatever issue they had, it's sent them back to the pit lane. And also, Simify Esports have been given a meatball flag with Lucas Perez, so they've run into some issues somewhere. Car number 4.
Wait to see what happened there. Car number 4 is Hyperion Racing. It's the 04, the Porsche Cup car with the wrong number. That down at turn 11, that looks like a technical issue with the wheel hard to the left. So I get the sneaking suspicion this will be the first. Yep, there you go. The onboard sees the wheel snap hard left. This may end up being the first DNF. You were wondering, Matteo Blotter. Remember, we saw him in the wall on the outside of turn 4 after contact with one of the other GT3s. It took about 3 minutes and 40 seconds for the damage to be repaired. But early in the season, yeah, 2 laps down, but he's going to go back out there and fight for everything that he can gain in what is a relatively long season in terms of the hours of racing. But an opportunity to fight back. Sorry, I was laughing because a comment in our YouTube chat about the hardware manufacturer going boom for the driver, and so unfortunately that's one of those things where it happens in the real world sometimes. An engine goes boom, Nathan. Here it's our wheels start to go boom.
Yeah, so that is something that happens in every event I've commentated in, I swear, and I've luckily never had a wheel issue. So I'll just sit here and think, well, how did that even happen? Because my motor's been going for a very long time. It's been going now for about, I think, 3 years, and it's never had one issue. Apart from the pedal snapped, but that was my own fault for slamming it down too hard. So no, what I do feel for these drivers who've got equipment which costs a lot more than mine does. That is safe to say. So the last thing they want is a £1,500 wheel, snap it or having some issue and it won't work, because I think I'd be rather angry myself, that's for sure.
Well, I always go back to what happened with Max Verstappen in that, was it 2019? Oh, God, we're 7 years ago now. 24 hours of Spa and his brake pedal falls apart on him. Let's not bring up good or bad memories for some. Let's instead have a quick chat with Andy Shield, part of the team at World Sim Racing. That brings us the 24-hour Series Esports Championship. Andy, a hectic start to the season, but let's talk first about the shift in schedule and moving so that instead of straddling 2 years, we'll get all our action done in 2026.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, hey guys, hope you're doing well. One of the key things we tried to do is ensure that the calendar fitted in with all the other major events running through 2026, and obviously with 2027 being an unknown, we just felt it was appropriate to try and consolidate it within the calendar year where we had visibility on schedules.
And in terms of schedule, what a collection of tracks that you've put together. I love Motegi. I've done my fair share of races around both the oval and the road course, so glad to see us start the season here. But I mean, Aragon, Portimao, Silverstone to end, but you know where I'm going with this.
I do.
Adelaide, the penultimate round of the season. What are we expecting in 6 hours of racing there?
It's going to be pretty intense at time once we get through to the cycle of running through the different classes. There's going to have to be a degree of patience and strategy to time passes correctly, and also maybe a little bit more pit strategy as well. I think this season we really wanted to try and mix up the calendar. Historically, we focused very much, or the series has focused very much on European tracks. So we felt this season we wanted to mix it up a little bit, make it a bit more of a global calendar, just to give the drivers, make it a bit more varied to drive and compete on.
And, you know, I guess I'm sitting here more just thinking back to years past where we've had some great TCR classes as well. You know, where does interest in your mind stand for a fourth class of competition, whether it's TCR or this new BMW M2 that iRacing are going to be bringing to the platform in this new upcoming build? Because it seems as though with the large field of GT3, GT4s and Cup cars that we have, there could be space maybe for a fourth class of competition.
It's a really good question, and when we relaunched the series last year, we did initially look at including TCR, but the interest just wasn't there really to put a grid together for that particular class, so we decided to I guess remove it for the time being and open up a few more entries for the other three classes. Is there an opportunity to add another class? Of course, you know, once the new cars or cars come to the service, we can take an assessment through this season and see if there's some scope to add something for next season. But we wouldn't want to commit or confirm anything until we've done some testing to make sure that there would be the compatibility from a racing perspective.
That sounds like we just need the teams to express their interest as well. That's
Exactly.
always helpful. One last question, and we'll let you get back to the job at hand. You know, great job with the BOP as ever, you know, working with TFR Lab, but now with some extra tools, you're able to add instead of just subtract to power and all sorts of things like that. You know, you work with the drivers to put this BOP together. So how does that process come about from your perspective, more as the competition manager and the series director?
It relies on a lot of good faith for the drivers to put in good quality data. So we do have a pretty robust process behind the scenes that David from TFR runs for us. So he's pretty good. He's been doing this for a long time. So with his knowledge and experience, he does put together some really good BOP stats for us, which we can then use and put into the series. And, you know, looking at some of the times that have been set from qualifying and I guess the overall race pace across the fields, I feel like we've got a pretty good BOP today. Of course, you know, it is dependent on the data that is submitted, but we do ensure that we kind of go through it and make sure that we strip out the anomalies so that we get a fair data set that's then used to balance the field.
Well, Andy, thanks for coming to chat with us. Great to get the season underway, and 5 hours and a bit of action for you and the team to watch and maybe have a say in as well, because your race control team's been busy already.
They certainly have. They certainly have. It's been a busy 45 minutes or so, just trying to get up to get up to date with some of the incidents that have come in. But the racing's going to be fun today. There's going to be some challenges to navigate with some of the classes compressing on each other. But I think it's going to be a fun race today, and I'm looking forward to see who's going to be on the top steps on the classes later today.
Still ways to go. Thanks, Andy. A little bit of a fight between a couple of different classes. Impulse Racing fiercely forward, swap between them and 992 that we were just watching. Now keeping our eyes on the fact that Mono Competition have slipped in front of Bike Colino for second in GT4, and this comes on the cusp of the pit stop window. These cars all limited to about 75% of their fuel capacity. Typically, they'll go about an hour, and so that means, Nathan, we're expecting them down to pit lane in the next 10 minutes or so.
Certainly, and that's where the real strategic game begins. Of course, they've had the first stint to get the pace down and start to build some gaps, and now it's about choosing to pit on the right lap, or at least pit at the right time, put the right amount of fuel in, or maybe change tyres, maybe not. We'll have to see what they choose to do. That's all to be decided in that first pit stop. And I think so far we've had some really great battles, especially down the GT4 class. I mean, there's at least 3 or 4 battles there, which are 2 or 3 cars involved, which is really great to see. Second, third and fourth in the GT3 having a really good battle. That's Mono, Bike Colino Max and Impulse Racing. And then you've got some battles further down as well. So things are starting to heat up.
Nathan, front of the shot, my attention drawn to the fact that Luca Vunch is right on top of our race leader. The Porsche 911 for Enosis Esports out of nowhere has been caught by the BMW with those traditional Falcon colours on it. Maniti and Mono having a great fight for 5th as well, a little bit further down, but back through the traffic we go, and it's closed them up once again. Confirmation again, if you're just joining us, a 20-second start infringement penalty for the Enosis orange Porsche. Went a bit early in the start zone, and that is Vulcan Esports straight off the track and into the tyre wall. And that car had surely headed for a lengthy trip down pit lane. The ERE race team tagged by one of the BS competition cars, and if that's the 90, that's a 3rd penalty going their way.
Oh, dear me, it's not been a good day for the 90. And at the minute, it's not going too good for number 9. Yes, they was on pole position and have the lead, but they've got that penalty to serve. At the moment, it will drop them to around P15, P16. So around where Team Checkmate Edents are at the moment in car 97. So keeping an eye on that. When they do decide to pick whereabouts, they'll end up in the field. But of course, Falcon Sim Racing, Luca Vunch is in a very good spot at the minute, because of course that gap to P1 will be eliminated once they go into the pit lane, as long as they don't get into any trouble. And they at the moment have got a decent 3.2 second gap to gridandgo.com. So at the moment it's looking very good for the Falcon Sim Racing 44, but I don't want to say things too early, because it's it's still 5 hours to go. Very easily can things turn on their head, so we'll have to wait and see how that one goes. But I suppose a good thing actually for car number 9 and Enosis Esports is they don't need to worry too much about Luca Vunch making a big send, because they know he's going to get ahead anyway, so he's not going to go for a massive send and try and take the lead off. I suppose that makes the number 9 feel a little bit more comfortable having that BMW all over them.
Yeah, I'm just looking through our race control sheet. The number 1 in 3rd place is also under investigation for contact, I would assume, with a GT4 car, so maybe that's also something that's going to add to that level of, I'm not saying complacency, but willingness to sit back and, at least for the time being, relax. Falcon Sim Racing, of course, ran by Door Esport. Great to see that partnership continuing and seemingly continuing to flourish in this championship, where that car has seen its most success. Looks like some trouble further down through the grid on this particular lap for the likes of Fiercely Forward's number 12, and 412 involved as well. Impulse Racing hot on the scene, lose the front bumper. There goes the number 12 firstly forward car that I had seen off the track. It's an awkward place to be stationary as well for Julian Fernandez. He's lost about 20 seconds, my timing screen says, on that lap alone.
Indeed. Looking through at the 992s, that gap has really increased as well from first to third. I mean, Geraint in second place is doing a good job there, 1.6 seconds off, but then it's another 5 seconds back to third. So the top two at the moment, Carlisle Racesports and Grid and Go, have a very decent gap, and it's one of those where, just say mistakes come through, they've got a bit of a buffer, they can work with it, and also just say their pit stop doesn't go to plan, they've got 4 seconds where they can kind of work with that. So that's actually really good. You know, they're only 40 minutes in and they've managed to build up a 5-second gap to third place, and of course there's a battle behind for 4th, 5th and 6th involved there as well, so that's going to help that gap increase even more.
Good exit out of turn 10 for Fiercely Forward. They spotted the GT4 traffic, adjusted their line, and Alex Johnson chasing Luke Wallace back down, who's clawed his way through the field. Started down in 8th for the team, now up in 3rd, but pit lane is seemingly going to be abound with some activity because GT4s have begun their peel off onto the lane, led in by Tom Kunath for Core Sim Racing in the white and orange traditional colors. Great to see them in the series once again. Appa racing Ascari there in 2. It's about 6 or 7 GT4 cars, all from the tail end of the field, that have trickled in after 21 laps. That's the magic number, it would seem, for them. Remember, we had an extended sequence of formation laps as well. Wondering if that's caught out some of the drivers and not saving enough fuel. Fiercely Forward caught out there. Max Scadino catches Alex Johnson slightly off guard, and the move made. Impulse Racing caught up through traffic as well. And now Luke Wallace over his shoulder has a worrying sight of 3 Porsche Cup cars slotted in. Have to go either side of the GT4 traffic, a Mustang defending from a Porsche Cayman. That's the Arrow Racing team and the ERE race team. 2 GT4s yet to roll down pit lane. And this is just our reminder of why the fact that the Porsche Cup cars do the tyres and fuel separately is such an important factor. When the class is as close as it is, every little difference comes into play. Marc Perez, by the way, seemingly serving his penalty. That's why the pit lane time is increasing, but the pit stop time going nowhere. But GT3 cars, Nathan, they do fuel and tires at the same time, so no question they'll be doing a full service as they get to work.
They certainly will be. So looking at the fuel tanks for the GT3s, they're about 10 to 15, some of them a little bit more depending on which car it is. More litres of fuel in the tank, so they'll probably go another 3 or 4 more laps. Some of them I think are coming in now as well early, so they'll make their first pit stops. We've got car 4, 81, 77, 42. They're all coming in for their stops. A lot more of the GT4s are making their way into that battle from 4th to 6th. A few of those are heading their way in as well, so we'll now get into crunch time at the end of that first stint where cars will go in and start to think about their strategy. We'll see what the leaders do. Here they are on our screens, car 9 and car 44. It's Otis Esports ahead of Falcon Sim Racing, and of course Otis have that 20-second time penalty to serve for their start infringement, so we'll see where that brings them around in the field. And I said earlier, it's about 20 seconds back to P15, but once everybody's been in the pit stops and you're going to have the lapped cars back there again, that could help them increase that gap, because all those cars that are pitted have to go back through on those lapped cars.
The other thing to remember is I would prefer not to pit behind a car going into the penalty box. So Luka Vunch stays on track. Oyer Hugo is going to come to a halt if he's serving that penalty now, basically right by pit entry, and you can collide with those cars. It's a treacherous place to be. Luka Vunch able to extend though. There's no risk at all. Passes one of the Caymans, and Enosis are not serving that penalty on this trip down pit lane, so followed in by Grid and Go, by World Sim Racing, in fact by the entirety of the rest of the field. It's only Falcon Sim Racing, Fiercely Forward and Team Checkmate Edent that will extend to a 26th lap of the stint here at the Mobility Resort Motegi, the first of our 6-hour races to open the 2026 season up. Of course, leading to our final race of the season, a 12-hour showdown at Silverstone. Off and away goes Hugo. Not much difference as you'd expect in terms of the time in the pit box. There can often be differences in the execution, though, on pit lane. A couple of cars gaining about half a second or so, and that includes mono competition. Palace Erdely, very, very efficient. Now, they've dropped directly, though, alongside of 992s. This is very, very difficult. Maniti have, well, Blue Mercure attacking up the inside right now as they funnel out through turn 3. The Cup cars have a lot more downforce than they did a year ago in this 992.2 generation. The tires still coming up to temperature, and off and into the grass, a slip and a slide. How did 07 Racing hold on there?
I don't know, and I don't have any words for how that didn't end up in a wall. I'm sure they made contact, I'm sure they did, but luckily got away with that, because that was definitely a scary moment, and that's what happens when you have so many cars battling and fighting through on the same bit of tarmac. Somebody's going to end up not seeing the car behind them, and they'll move over, and bang, a car's going to head off in towards the wall. As we do see, though, our race leader, car 44, Falcon Sim Racing, head into the pit lane, so that's their first pit stop to be completed. We did see some of the GT3s have around a 50-second pit stop. Well, before I last saw, it was about 47 seconds between car 9 and car 44, so we'll have to keep an eye and see if there's any advantage gained there for Hugo. And that's Enosis Esports. Cars there is at the bottom of our screens in the Porsche, and at the top is car 44, our race leader, which probably, I'd imagine, drop out from that place. But also, Margina, I've noticed that Grid and Go have gained themselves a good second on Enosis Esports.
Here comes the blend on board with Oye Hugo. Tires up to temperature, but crucially behind Luca Vunch. Their box time was almost identical, 1/10 difference. Their cone-to-cone time in the lane, almost identical as well. It was all about traffic and where they picked it up, how they executed on their laps. And as much as Luca Vunch is still bedding those tires in and getting himself up to speed once again, the gap is going to end up being 1.5 seconds or so as they filter back in, with still now Carlar Esports and Grid and Go in front of them, who technically now lead this race. The 992s have gone a little bit longer on fuel. If this was a series where we had the threat of safety cars and whatnot, could you imagine if we had a race where these Porsche Cup cars ended up winning a race overall?
It did be funny, but you know what? There's not a world where it can't happen. It surely can, I'm sure, in some bizarre land. No, yeah, a couple of them are continuing on here. So Carlar Esports and Grid and Go, that's the 901. Grid and Go continue on for now. Of course, they'll be in shortly, I'd imagine 2 or 3 laps now at maximum before they head their way in, because they've completed 27 laps on this opening stint. I think most of, if not all, of the 992s are yet to go in. Just one of them have been in, which is the pole promotion car, but they got into some issues earlier on. So looking at gaps for the GT3s, though, it's working out very good for car 9, because they brought that gap down very quickly. Half a second now separates Luka Vunch and Oye Hugo in second, and then a good 3-second gap back to third. So that's not too bad for the top two. At least they have a gap back to some of those cars behind. But that gaps came down really quickly, so either traffic's been involved or Luka Vunch just hasn't got those tyres warmed up as quickly as he would have liked.
Takes a lap to warm them up, so it's not too much of a worry by any means right now. The question will more be, does he want to tuck back in and save fuel, knowing that Enosis still owe us that penalty? A little bit of an odd call in my mind, Nathan, to not take the penalty at the first time of asking, because you can argue you've got some better track position now, but I'm trying to now look 20 seconds down the road. Let's reason this out together. 20 seconds down the road is actually plenty of clean air, so it's not as though they were going to lose time by dropping into a whole gaggle of traffic, but they've got less time now to try and make up the time that they're going to lose, because they're just locked in a stalemate once again with the race leader.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. I thought as soon as they went in, right, they're going to serve it, because they also went in quite early as well compared to some other GT3s, so I thought that's maybe why they've gone in early. to get that penalty out of the way. But now they're stuck behind the race leader, and they've still got to serve that penalty. So they've dropped from being in the lead and losing it to being in second and then losing that time. It's not panned out too good, I don't think, here for Oya Hugo in that car. But you'd imagine now he's probably going to look to get a move done because he's really caught up to the back of that BMW in front.
But again, is he now thinking, yeah, there you go, lifts off, saves that little bit of fuel. He's got, I guess this is the only thing that you can do once you've put yourself in this position is, well, now try and save a bit of fuel. Hendrik Augustin, I think, by the way, is pit lane bound. Is he going to serve his 20-second start infringement penalty at the first time of asking? No. He has gone straight to the box, and so it is a repeat for Carlar Esports as well. 2 of our 3 pole sitters, remember, dinged for accelerating before they entered the start zone. And much like for the teams that have gotten penalties for the use of the incorrect car number, that's about as silly of a way, you could say, to start a season off by slapping yourself with the penalty. Lots of other 992s are going to come in though, and what we're looking for is anything around 30 seconds or so, I would wager, is a no tire stop, Nathan. Anything around 50 seconds in the box is probably 2 tires, and if they're doing 4 tires, it's going to take them close to 70 seconds.
Indeed, but I'd imagine not now. I don't think they'll need to do a full tyre set. Maybe they will, or I'm not too sure, but I wouldn't imagine so. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then again, I suppose sometimes as well it comes down to team preference. Some of them might go for full tyres because they feel more comfortable. Others might say, you know what, we don't need to worry about that now. We'll wait maybe till the next stint to get everything serviced and fully brushed up and brand new. So we'll keep an eye on that. So the first 2 cars that have been in for the Porsche Cups, it's been around, so it's a 55-second for the car that went in just now. It's nearly over a minute as the top 2 of the GT3s catch back up. And yeah, we can see Aaron Myers over 1 minute and 5 seconds for their pit stop. That's definitely a full service, I'd imagine.
Just waiting for confirmation. 55.9, I think that's probably a 2-tire stop. Same for Team Purple Sector. The rest of the field going for no tires, it would seem. Adrian Greiker, Grid and Go, they now pit from what is the lead, let's not forget. You're waiting for Carlar Esports to serve their 20-second penalty. And so net leader is that Grid and Go 901. Not up on the jacks. Remember, 30 seconds or so to top the fuel off, and in fact, there's, count them, 6 Cup cars in pit lane. I think one of them may have done a driver change. However, none of them taking tyres right now.
No, that'll be an interesting one to look into as the race goes on. Yeah, no tyre changes there. And then 901 makes their way back out. So we'll see that pit lane time for Adrian Gareich in the 901 car.
The driver change was Zach Radare-White getting out and Eddie Beswick getting in. So that's Eclipse Sim Sport in the 992. And while the driver changes, look how close it was though. Hendrik Augustin just in front of the Grid and Go 901. They were identical in pit lane, and when I say identical, 34.5 seconds each in the box, 55.4 each from cone to cone in the lane. Does not get much more identical than that. They were the best as well in terms of everyone in class. Max Encadino gave up about half a second compared to them. Eclipse Simsport gave up about half a second as well, but interestingly, Eddie Beswick has been given the set of tyres that Zach Radare-White had just used, and he's just been passed by Ivan Vargas, so that's a trial by fire. Traditionally, when you swap your drivers around, you would also swap your tyres around, but clearly not. Eddie Beswick back in front of Ivan Vargas for the time being.
Well, keep an eye on that and see how that works, driving on old tyres. So we did see a move further up as well in the GT3s. It was Massey Varga ahead of Balash Erdili. That's for P6 and P7 in the GT3 class. So a move made there by the Shezza Esports car. And then back here to the battle for 7th, as it will be Ivan Vargas in that 935. And Eclipse Sim Sports ahead, and at the moment Vargas looks very quick on the back of the car ahead, so this could be a battle which ends very, very shortly I'd imagine, as WSR and Altitude 3M Esports have also pitted as well, so they've made their next pit stop, which will put Carlisle Esports back into that top spot of the field.
Stats now, remember, the rest of the field cycling through. These are the drivers that had yet to come down pit lane. And again, no tyres for them. So only 2 teams, Project 91 and Team Purple Sector, as well as Impulse Racing's 915, actually, 07 Racing and Fiercely Forward's 912 taking 2 tyres. So do have different strategies developing. That's the best part of endurance racing. Onto track and into clean air, crucially for those two that waited that lap longer. Great run for both as well. 6 spots gained from maybe a slightly disappointing qualifying effort. Still a lot of work to do. Lucas Herman, top of your screen, is in that asymmetric BS competition white and blue machine. On the Hunter Mono competition, Ballas Erdely, the black and red. It's a train of BMWs here. Mate Varga leads them for Sheza Esports. This BS competition car, though, is under investigation for a couple of different things. Remember, their sister car has had 60 seconds worth of penalties already handed down, and this car has been involved in a scrap with a GT3 and a GT4 car, just based on what the race control sheet has to say. A team that came so close on so many occasions to this particular championship. May not appreciate me bringing that up, but last year in particular, on the back foot slightly compared to the previous year, and even their heroics late in the day couldn't see them claw the gap back up to both Falcon Sim Racing team, who finished second. A consistent year for them last year, it should be said, but again behind the eventual champions, that Grid and Go BMW. The gaps at the front now through traffic, which is a bit more constant now that we've separated the entire field around the just under 3 miles of Mobility Resort Motegi. It's 2 seconds between Luka Vunch and those hunting him down. Lucas Herman takes opportunities through traffic to try and make a move on Ballas Erdely. Not quite there at turn 9. Even with that fiercely forward GT4 off the corner, Erdely able to put the power down and straighten the car up. Roll now in towards turn 10, drop down into the next braking zone once again. This is definitely, though, a phase of the race where these drivers have got to realize that with the slightly more frequent pit stops that we have, Nathan, remember, GT3 cars traditionally can go an hour. Now they're only limited to about 75%, 45 minutes of their capacity. Every lap they save is less time they'll spend in pit lane in their final pit stop of the race.
Yeah, and with how close some of the gaps are at the minute, that's going to matter. I mean, most of the gaps in the field, bar 3 or 4, it's about a second and a half to the car in front. So there's lots to gain there by doing that little bit of fuel saving. And I've noticed as well, there must be either traffic in the way or a lot of fuel saving for an Otis Esports, because they've dropped back 2.5 seconds now behind Luka Vunch in the Falcon Sim Racing car, and that gap's come down quickly over the last couple of laps. So I'm not sure what's happened there for car number 9. And then I've also noticed as well that Grid and Go have dropped back, so maybe just a little bit more fuel saving for them. That was something up the inside there. One of the BMW just trying to unlap some of the cars ahead here. That will be that BS Plus competition car, who, yeah, I think at the moment will be quite disappointed in that, right? Considering they were up in the top 3 last year. And it's, I think, a team in general, you don't normally see 8, do you, in a race like this?
It's a tough championship, so even to get third, you want consistent top 10 finishes around the outside. Saw the opportunity through traffic to split the team floral by Impulse Ford Mustang, and now still alongside as they work up to turn 9. Now, Mono Competition tried to move across under the brakes potentially. Touch up to the team checkmate Porsche Cayman as they work off the corner. Olivier Janiazek's probably wondering what he did to deserve that little touch. Now dropped down and the move was made. That was opportunistic. Past the 992 initially. Didn't lose too much time, did Lucas Herman, and then bam, saw his way to slot past Ballas Erdely.
Well, that's the way to do it, and use that Cayman there just to block them off from having a good run down towards turn 1. So a little bit naughty, but great work there from the BS Plus competition car. So we head our way down for another lap, and that's going to be up the inside of one of the Caymans, and that could have easily ended in contact. I don't think that Porsche quite saw Herman approaching quickly until the last second, and luckily did move out the way there. So he can continue on, and he's not that far away really from Varga in P6 for Shezza Esports. That gap's only just over a second and a half, and with the pace we saw so far, I'd imagine without fuel saving, it should bring that gap down quite nicely. But I do see a battle starting to evolve for third as Grid and Go are coming under pressure here from Lindqvist in the WSR car number 20. That gap's only 0.4 of a second, so maybe potential fuel saving for Grid and Go, or maybe they've made a mistake and WSR are here to try and capitalise.
Absolutely. So that's now 1 hour complete in our opening round of the championship here in the 24-hour series esports championship. We chatted with Andy Shields, series director. Slightly reshuffled calendar to fit the series in amongst all the different things going on in the world of sim racing, and some interesting additions to the calendar as well. I can't quite imagine and picture what Adelaide is going to look like, but it's going to be something. It is going to be an experience that no one will forget. Our first time together on the streets of Adelaide. Let's give you a rundown then of how things stand here in our first race of the season. In GT3, we ride on board with Maniti Racing and Tim Kern. The Green Machines have been in the thick of the fight, I think it's fair to say, but a fight that's seen them drop back now. Falcon Sim Racing ascending to the front. Luka Vunch timing his charge on speed right after the pit stop sequence finished up. He's now 2.5 seconds clear of Enosis Esports, our pole sitters, who do still owe us a 20-second start infringement penalty. Behind them, defending champions GridandGo.com in their BMW sit in a very good position, being hunted down by Lucas Lindqvist in that World Sim Racing number 20. The best of the big green machines, Tim Matsker runs 5th for Maniti's number 78, while Shezza Esports, BS Plus competition, mono competition, negative delta by simgear.gg, and World Sim Racing second car round out the top 10. Covered by 17 seconds as well. The gap starting to grow as we settle into this second hour of the race. Then in the 992s, it's a spec class all running in the Porsche 911 Cup, the 992.2 version. With the ABS helping them out, Carlisle Esports only half a second clear of our defending champions, GridandGo.com. However, much like our pole sitters in the GT3 class, Carlisle Esports punched the throttle before they entered the start zone. They owe us a 20-second penalty as well. However, with the way that this class has cycled through, a big gap at least for the time being, back to Blue Mercury Esports, sitting in third. Maxence Godino struggled towards the tail end of the first stint, but a bit of a pip in his step now that he's sequenced out of the pit lane. World Sim Racing Esports, they went long in the sequence alongside of Altitude Freem to jump up a couple of spots from where they started. For the time being, Jacob Top's attention in that 988 now being occupied in the rearview mirrors. Ivan Vargas, XPD Racing, the 935 on the hunt. Eddie Bestwick's jumped into the Eclipse Simsport 992 just in front of Pole Promotions Esports. Felix Votta had a brief moment, but no harm, no foul for the 933. Impulse Racing were one of the big chargers in the first half of the opening stint. Maybe pushed their tyres a bit too much. They rolled to pit lane to take 2 tyres. 07 Racing Rhino Power completing the top 10. All as XPD Racing slipped through on Altitude Freem Esports. Ivan Vargas now released to try and close on what is a 3-second gap up the road to Daniel Ferguson. Last but not least, let's touch on GT4, where defending champions, bit of a procession so far in deja vu as Corin Tengunes, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, pull away at the front of the field. We'll see if the pace will be matched by his teammate Gareth Higgins when he takes over behind the wheel. But hunting them down now is Mono Competition and Hendrik Throyer having passed Bite, Colino, and the 444. Octavio Rondoletto still sitting in the tyre tracks, though, just 1.2 seconds behind. That's all Porsche Caymans in the front 7. XPD Racing, Core Sim Racing, Team Checkmate. And then you get to your first of the Ford Mustangs. Team Floral by Impulse. Great to see Impulse Racing partnering up with Team Floral, a team that competes Ford Mustangs in GT4 Europe. And therefore, one Impulse Racing Porsche, one Impulse Racing in combination with Team Floral, Ford Mustang as well. Behind them, fiercely forward, GTUnit.de, your top 10 in GT4. First hour rundown here from Motegi. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Nathan Richards. And as much as we had been keeping our eyes on the gaps at the front of the field, moving back and forth, stalemate for the time being between Luka Vunch, Oya Yugo and Alessandro Quintai. Now that they're all in clean air once again, Nathan, their lap times all within about 1/10.5 of a second.
Indeed, yes. The come to a bit of a stalemate in the race. There's not been that many moves. I think the main gaps, really, the main battles are down in the GT4s. The Porsche Cups and the GT3s are quite content where they are and just running along nicely. Here's Casper Benedict in car 97 at the moment. Team Checkmate Edent. They're 3/10 back from Hyperion Racing, who, of course, got off to a tricky start when they spun on the formation lap, then got told to sit at the back of their field. So they, of course, went from 8th down to starting in 22nd, I believe it was, in the end. So a big, big shame for them, but they are starting to slowly make their way back up the field. They're at the moment 2 seconds away from 15th, which is the Impulse Racing Bytes Ham livery car with Philip Oldak in the car. So, yes, Hyperion have got a lot of work to do, but at the moment they're doing quite nicely in terms of getting themselves back up into some nice positions. Looking up at the front now, the gaps are now starting to increase even more, so I'd imagine that fuel saving is starting to become quite common now for Enosis and Grid and Go, because Falcon Sim Racing have pulled away, and I wouldn't imagine that is all down to pace. So yeah, maybe that's something that some cars are starting to think about early on here, getting that fuel saving in now ready for when you get to that fuel stint later on. It's just going to save a couple of seconds in the next couple of pit stops until you get to the end, and that could easily, you know, help you hold on to a position or gain one if necessary. But of course the main thing is that Enosis still have that penalty to serve, so that's going to make things interesting when they go in. I mean, at the minute, a 20-second gap back to them would put them around P9, so at least they'd be back in the top 10, I suppose.
Yes, we'll wait and see. 2.5 seconds at the front of our GT3 class, which, to be fair, most of last year, if we saw a breakaway, it did end up developing later on in the race. Team Checkmate Wallach Group 7th in GT4. We ride with Olivier Jan Yaziak, just behind teammate Yaroslav Sabula, who, by the way, would likely be one of those drivers who would be very interested in a TCR class if we were to have that re-included in the mix, as with Corin Tengunes, Kieran Harrison. Now, I'm just making the pitch right now, Andy. I apologize for the trouble I'm going to bring to your DMs in Discord from TCR teams, hopefully excited about a return to the championship. Behind them, by the way, Sven Groot's taken over from Timo Hayden in the Team Floral by Impulse 468. Still the best place of the Ford Mustangs for the time being. What a car. And this is where BOP as well makes sports car racing so interesting, right? The fact that you've got the sleek Svelte Porsche Cayman, which is about 75 maybe % road car, I would say, 65. Some may say a little bit more in that sort of ballpark. Then you've got the Ford Mustang GT4, which is probably around the same 60-ish % road car, but then has got a lot more race electronics, basically the same race electronics of the GT3 car. But then you also just look at the shape of the car. It's bigger, it's more lumbering, it would seem, more imposing. But somehow by the magic of BOP, we make them race to similar levels of performance around all different forms of tracks around the world. And then here in the sim, we have the great help of TFR Lab to try and make the cars that little bit closer. But in a championship like this, as much as that BOP is there and you have your ability to submit some data and show if one car is maybe faster than the other, you pick your car at the start of the season and you commit from there, Nathan. So for the Ford Mustangs, Team Floral by Impulse, they must be here thinking, right, there'll be some rounds later this season where it'll come maybe towards us, and that's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, because I think it's quite clear that at the minute the Mustang here is not on the level at all of the Cayman whatsoever. So yeah, you'd hope, for their case at least, that there will be tracks that favour the Mustang, or maybe a little bit more pace to find a little bit closer, because yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite the level of what we see from some of the others at the moment out on track. And I think the great thing as well about having the bot here to make things a bit closer is when you get rid of that natural meta where you kind of get used to seeing one car, you get to see different ones here. But also I think the great thing is it allows drivers and teams to drive cars that they're used to, and cars that they're comfortable with, without them dropping back down the field because their car's not as good. So it does help a lot of drivers quite a lot, and a lot of teams, and I really do like this bot system. And of course, looking over in the GT3s, we've got quite a variety of them being used as well, which is what we love to see too. And some cars that we don't see too often at the top level are being represented here.
Got the Corvette. I'm so excited about that. If Peter Mackay was here, he would be dancing, but he's already dancing in Japan, because he's over there with the great team at the WRC. Mac obviously commentates on the real 24-hour series as well, which has never visited Motegi, but has raced in Sepang at the end of last year. That was a cool event, although I'm sure the drivers were assaulted by the humidity if some of them were visiting the region for the very first time. We are on the cusp of another sequence of, well, a couple of drivers down on pit lane. For those that were involved in troubles early doors, Fury Simsport getting involved in some troubles of their own for Daniel Ostler, now 3 wide with a Porsche Cup car in front of them. He tries to tighten down and close the apex of the corner slightly, and at least from that camera angle, slightly looks as though he's cost himself some there.
Yeah, it didn't look like he left the car on the inside much room. I suppose, it might be different if you can see it from another angle, but from here, let's have a look again. As they head their way in. Ooh, it looks like it comes over a bit, doesn't it? Slightly, and that's probably cost him that, because there wasn't too much room on the inside there. So that's one to learn a lesson from, I'd imagine, unless the students think otherwise, of course. So back here with some of the Porsche Caymans again in the GT4s, making their way through, and of course it's got the Mustang with Sven Groot there with them. Of course that's the Team Checkmate's Wolat Group car. Ahead of them is the Team Checkmate Kozulka Z logo car. So 2 teammate cars together at the minute with Team Floral by Impulse behind. So we'll keep an eye on that battle and see what goes on there. So yeah, 4 hours and 45 to go. I'd imagine another 10 or 15 minutes you're going to see some more pit stops come through.
Watch the fight with some gravel already having been dragged onto the track from some of our competitors in the opening hour. Back up here though, as we'll drop down into the braking zone at turn 11. And see the DRS board on the left, if anyone's wondering why. Well, iRacing enables all of these tracks to be run by Formula One cars, and so you still need DRS zones around. And therefore those boards are placed in some fun positions. I'm wondering, when was the last time Motegi was used in an iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series race? Because we're probably coming up on the 10-year anniversary on the last time I remember. Was Hugo Luis in that race? Our broadcast director Hugo behind the scenes is going to send us a message in our chat letting us know, but this is an old school track, and it's definitely one, Nathan, that I wonder how many of these drivers have done many laps around.
Certainly, it's one I've never actually commentated around, and I'm quite upset with that actually, because though we've been here for just over an hour and 15 minutes, I really enjoy this track, and it seems quite flowy to get into, and the batting as well with Sauber is insane. There's so many places to go side by side. And then, of course, we get that little bit of chaos as well with the GT3s and the 992s trying to lap past the GT4s. No, I think this has been a great track for the opening round of the season. But we've also got some other great tracks as well as we head our way through the season. Can't wait to see how all that pans out. I mean, I'm like you were, very excited for Adelaide, but also for me a classic Silverstone. Can't wait to head there at the end of the championship. 12 hours of Silverstone, a superb track to go battling out for a championship.
It's a good track for multi-class racing, although having said that, there was an event that we did on Racespot, was it 4 years ago now, the 4 hours of Silverstone in SCO, where it's probably about 12 to 20 clips of me getting frustrated with some of the traffic, so we'll wait and see. Hugo is confirming that this track was added to iRacing back in 2012, and it was raced in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. The last race I can see was 2016, which was after Hugo unfortunately had stepped aside from the championship. Looks like Gregor Hutu won that race in 2016. But just a reminder, there's only 3 open wheel World Championships winners back in the day. Martin Kronke, Gregor Hutu, and oh yeah, our broadcast director, Hugo Luis as well. It's a little bit mortifying, embarrassing when you jump into a sim rig, Hugo's next to you and you think, oh yeah, I've just punched in a good lap time, and then he finds a second and a half on you like he did at Spa in an F1 car a couple of years ago. Neither here nor there. Fight for 5th, or rather fight for 4th is on, just in front, with Tim Matska chasing down Lucas Lindqvist, in turn chasing down Alessandro Quintai. Through the traffic, Lindqvist opens up the steering there to avoid being compromised too much by the Cayman, but it costs him in the hunt down of our defending champion sat in 3rd. Probably around 10 minutes away from their pit window opening up. Another 5-6 laps or so is what they're thinking. Tim Matska in that Ferrari. Best placed Ferrari as well in the field. Got a Porsche running 2nd, BMW leading. Ford Mustang down in 9th. Where our BOP has mixed these teams in for the time being. Luka Bunches slowly and consistently pulling away at the front of this field. It seems as though they have got something dialed into that car, that when they're in traffic and able to hit their marks, Nathan, they're just able to set consistent lap times within a couple of tenths of their fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at the minute, aren't they? It was, just 2.5 tenths off from their previous best last time around, and we're 43 laps in. And I mean, with the penalty that Enosis have, they've effectively got a 5.8 second gap to the next car behind them, because once Enosis go in and serve their penalty, they're out of that top 5, might just out of the top 10 the way things are going. So yeah, great Luka Vunch up at the top of the field. We have got a battle as well though, closing in for the lead of the Porsche Cup class, as RaceSports under pressure here from Grid and Go. That gap's just around a second. It has slightly increased as Scuderia Volpa by P1 are just making their way past the top 2 there of the 992 class. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that one will start to heat up once again. Yeah, you can see there the Ferrari just making its way through on the top 2. And the great thing for them is they have a massive lead, 12 seconds back to 3rd of Blumacure Esports. So at the moment, the top 2 here could just fly away, and as long as they don't get into incidents, there's no world where they really drop out of that, because they're not in a position where they need to take heavy risks here, are they?
Tell you what, brand new Porsche Cup car we saw in a couple of our final races last year. Let's jump on board with this Grid and Go 901, our defending champions, drink in the sights and sounds of Mobility Resort Motegi. Here's some Racespot fan immersion. precision of a Porsche Cup car in the hands of a driver with 10,000 I rating. Our defending champions making it look rather simple, but there's nothing simple around Mobility Resort Motegi in the first of our 24-hour series esports championship races, the 2026 season. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Nathan Richards in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. And our 3 classes of competition continuing to circulate around the track with just one retirement in the early stages of this race. One of our Porsche Cup cars with a technical issue. Everyone else out there and showing some good endurance racing spirit. Exactly what you want to see. Some fighting going on though in GT3. All behind third in class, the Grid & Go BMW, that yellow and blue machine at the front of the shop. Behind it, World Sim Racing, the white, red and black, defends from the big green machine of Motegi Racing. They got a lapped GT4 and a GT3 car to navigate their way through as well. And then just down the road, the trio of Sheza Esports, BS Plus competition and mono competition. 3 cars in the fight there. And Nathan, this comes on the cusp of a pit stop window opening for the GT3 teams.
Certainly does do. We've got lots of battling going on track at the minute, as that's the BS Plus competition car going past car of Sheza Esports, so a nice move there up into P6, and then behind them as well will be mono competition with Balash Erdely in the car, so that's a nice little battle there for 6th, 7th and 8th as they just make their way past one of the Porsches. They do make their way through quite nicely. I was noticing as well further ahead, of course, Motegi Racing under pressure as well from WSR Esports, and that's for P4 at the minute, and of course that all kind of sprung around, that lap traffic getting in the way brought those two very close together, and at one point brought an opportunity to overtake, so we'll keep an eye on that battle as well as the 3 BMWs continue on in their little train, and of course we'll be looking to make their pit stops quite shortly. Looking further down as well into the 992s, of course their gap's still around a second for the race lead, but over in the GT4s a 9-second lead now for Corentin Guinness in that Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. They're not the defending champions for nothing, are they, Arjuna? A 9-second gap in just over an hour and a half.
Absolutely. Gap at the front of GT3 as well, though, Nathan, we've been keeping our eyes on this. It's 4.3 seconds between Luka Vunch and Aurier Hugo. Now, Hugo's going to have to serve that penalty in the next pit stop of this race. There's no question about that, and so they will drop back 20 seconds. A gap for Luka Vunch will end up being an 8-second margin or so. We'll also see our first driver changes, so it'll be our first sense at the front of the field of what the second driver's pace is going to be, because even at this level, you'll always have one driver who's a little quicker than the other.
Yeah, certainly will do. As we do see more pit stops coming in as well. I mean, we've got 4 hours and 30 to go, half an hour until the hour mark, and of course I'll be heading out to the booth. Many more will be coming in for what will be a very exciting race. I mean, at the minute, you'd imagine they were just about settling down, being a little bit more chill. I mean, especially for the race leaders in each category, because they are starting to build gaps up. There's no point them, you know, pushing like hell, trying to bring a massive gap up and then make a mistake or get involved in that traffic. Their best bet here is just to chill out for the next stint, be a little bit more calm, just be consistent, and then of course maybe later on in the race then they can afford to push. But I'd imagine in terms of strategy here with fuel, Falcon Sim Racing have got a 4-second gap ahead of second, 8 seconds ahead of third. I'd imagine they're doing a lot less fuel saving than some of the others, so that will be something as well to keep an eye on later on. Is that lack of fuel saving potentially going to affect them? I mean, there's, you know, there might be a chance they're not and they're just really good, but the chances are they're not doing as much.
You know, especially given that they went 1 lap longer in the first stint, I think you are right. There is something to be said to them being a bit more comfortable burning fuel. The only teams that pitted on the same lap or 1 lap later than Falcon are outside of the front 15, so they do have a slight advantage there that they can be a bit more free. Keep an eye on that to the end of the race, because it might equalize out if they don't keep that in mind and extend 1 lap longer for the next handful of stints. GT4s are going to dive in as well, though. Remember, everyone limited to 75% of their maximum fuel capacity. About 45 minutes or so on average will be our stint length across the classes. A little bit longer in the Porsche Cup cars, as we saw in the opening stint of this race, but now with officially 90 minutes done and dusted, you're getting to that point where everyone will be thinking about who gets in from here. The other thing that we haven't talked about too much, and I think we haven't talked about for good reason, Nathan, but track limits. I don't think this is a track where we're necessarily going to be too concerned, where teams racking up incident points and getting dinged by our race control team. We're also monitoring that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the track limits here, in most areas, there's grass there, or there's some gravel, so there's no real advantage by going wide. When you've got tracks where there's lots of runoff, sometimes you might naturally run wide because you know there's no grass or anything to harm you, whereas here, you know, if you go off, you're going to lose out, most likely. You know, if you hit the grass at the wrong angle, you can spear the car off into the barriers and many other different outcomes. I think the most we're going to get in terms of track limits here is when cars get pushed off. I think that's kind of the main thing here, because I don't think we've seen many cars really exploit those track limits in many corners. Some of them, of course, you can exploit them. That's just because the track limits on the track are different to what the game defines as track limits. So yeah, I think a lot of it really is in battling when we see cars going off. Which I suppose is a good thing as well, because it means everybody's on the same bit of tarmac and nobody's going to be floating around trying to exploit things here and there. They all know that on a lot of the corners there's grass somewhere.
Even on the pit entry, I've got caught out by the grass on pit entry before here. GT3 cars rolling down, driver changes trickling through as well there. One of our top 10 just yet. Suspect that's going to change next time by. The GT4 class leader, by the way, in a similar spot to on GT3 leader, where Falcon Sim Racing and Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC had a lap longer in the opening stint of the race, and therefore find themselves at a slight strategic advantage already, albeit very early on. There is a small chance of rain when we get to about the 3-hour mark, but it's about 25% or so. Stays like that until the final hour of the race, at which point it will slightly increase. But at no point do I think we are expecting rain, and so these teams will have set their cars up for dry conditions. They'll be, more crucially though, thinking about strategy for a 6-hour clean and dry race. What's happened to the second of the Bike Colino machines? A second spin, unfortunately, for it. This time, solo, unaided.
Yes, they'll be very happy it wasn't the car that's currently in the third, as that is also the ERE car off as well. And they've been off a couple of times in this race, and I think have also had a penalty at one point as well, so it's not been their best day, has it?
No. One of the teams starting off the season with a bit of frustration. No drop rounds in this championship either, so by no means are you allowed a grace in a poor performance, or a performance riddled with misfortune, as sometimes sim racing and motorsports in the real world can both end up being like. Can't believe this is the case, but Adrian Greiker has been shown as slipping off the track for about a second, and the lead in 992 has opened up slightly. Hendrik Augustin has built up a bit more separation to the grid and go car that's been chasing him down. How quickly things can shift in a battle that is as close as that one, where the cars seem very, very tightly matched on speed. If that's the championship fight going in through the rest of this year, don't be surprised. Carl Esports definitely one that through last season kept the Grid and Go team honest. However, a little bit of misfortune towards the end of the season held them back, allowed the Grid and Go duo at the front of the field the margin that they needed. Impulse Racing in that fight too. Team Checkmate were in the mix as well. Maybe some of these teams a bit further down. Altitude Frame Esports fiercely forward. Jacob Toft started this race off so well, but now increasingly looking like the pace is dropping off as he finishes the late part of the double stint on tyres. Look how busy the pit lane is for GT3, by the way. And we're about to see the impact of the penalty for Enosis Esports.
Of course, and the top 11 there were in bar the leaders, car 44. Given as everybody else has gone in on this lap, I'm very surprised that we've given how much pace that 44 were putting down, that they didn't also have to pit with everybody else. They've managed to go a lap longer and also be a lot quicker on pace. So that's really worked out well for them. We'll see if that later pit stop will give them any sort of dividend here. Of course, the penalty as well for car number 9 has dropped them down the field. They're, at the moment, 50 seconds off the lead, and I think...
Nathan, I don't think they served the penalty.
I haven't, no.
And the deadline, so the race control sheet, it says deadline GMT 3:55:16. They are very precise, as we appreciate in race control. But the time in GMT right now is 3:49. So they've got 5 minutes to serve that penalty. Looks like Aaron Myers may have spun around on the inside down there at turn number 5. But I am very confused as to why Enosis have yet to serve that penalty, because what they're effectively doing is requiring an extra trip down pit lane if they wish to do so. In this series, you are allowed to serve penalties and take service at the same time. It was Aaron Myers that went around, and it's the Bike Colino machine that gets involved.
Yeah, and that's not ideal. Wing off that car, so they'll have to go back in and get that car mended, as that was a car that had to go off, so that could also be looked at there for an unsafe rejoin. But we do see car 44 in, so they've made their stop. 44, no, but never mind, that number's still going up for their pit stop time. But yeah, that's weird, because the only other thing would be that car 9 have deliberately chose to pit and serve their penalty at a different time, which is odd, because that's going to cost them more time than it would initially. So not sure what's happened there, but that is not good at all for Enosis, because it's going to drop them even further down. I mean, at the moment they've got a 4-second gap ahead of Grid and Go.
And hilariously, Falcon Sim Racing in and out of pit lane have ended up another 4 seconds in front of Enosis anyway. So they have just monstered this first hour and 30 odd minutes of this race, and now enjoy a comfortable advantage in the net lead of this race. The Bike Colino car involved down at turn 5 was the 3rd place Ivan Lenderoso driven 444. So that's a incident race control will take a look at, I think, and might have some consequence to the podium spots. But my goodness, still waiting for Fiercely Forward and Team Checkmate to come down pit lane. They seem to be the teams that have magiced up some wizardry on their fuel strategy so far. 26 lap stints to open this race up.
Of course, some issue as well for Mono, as they're still in the pit lane, and still in the pit lane, so they're dropping all the way down the field. They're over a minute and a half back, so they must have had some issues somewhere, whether they've picked up damage at some point, because they are really dropping further down the field. They're now in the midst of those in the Cup class, and they're now just behind the back of Scuderia Volpe, who of course had their own issues earlier on in the race.
That's just a scheduled stop for them. That's just, I think, by nature of... Maybe it's a second stop that they've had to make again. The lap...
They were up in the top 8.
Yeah, I was just looking at their gap to BS competition, as now we see the Fiercely Forward and Team Checkmate cars in, driver change on both sides. I think what happened to Mono competition is they had a driver head out and maybe had a technical issue, because he did one lap and instantly came back in, and they did a driver change back to their starting drivers. So that indicates some misfortune there, and that, well, they're going to have to get that resolved, because there is minimum drive time to fulfill in this series as well. So you can't just say, well, the driver did one lap, we're now done. The other driver can do the rest of this race.
No, they've now lost another minute, so it's, yeah, really weird that is, and they've lost even more time. They're dropping below some of the 992s. I know they've got to get the tyres seated up, but yeah, it's not going too good at all for Mono competition. Have dropped out from a secured top 10 to now near enough the back of the pack, down to P20 in the GT3 class. So yeah, that's really not gone well for them, and I suppose it's also helped give Scuderia Volpe another spot. Of course, they had this issue, so they've now moved up another spot into 19th in car 19. Of course, they got a penalty earlier on in the race.
Car recovering from issues. Hyperion spun on the formation lap. Derek Heiberger is handed over to Adam Wright, who's now back up into 14th spot. Remember, they had to start from the very tail end of the field, so they've picked up 10 spots from where they ended up starting the race. And maybe not where they feel like they should and deserved to have started the race. They had damage on the right front as well, but clearly hasn't cost them too much, as Wright gets to work, now closing the 4-second gap to Facundo Rago for Impulse Racing by TAM Livery. Ivan Vargas off the track momentarily in the XBD Racing 992. He's got Ross O'Connor, who's just slipped through in the Impulse Racing car as a result of that. Now, these were two that did slightly different things in pit lane. Ross O'Connor did a 2-tire pit stop, we believe. Ivan Vargas did a no-tire pit stop. Maybe we're seeing the results of that right now. Vargas with a little less grip, a little less comfortable. Ross O'Connor already 1.3 seconds clear as they work onto the back straight.
Indeed, and just starting to put the pace down now is the Impulse car, of course. They've got some big gaps ahead, so they've got to just try and work those down now. But luckily, they haven't got a car behind them or a car ahead of them they've got to worry about. They can just start to push forward and do some great work that way and try and bring some of those gaps down. I mean, they're 25 seconds off the race lead. It's not too good in terms of time, but they're still up in the top 5 and looking to improve on that. Maybe a podium could be on the cards if they play their cards right over the rest of the race. The couple of cars being lapped once again. We have 4 hours and 18 to go. So yeah, this is starting to really get into the lane point of the race in terms of most of the drivers have got a decent gap ahead of each other, or behind each other, of course, and it's just about settling in and being consistent, and of course waiting for the, say, maybe the final hour and a half before they can really start to push hard and hopefully forget about fuel saving. At the moment, that's all they're going to think about, but you'd imagine at some point they don't want to do that.
Nathan, that was not a move from a lap car, by the way. This is for position, with Team Checkmate Eden having just come out of pit lane. Still getting those tires up to temperature. Solpec Precision Racing, Florian Durkhoff have got in front of them. And so that's a fight for 17th spot for the time being. Still waiting for 992s to come down to pit lane, but if my race control sheet is to be believed, there are some penalties that are now overdue. And what that means is the penalty is going to get doubled. And so if my understanding is correct, Nathan, what was meant to be a 20-second penalty for Enosis is going to become a 40-second penalty.
Yeah, and depending on when pit stops come through, the penalty for 4.34 and 9.60 could also get doubled as well. But of course, we'll have to wait and see if they go in before that, which I'd imagine they should be able to. I don't think it'll cost them that much more, but yeah, number 9 is...
So for the 960, sorry, I think that car is actually saved, Nathan, slightly because that start infringement was handed out so much later. It was awarded a good 30 minutes afterwards, so they've got more time left to serve it.
Yeah, they'll have another 40 minutes, so they should get that done in the next pit stop. If anything, they've worked that out quite perfectly, whereas Car 9 have either forgot about it or have not really thought their strategy through there in terms of how they're going to deal with that. So, yeah, big shame, and they're now going to be really in a compromising spot because they're going to drop 20 seconds back from where they are at the minute. And I mean, considering they were on, you know, running up on pole and running up at the front and had so much good pace, they've of course got that penalty. They're now 6 seconds back from the lead, and they're going to drop back to probably around P8, probably below negative delta in 8th spot. So yeah, that's really stumped them up in this race, and maybe they can still get maybe a top 6 out of this or a top 5 depending on how their pace is, but they've really put themselves in a compromising position where they didn't need to jump the start, did they? Yes, it could have been an accident, but if it wasn't, a little bit silly, wasn't it, really?
Well, 40 seconds actually is going to end up putting them, I would say, closer to the 15th spot, and Team Racing and Hyperion, who we were just keeping our eyes on. So Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. GT4, by the way, their pit stop sequence has cycled through. Gareth Higgins takes over from Corentin Cunez. Henrik Thoyer still in that mono competition. TS Simshot 410. 8 seconds the gap between first and second as that Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC machine begins to pull away. 15 minutes until the top of the hour. I think we are probably on the final laps of the 992 fuel window. It's the 27th lap for Grid and Go, 28th lap for Carlar. And while we wait for them to come down to pit lane, Hugo, can we get a side shot of this car? Because previously, Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, that we used to call the livery either Spider-Man or Bumblebee. This is neither of those, and so I'm putting it to our audience. Nathan, I'm putting it to you. We need to come up with some nicknames, superhero-related nicknames as well, for this particular car.
Blue and white. Oh dear me, I can't think of anybody. I think the closest is Captain America, blue. Blue and white, so I'm going to have to think on that. Oh, actually, maybe Mr. Freeze from the Batman series.
Oh, that's not a bad shout, actually.
But I don't know how you call it.
Thank you, Mr. Hugo. Beautiful side shot. And now I will say as well, this is, I'm assuming, the Team 75 Bernard livery that is being run in the real world. So that's one of the reasons why we need a nickname, because the previous one was Spider-Man. Mr. Freeze is not bad. I quite like that one, if I'm being honest. Although, when I think of Mr. Freeze, I think of The Incredibles rather than Batman.
Yeah, fair show.
Frozone and those goggles were the coolest. I will rest my case on that. 992s, as much as I thought we would see the pit stops this time by, Adrian Greiker still got his pace well up and was closing in on Hendrik Augustin. Now, let's wait and see. Perfect. So, this is the penalty box. And you'll notice it's where drivers in an iRacing official race might decide to cut across and try and shortcut the pit entry. Can't do that in this series because you're going to collide with the cars in the penalty box. 20 seconds. You're allowed a small leeway, Nathan, but it's on you, the team, to get this right.
Indeed. And while we're on the topic of penalties, we have had some information come through. As of now, because the message came through a couple of minutes ago, 10 minutes remain for a notice on their penalty. So they have until 17:10 BST, so that'd be 18:10 GMT, I'd imagine, if I got that right. Probably haven't. My maths isn't the best at all. So yeah, they've still got time to serve it, but not much. It still is in the sense of they've still wasted an extra time because they could have done it when they pitted. So either way, they're going to lose out. Even if they've still got time to serve it, they've lost out. So no, I still don't understand their kind of strategy underneath that at all. But it does say as well on the status that they've not served it. So I don't think at the minute nobody quite knows what's going on.
I think that's a bit of just confusion between race control and us as to which of the penalties. But yeah, that is officially now marked as not served. So that's a pretty cut and dry thing that's now about to happen. The process will be worked through. Luca Vine just slowed down a little bit though in this stint of the race. About 2 and a bit seconds have been eaten into the gap by Oyer Hugo, but got to keep an eye out as well. Sven Haas has jumped into the Grid and Go #1, and looking at the lap times, this last time by caught up in traffic, but has been into the 149s instantly. Pulled away from Nathan Paris, who's taken over in that World Sim Racing BMW from Lucas Lindqvist. Ryan de Grip's been tossed the keys to the Maniti Big Green Machine by Tim Matska, and former Gran Turismo World Series driver Thomas Labudele takes over from Lucas Herman, the BS Plus competition car that, just looking through the race control sheet, does have 10 seconds for contact with a GT4 car. We saw that about an hour or so ago, I think. Drop them down probably in the next sequence down on pit lane. Well, we owed that in roughly 15 laps time, I would assume. Remarkably, Adrian Greiker has managed to extend the fuel in the 901 yet another lap. So he's gone on to lap 29 of this stint. It was a 55-second pit stop for Carlisle Esports, Nathan. So that seems to be the magic number for what we'll expect from our race leader when he comes in.
Yep, and of course they've got Jan Winter in the car, a driver I've seen quite a lot in the Cup category. Very quick pilot, so we'll see what he can do in this one. So looking as well at the top 6, they had 4 driver swaps. So Hassa, Paris, Van der Grip and Laboutelet were all swapped in. So you've now got another set of competition behind the top 2. We'll see how they can work their way into the race, and maybe it can help the team. Maybe they might fall back a bit and not be as quick. We'll have to wait and see on that. Of course, with the penalty that comes through for number 9, as we'd imagine, it should be a double penalty because it does state as not served. So they'll drop back out of that top 5 contention completely. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th will all be different drivers in terms of who started the race or who was in the last stint. So that could maybe give a little bit more work for Luca Vudge to do if some other quicker drivers start to catch up. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that, swap a driver makes a difference, as we do see a lot of pit stops coming through.
What we'll also have to find out, by the way, is bottom of the screen, we're scrolling through driver lineups, and some of these teams have got 6 or more drivers in some cases, but for a 6-hour race, they're only going to use 2 or 3 at most. We'll let you know who they are as they filter through in today's race. Running down to the end of hour 2 here. Cool conditions at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Ideal for racing in many ways, but the mist and the fog starting to set in slightly. Is that a sign of potential rain on the horizon? We were aware the chance was going to increase from hour 3 onwards, but the traditional Japanese climates, you never really know what to expect. It's not quite Fuji, but this place can be unpredictable as well.
Indeed. I mean, if the rain does come, that's going to certainly change things up a bit, because, one thing is there's drivers in our racing that love the rain. I don't know how, because I can't drive it at all. I don't think I could complete a lap in the rain. Some drivers love it, and just like those are the drivers that have been swapped out, that could cause some issues later on in terms of the potential for the teams and maybe advantages that they could have if they have a driver comfortable in the wet. Some drivers here might not like it at all, so we'll have to wait and see what happens if the wet weather does come. I'm sure that's going to be interesting, and it might mean I need to stick around in the YouTube chat for a little bit longer, because I'll be departing in 7 minutes, and I'm certainly going to be here for the action if it starts to rain, that is for sure, because that is going to make this race very, very tricky, because it's not an easy track itself in the dry. Never mind when you've got to take alternative lines and you've got 3 classes of cars fighting each other through. And from what we've seen so far, the drivers in the slower cars aren't afraid to make the other cars work for it, are they?
No, we've got away without too much drama today, though. As much as race control has been busy, how many penalties have they had to hand out since the start of this race? Let me quickly do a tally on that. And I'm only including actual penalties here. I'm not going to include the warnings that have been handed out as well, but we're looking at 19 penalties from just the opening 2 hours of the race. Add the 3 penalties that carried forward from the wrong paperwork being submitted as well. Our poor race control team. Although the benefit of the sim racing world is a lot more angles at your disposal, as much as that can sometimes be a detriment as well, as the teams sometimes look to argue their case, which is what is happening in a couple of the penalties right now. So 992 pit stop sequence, now just Altitude Freem Esports and Jacob Toft. He's struggling on those older tires, but he's making them last and really getting every last use out of them. Once he pits, it will leave Impulse Racing in the quote-unquote lead of the race. But they've taken no tires in their last pit stop sequence. We believe Grid and Go have just done a 2-tire stop and swapped their drivers around, which is the case for the majority of the field as well. But the great Porsche Cup class giving us that intrigue with the different strategies at play. It's just your reminder that adding that extra element of strategy with the fuel and tires being done separately makes things that little bit more interesting. Half-hearted look up the inside from Thomas Laboudelet there. The Frenchman backs out of it. Now, Thomas jumped onto iRacing initially by running the LMP3 cars a lot, and we saw him in the iRacing roared plenty. But now in GT3 cars, slightly different. Continuing to make that transition from Gran Turismo to the world of iRacing. And the last thing that he's thinking about is that 10-second penalty that's lurking over this team's head, Nathan. All he's thinking about, the 2 BMWs up the road that he wants to make his move on.
Yes, certainly. Of course, he's got a lot of work to do, and of course, it wasn't the most ideal start for BS Plus, and yeah, we expect to see them a lot more up in the top 5 at the start. Never mind trying to work their way up there now, as he's in P6 currently, and has got a nice run here, possibly on Motegi.
Could be nice and easy. No, I don't think Ryan van der Grip's going to fight too hard, especially knowing that slowly pulling away is Nathan Paris, slotting into his own rhythm after jumping in to replace Lucas Linkvist in a slightly shortened stint, let's not forget, down from the full hour to 45 minutes, so a double stint is only an hour and a half, a triple stint 2 hours and 15 minutes, and that's why we have not seen a full set of driver changes in our GT3 class, at least for the time being. A couple more takers from the tail end of the class here. These are not drivers who are in contention. So let's look at the GT4 fight. That's a lot of contact for Mike Colino. And as the Mamica Group M Academy sweep up the inside and take the 2-for-1 special, this was all for 13th position. Race control, you might need to remind them that this is not a contact sport.
Well, today they've proven us wrong and they've gone for it to be a contact sport. We've seen a lot of pushing and barging, and I think that's what you get there when you have the GT3s and the lower classes. They just like barging others out of the way. I mean, I've learnt that in my time in racing when I've been in the GT3 and I've been up against LMP2s and hypercars. They do love to give you a nice little nudge and a little bit of their own paint. So no, I'm not too surprised, and luckily it hasn't ended in something too drastic just yet. We've only saw a couple of spins really from contact. We haven't seen much contact that's ended with the driver in the wall, luckily. A lot of it's just been contact that's ended them off in the gravel, and I suppose that's a good thing as well, isn't it? When we were speaking about track limits earlier, it's not ideal for the drivers given there's grass and gravel everywhere, but if they do make a mistake, they can get shuffled up and stopped quite quickly instead of being shot off into the barriers and back in the pit lane for 4 or 5 laps.
Half-hearted look up the inside from Team Checkmate Wallach Group. Olivier Jan-Jaziak behind Timo Hayden, who's back into that car. Remember, he started, he handed over to Sven Groot, he's back in. Nice to see that the different classes have a couple of different ways for our teams and drivers to approach the race. It's a team floral sandwich right now. I wonder what Team Checkmate bread tastes like. What's the Polish specialty with flour? Do you happen to know?
Funnily enough, no. I didn't even know there was anything to do with flour. Never mind the specialty with flour.
Well, I have no doubt that I'm going to quiz David Haynes about that, and we will dive into that discussion topic in the next couple of hours of this race. Almost 2 hours done. Let's give you a quick rundown then of how things stand before we change things up in the booth. In the GT3 class, Falcon Sim Racing still lead, although the gap slightly coming down. Gnosis Esports owe us, though, what will now be a 40-second penalty. The easiest way to get a penalty, don't serve the previous one, it turns out. Behind them, net second then on the road for GridandGo.com, our defending champions, with the World Sim Racing BMW behind them. BS Plus competition then in front of Maniti Racing, with Sheza Esports negative delta by Sim Gear, World Sim Racing Esports, and the second Maniti Ferrari, your top 10 in the GT3 class. And with 2 hours or so complete now, about 30 seconds covering those 10 cars. Let's jump now to 992, where strategy has mixed itself up. Ross O'Connor, with a no-tire stop 4 laps ago, jumps to the front of the class for Impulse Racing. Behind him, Gridandgo.com, the defending champions. 2-tire stop, so Taz Dellin installed into the car, and a 10-second gap back to Blue Mercury Esports, who now jump in front of World Sim Racing Esports and Carlar Esports, the pole sitters, with a start infringement now dropping to what will be 5th on the road. 07 Racing, Rhino Power, XBD Racing, Eclipse Sport, Altitude Freem Esports, and Pole Promotions, the top 10 in 992. And with the hour ticking over, quick update on GT4, where Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, officially I'm dubbing it the Frozone car, leads by 8 seconds from Mono Competition. Mike Colino, the 444 in third, XBD Racing in front of Corsim Racing. Team Checkmate Wallach Group then now sitting in front of Team Floral by Impulse. The best of the Mustangs only 8th on the road, with GTUnit.de and Impulse's Porsche Cayman the top 10 in class. Time for our switch in the broadcast booth. Thanks, Nathan, for your company in the last 2 hours. Welcome back to the 24-hour Series Esports Championship to David Haynes. And David, what an interesting race we've seen so far, an interesting schedule as well. I want your opinion on our reshuffled calendar, all taking place in one calendar year, and the fact we're going to so many new tracks for the very first time.
Well, you know exactly what track stood out to me on the calendar, don't you, Arjuna?
Me as well.
Would be the city of churches, the capital of South Australia, the Adelaide Street Circuit. 6 hours. Now, a track not unfamiliar to some endurance racing. 250 kilometres was the tradition of supercars there, and also sports car racing that one time. So it'll be interesting.
Penultimate round of the season as well. It's going to bring up some championship drama, so that should be quite fun. I guess we do have to now also get to that topic that Nathan wasn't sure about. Polish bread. Do you have any idea what the specialty might be?
All I know is that you should buy lots of it so that Inter Europol can keep winning Le Mans.
Oh, that's a good one. Someone in chat did say pierogies, so I'm a fan of a good pierogi. Is that the bread specialty? Only the Poles will be able to answer that question. The other thing that we still are wondering here in the booth, David, is how you can forget or fail to serve a penalty, and our pole sitters in GT3 and Gnosis Esports find themselves now staring down the barrel of a 40-second penalty at some point in the next 2 hours.
Well, I've certainly occasionally seen teams forget to pit, so I can imagine remembering to pit and forgetting to serve the penalty. I can imagine miscalculating when the penalty was applied and how long you've got to serve it and getting that wrong. So I can see a few individually slim probability options, but across a number of them, it's possible.
It's like the Swiss cheese model that they often talk about during investigations. All the holes aligned, I guess, in this case, and they failed to serve it. The shame is as well that the pace was there clearly in qualifying. They've had the speed and race trim as well, so it's going to probably cost them a top 10 finish, it would seem right now. They're not leaving them much time to fight back from the deficit they'll put themselves into as well. Outside of the top 10, this is where they may drop themselves into. 35 seconds off the lead, 07 Racing, Lorenzo Castellani. Jumping in after Alessio Bonino grabbed 7 spots for this car after it started down in 18th position. Now defending from Zenith Esports in the BMW behind. Afi Sierra through the tight and twisty middle sector of the lap. A couple of braking zones with some passing opportunities, but no traffic to play its part just yet. And we've seen a struggle for these GT3 cars, David, to make moves when there's no traffic really to play their part.
Yeah, well, there's a few interesting parts to this road course of Motegi. I'm always intrigued by turn 1 and 2. Sometimes it's apex both, sometimes it's just apex the second part, and then 3 and 4 almost feels similar but mirrored. And then we were just, as you were saying, going through 7 and 8, which is sort of constant radius, one corner blending into another. And then this final chicane, heard you speaking about earlier, even without traffic, it's always exactly what is the correct line going in there, very wide through 12, tightens in 13, and then the final apex. And then the pit entry is all the way off to the other side there as well, with its own challenges as well. So there's a few little interesting parts to this racetrack. It's not Suzuka and it's not Fuji, but you can underestimate it, I think. Some people look at it from one approach and miss a few of the little technicalities, what separates one section from another. Yeah.
I love as well the fact that when Honda decided we want to bring oval racing to Japan, they didn't build a traditional roval. Instead, we cut underneath the oval, as we see right now. It doesn't lead to the same compromises of track design that sometimes you have with a traditional road course around an oval, although it has its own compromises in other ways. Difficulty to get up to the spectator areas potentially, having to go underneath that oval to get back down to the paddock, but such a unique track, and definitely one that I enjoy when Super GT and the likes still come and race here. Saw some Porsche Carrera Cup Asia action here last year. It's an interesting track, that is for sure, when you don't have the multi-class madness. Have to be a bit more aggressive and physical, which I don't think our race control team would necessarily appreciate. Boy, they've had a busy start to this year, David, but it's also round 1, so there's a lot of drivers and teams maybe coming into this championship for the first time, just getting up to speed with where the line is. Different championships will have different expectations of drivers both off the track and on the track, and it's often a learning experience to get up to speed.
Yes. You're an ineffective race team if you don't try to push for every available advantage, but you're also ineffective if you're consistently doing things that are going to attract penalties. So you do need to find somewhere, where is that line? What is the referee going to blow their whistle on? And you play to the whistle in football, and perhaps similarly here.
Well, another thing for race control to look at, Thomas Laboudoulet, little light touch to the back of Nathan Paris, the right rear, unloads the BMW M4 GT3, and suddenly bleeds positions. The lightest of contacts, the biggest of consequences.
And then a couple of false starts getting going and getting on the track again there for Paris, but eventually got going with what should be incredibly minimal damage, but yeah, just a little bit of time lost. In the 07 versus Zenith Esports battle, Pulse Racing look like they've brought their Ferrari into the battle as well, to just provide a different shape and colour than BMW M4 with black and lime green.
There's quite a few BMWs up the front of the field today, some of them in very similar colours as well. BS Competition, it should be noted, 2 cars, and as far as I could see from the looks that I got at them, identical liveries as well, so making commentators' lives just that little bit more difficult. 992, by the way, Grid and Go have caught back up to Impulse Racing, so this is 2 tyres versus no tyres, and a strategic call that we're going to see swap around, it would seem, between these 2 teams for the majority of the next 4 hours or so. And only time will tell which strategy call is right. Impulse Racing may be slightly boxed into this by a slightly weak starting spot and having to charge at the beginning of this race down into turn 3. No defense really for O'Connor, and Ganoso Tazdelan promoted back into the lead of this race.
Interesting how being part of a multi-class event can also shift the balance on what's the superior tyre strategy, because if it was only these Porsche Cup cars, there might be more advantage to double stinting your tyres, but you've got the GT4 cars out there, and the more grip you've got, the easier it's going to be for you to outdrive them off corner exits, be able to hang alongside them through the faster corners, and the more easily you'll get through the GT4 traffic, the larger that your pace delta is to them. So sometimes being part of a multi-class event just changes a little bit what is the correct strategy, because you've got to be making moves throughout your stint, not getting caught in traffic, which can have a much bigger effect on costing you time than saving a little bit of time in the pit lane does.
Just looking at the forecast right now, I'm still not seeing any rain on the horizon. The reason I bring that up is that could have brought another element of the tire strategy into the mix. And do you switch on over to the wet compound of tire? Although with every passing minute, seems as though the chance of rain might be relatively minimal to the checkered flag. Last year we had, was it one rain race, David, and from my memory, it was a particularly brutal amount of rain that the drivers had to deal with.
Because I was about to pull out my point that often it takes more rain to get to wet tyres than people think. The track can absorb a little bit of rain, like a good bath towel, and then, it's got to be not only equal pace slicks to wet tyres, the wet tyres have got to be significantly quicker and enough to make back up the time of a tyre change, which, once a lot of rain comes down, obviously you've got to be on the right tyre. The difference between right tyre and wrong tyre becomes massive, but it usually takes just a little bit more rain to get there than some people think.
Yeah, and I think if we are going to get rain, it will be light, so you are correct that the likelihood of that wet compound not maybe that high. It was interesting at the Nürburgring 24 a couple of weeks ago, there was and that is one of the races in the real world where still allowed open tire rules, which is such a cool thing, but there was a car that went out in totally dry conditions on wet tires to go and get some data because the car was already out of the running. So there's some interesting things that sometimes you do to understand how racing tires all works, and I'm sure these teams have, based on whatever race control information was provided about that forecast, done their judgment on whether they needed to dial the car in for any wet running or not. Behind the 992 leaders now that the leader swapped hands, there's a GT3 fight that's raging on. Hyperion Racing defending from Team Racing by Edeka, No Ring, fiercely forward in the mix as well. Ford Mustang, Ferrari, BMW. And this is on the tail end of where the points are paid out as well. So these are drivers and teams that already finding themselves clawing to start the season off, David, with as minimal a points deficit as they can. It's not a long season, and even with the inclusion of Adelaide, no drop rounds in this season either. That means that you can't afford to really be outside of the top 10 too much.
Yeah, if you've been watching, this has been horrible for the Hyperion Racing Mustang. We're just approaching turn 9, where they made a dive bomb to try to get past the Porsche a lap ago, overshot it, got passed back, and now it's taken them a whole lap to get into exactly the same position again. All the while, they're being harried and caught by a bunch of other drivers in their class who are beginning to lose patience as well. Adam Wright finally might have an opportunity here, but I'd suggest last lap it cost them about 3 seconds. This lap it's probably cost them about the same again, and they've just had a very horrid time with the traffic, just overcooking the first time, losing time, and then not being able to move past rapidly, but they have now.
And that was even with the fact that the Porsche Cup cars have had 5% of their power taken away in a straight line. I think that was partly instigated by the fact that Adam Wright was just trying to be a nice friend in traffic and not stumble over the 992 leaders, and instead kind of tripped over his own feet instead. Held on to the position for the time being. Daniel Gorachov and Felipe Loyola still tucked in behind. GT4 pit stops back underway, by the way. It's Core Sim Racing that once again will kick that window off at Another 21-lap stint for them. Great to see them back in the series, although it almost didn't happen after they didn't initially make the list in pre-qualifying. Very glad that with another team not taking one of their spots up, that Poor Sim Racing, David, rejoined the field in their traditional white and orange.
Yeah. See plenty of them in GT4s historically, and I noticed there's a lot more models of GT4 that were available than have been taken up. A lot of Porsche Caymans and Ford Mustangs, not many McLaren 570Ss or Aston Martins.
Yeah, and I think we saw this kind of last year as well with the switch of Williams Sim Racing Academy to the Ford Mustang mid-season. It did not pay off for them. They went from title contenders to title nowhere, unfortunately, and kind of seeing a similar thing right now where the McLaren 570S, not really favored in the real world as much as it's been replaced by a new GT4 car, that car not used too much, although a brand new McLaren Trophy Series with Arturas maybe bodes promisingly for some more McLaren GT4s around the world. Of course, McLaren testing their brand new LMDH a weekend or so ago, and well, as is the way of testing, not everything going according to plan, but that's good data with sounds like some engine or electrical issues at some point. Hoping that's a car that comes to iRacing sooner rather than later. Back to the trio of GT3s, and I think Adam Wright's lost out here. Now back at the tail end of the trio.
Well, it didn't look like he was having a good time through the traffic. Didn't look like he was measuring the braking as well as you would like, particularly the move that he tried to put on the Impulse 992. Someone's off there. Turn 5's got someone in the gravel, doesn't it?
That looks to be Cameron Dick, who's unfortunately parked himself there. The Project 91 machine, indeed. And then has to do the wait and be patient game, much like we saw with the World Sim Racing BMW earlier. There's already been some teams that have been penalized for some unsafe rejoins, so glad to see the driver at least keeping his head under the intensity of the moment. Hyperion Racing to the inside of the Cheza Ford Mustang, back to the top of the track here as they now drop down in towards turn 11 again. Not far away from a pit stop, I think, for Hyperion Racing as well, so I'm wondering if the Ford Mustang...
Yeah, seems like it. Struggling in a couple of aspects. No doubt looking for something to change it up. Here comes that pit entry. Got to mind the track limits on the pit entry, and they do. Down to the pit lane speed limit.
And then as well, can't cut the penalty box. Already have seen some notes from race control about cutting yellow lines. There will be even more mindful of drivers trying to gain any time advantage from shortcutting what is a lengthy pit lane here. Still on track is Impulse Racing. To the inside goes Facundo Rago of Avi Sierra. Gravel picked up on the circuit now from where that Porsche Cup car was spun a lap ago. Hasn't quite compromised either machine just yet. Sierra's still alongside, but now left on the outside as they wind out through the long turn 8. And the Impulse Racing by TAM Livery 57 will slam the door shut. Another position gained and into the top 10. Although some contact off the corner, the BMW gets very close to that rear bumper of the Ferrari.
Yeah, different balance, traction in some different places, but that was a good move to be able to go side by side through turns 7 and 8 and then have the inside for turn 9. One of a few corners around here that aren't quite hairpins, but almost feel like it and race like it, very tight. Turn 5 being another one of those halfway between a 90-degree and a hairpin. Kind of got to approach it like the long corner that it is. Got to approach pit entry like the chicane that it is, because you can lose or gain a lot of time there.
It's not easy. It is precarious. We've seen in 992, my memory reminds myself that it was half a second gained by the leaders in the first trip down pit lane alone on Blue Mercure, another half a second on the rest of the field. XPD Racing back up the inside of Eclipse Sim Sports. Zach Radare White's back into the 992. They've been turning over the keys to that car pretty frequently, keeping the drivers fresh, it would seem. GT4s into pit lane, our race leaders. Gareth Higgins, his first stint behind the wheel complete, as a GT4 car pointed in the wrong direction. It's the Ramika Group M Academy car, slides through the kitty litter, bangs off the wall, and unfortunately gets itself pointed in the wrong direction as it waits to spin itself back around.
It's weird, as if the impacts like disconnected their wheel or something.
Would it be the first technical failure that we've had? Simufy had a definite technical moment down to turn 11, but see if we can get word from the team about that. Once again, mixing it up through traffic with the GT4 cars in the way for those 992s. Back to the line, just inside of the top 20 for BS Plus Hybrid, already has served 60 seconds worth of penalties, is off the lead lap. Feeling the pressure from Team Checkmate in the Mercedes. I think Basinski's going to hold a regular racing line, doesn't feel the need to defend down to the double left-hander at turn 3 and 4 before they get ready to cut back under the oval.
You can see all of that humidity in the air, haze on the horizon, but still cool. 20 in the air, 24 on track, and overcast. That's why we're looking at, will there be any rain? Also look at it to get pretty dark. This was one of the first road courses on iRacing that you could select night racing and have track lighting. Here, Daytona, I can't remember which other ones. But, yeah, long history of that here at Motegi.
As much as it is a track that has seen its share of history, we talked about its appearance in the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series, it's also one that's not used too much, David, and that I think makes it unique because we get some slight unknown variables as opposed to when we go to a Daytona, to a Spa, to the tracks that are used for official races seemingly 4 times a year and with special events and leagues on top of that as well. So I really do enjoy the fact that this season is mixing things up, going to Aragon, going to Portimao, including Adelaide, and you know, I like Circuit of the Americas. I'm maybe polarizing in that opinion, or that's a polarizing opinion I should say, but I do quite enjoy it. It's a fun racetrack.
Problem Motegi is always going to have is that Suzuka exists.
But is Suzuka a better multi-class track than Motegi? As, by the way, plenty of GT3 pit stops underway, with the exception of Falcon Sim Racing, once again going 1 lap longer.
It's a better circuit. Is it a better multi-class circuit? I want to say yes, actually. I reckon the S's actually add something to that. These GT3 pit stops done no exit blend line, really, coming out of the pit lane. So some cars swing across further than others, depending on where the traffic is, to try to open up their rejoin into turns 1 and 2. You're not getting a whole lot of variation out of these pit stop times, except for the penalties that are being served.
Yeah, it looks like Enosis finally have served their what is now a 40-second penalty, because it should have been 20 seconds when they were initially awarded it. Slightly lengthier trip down pit lane as a result for them to stop in that penalty box, sit and wait, and hope that you've calculated correctly. Ooh, aggression from Nathan Paris to defend from Thomas Laboudele. Now, tires will not be up to temperature. The white and red and black BMW just out of pit lane. Meanwhile, the Frenchman behind, a full lap under the tyres already, will have an opportunity into turn 9 if he can get a great exit out of turn 8 here. You can see the nervousness of the car in front, still with the tyres not in the window. And Thomas Laboudoulet, all of that Gran Turismo World Series experience carried over into the world of iRacing. Move made nice and easy.
Was not particularly aggressively defended, as the case was. You had an opportunity exiting turn 8 to just stay left with the other car on your tail, and he opened up that space that was taken going in towards turn 9. As we rode on board, he saw where the opportunity was to defend. And it wasn't pressed quite that hard.
Meanwhile, as our race leader blends back onto track, it's with a new driver behind the wheel. So Luca Wunsch does the opening 2 and a bit hours of this race, hands over to James Baume in the Falcon Sim Racing by door number 44. 15 seconds is now their lead back to gridandgo.com as we wait for Fiercely Forward to come down onto pit lane after what's looking like will be another 26 lap stint for them, continuing to extend the fuel tank further than anyone else dares right now. Have to see if that trend continues all the way to the end of the race. What's just happened to our race leader though? James Baume's off the track. Trouble for the Falcon Sim Racing crew, and a change of lead as Fiercely Forward go through, and Baume quite mindful in this situation. Heat, I'm sure, between the head, but recognizes that the last thing he wants to do, rejoin into the path of the oncoming traffic, make this worse. And if you believe in the curse of the commentator, there's Exhibit A, Team Purple Sector tangled up with Sheza Esports and their Ford Mustang. Now, where does Baume get tangled up here, David?
About here. Oh, wow. That is outrageous.
Lost for words. The car in pit lane, and you could see it there. There was another reason for the hesitation. He already could feel that the car was not right. And our GT3 leaders, after a flawless 2.5 hours, no fault of their own, find themselves watching from the sidelines.
Yeah, got a big hit on the rear, didn't it? That's the kind of thing that can push the suspension in from the side. Basically just break the rear suspension as it's done. So now the number 1 leads. Fiercely Forward came into pit. Racing Green up to second. And this battle for 3rd seeing positions change place. BS Competition have fired up very quickly.
Sorry, a bit distracted by our race control sheet for a second, but stunned. Can only imagine what Luca Wunsch, James Baume are thinking right now. A race win ripped away. Still 3.5 hours to go, yes, but they've done everything right till that point. And we'll now wait to see how the remainder of the 3.5 hours will fare from here. The reason for my pause, David, was I just noticed the Enosis Esports penalty has actually been listed here as 120 seconds instead of the 40 seconds that I was thinking it was going to be. So I don't know what penalty Enosis has just served on the previous sequence in pit lane. Okay, so they're going to have to serve another 120 seconds.
Yeah, whatever the numbers you've been saying, sure doesn't look like what they did in their last stop.
It was meant to be 20. My understanding was if you double a penalty, 20 times 2 becomes 40. I don't know how it gets to 120, but race control, again, knows more than us on that one. And this is why it pays to read the rule book. The last thing you can claim is ignorance, because that is not an excuse, unfortunately, in any situation wait to see what happens. They've done a driver change. Jonathan Goitisati, is behind the wheel, and now has got Gabriel Erdely directly behind him in the second of the World Sim Racing BMWs. They're having a good day. Motegi Racing, though, is having maybe the best day I've seen from them in quite a while in this championship, David. Big Tim Matska up there in second, hunting down our race leader.
Yes, about a 9-second gap at the moment. It's about a second quicker from Grid and Go leading, though. They extended that out last lap and are extending it out yet further this lap. Traffic comes and goes in phases, particularly if you're sort of 10 seconds apart as GT3 battles. It sort of means one lap the leading car catches a group of traffic, and the next lap or the lap after will be the following group. So the penalty, it's 20 seconds on my timing is what they did.
I agree, which at this point they had already been about 30 minutes after the deadline to have served the 20-second penalty, so they're not going to get credit for these 20 seconds either. Again, race control much busier than I think they would have wanted to start this off. That was 20 seconds, I agree with you there. But we are at the point where less than 2 or just about 2.5 hours into this race, race control already working through about 50 incidents so far. So a hectic morning, afternoon or evening, no matter where they are around the world.
Around the world, around the world. World, Daft Punk.
Mike Colino's 445 defends from Arrow Racing Team and their Ford Mustang. This for 13th and 14th position. They've got a 07 Racing BMW closing behind them. Alessandro Biassi at the wheel there. Gets very close to DaCosta off the exit of the corner. This is where the Frenchman just trying to time his opportunity to pull out here. It's quite a drastic contrast between the svelte shape of the Porsche Cayman sitting close to the ground and the Ford Mustang sitting in its draft and trying not to lose too much time with the drag.
It's very distinct, yes, at almost all of these angles. The Cayman and the 570S and a few of the other cars in GT4 quite compact, whereas the Mustang GT4 is the same dimensions as a lot of the big wide GT3 cars as they come past, and it kind of looks a little bit more like them in dimensions.
Same underlying chassis in the Mustang GT3 for the most part. It slips through pretty simply on Mike Colino. Not much of a defense there from the Cayman. It's not been an easy day for that car. A couple of different moments of contact. Meanwhile, their sister car still sits up in third, though, so the Max entry, as it is dubbed, maximizing their results so far. Oh, that was close. That was close for comfort. GT3 car didn't know which way to go, left or right. Decided neither, almost ran into the back, and then flashes the lights as though to say, excuse me, can you get out of the way?
Like that through this section of the track. Turn 6 is flat out for everyone, but it's still a corner, so you're moving across the road and taking the shorter line as you go through there. Of course, we saw 7 and 8, that amount of grip, the difference between a GT3 and a GT4 sort of sorts this out, but it's that pace difference between GT3 and 992 that proves consistently incredibly challenging. The GT3 race leader doing a 49.5 last lap, the 992 leader doing a 51.
And that's with the Porsche Cup cars having 5% of their power taken away. So
don't worry, next season we can take away their ABS.
Wait, can we really?
Did I misread the dev blog?
I haven't read the dev blog, but if you've just given me...
It talks about, and I don't know if it's things that are coming generally or things that are specifically coming, like week 1 next season, but per series rules, including, potential for tyres with fuel, tyres without fuel, based on how you set a server
Right.
for the league, but also for certain cars, like the Porsche Cup car, ABS, no ABS, depending on league or maybe even like license level or whatever.
Okay, as much as the ABS part of that is cool, you already covered the more interesting thing about that, which is if we can have our own rules and we can start doing tires and fuel separately. I mean, you and O'Leary and myself are about to host the world's biggest party for RaceSpotTV. I mean,
we've all been on the same soapbox for a little while now, man. I'm gonna end up looking like a blobfish when I step down from off of that soapbox because of the pressure difference.
we'll have plenty of cake, I think, there at the party. Oh, that sounds amazing. And you are right, I'm looking at that right now. I agree with how you have read this. Maybe we will be able to turn off the ABS in that car. Now, the other things to think about as well is that's a car that will have it will have specific packages for a specific track, and maybe you can enable that and make things even more interesting. Because the Nürburgring specific package, David, obviously includes front ride heights to the moon. That might slow the car down a little bit more.
Yeah.
Drivers might not appreciate
Speaking of
it.
specific packages, just earlier today, I saw the Honda and Chevy Aero kit from IndyCar in that era, and I'd mentally blocked it out.
Oh. Yes. Those were cars.
We never got that on iRacing, unfortunately.
No. No, the racing in those days was pretty close as well. Those would be cool classic cars to get maybe add to the series platform now. So many classic things that you could add. I'm just scrolling through this dev blog now that David has reminded me that it exists. There's some cool stuff in here. Most intriguingly for endurance racing fans, multi-class starts, per-class pace cars. Does that mean potential for safety cars and more series? Of course, we've had them in Ivra. We had a unique safety car process for the Ivra 10 Hours of Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, but that could be something else that mixes this championship up, David, because you look at how the races often progressed last year. Some of our classes, the gaps were so small. It really has become more of a sprint championship, but you include some of those safety cars, the elements that allow other teams that have fallen backwards to be reinserted into the equation, and suddenly this championship could look very, very different and even more competitive than it already is.
We've already got the ability of the pace car driver to accelerate on straights and then slow for corners, which could, when the minimum pace car speed gets raised at some road courses, make pacing feel a lot more realistic, as well as not dragging out as long as it does at some circuits now, where if you do throw a manual safety car on a road course, the safety car just dawdles at 60 kilometers an hour around a whole lap and takes a lifetime. Not at all what Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen would ask of Bernd Mailander.
I'm just imagining.
Sebastian Vettel, he used to go for that as well, I think. They're like, oh, the safety car needs to go faster.
He did. There's a lot of people that would appreciate the ability to control that safety car behavior, that's for sure. We're opening possibilities up, that's for sure, about what endurance racing on iRacing can look like moving forward. The only thing really then left after all of those things have trickled around the service would be to allow us to put 180 cars on the track at one time, so we can go and run races at the Nordschleife potentially, or if we're crazy enough, do we put 180 cars around here and call it Super Taiku or something?
Go scan some of those 660cc K cars that are masquerading as GT3s as well. Those are very, very interesting.
Racing car culture.
Track temps dropped one notch, just to point that out as we get deeper into the afternoon and evening.
That rain possibility is not playing through as much as the humidity is really staying quite constant. If this was a real race, our drivers would be sweating and soaked getting out of the car, but at least for the time being, they are still in dry conditions. Very small chance of rain, David, but it does pick up from about 3 hours onwards.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. I'm not going to go out and preemptively buy an umbrella.
I would agree with your sentiment there. In fact, if anything, going back to what you were saying earlier, it's a case of, is it going to even be close enough to needing wet tires? Don't even think we're going to get close enough to umbrella territory, as you put it, let alone the wet tire territory. Fight for the podium might start heating up if these two can avoid stumbling over one another.
Yeah, so BS got past Chesa, didn't they? And now WSR Esports' Nathan Paris is up behind the Hungarians.
Yes, however, that 89 still has the 10-second penalty on its shoulder, so it's going to be dragged backwards. That's why I say just avoid stumbling over each other too much in the next hour or so, and track position will be theirs once again. Turn 10. But a GT4 now between them and the BMW they are chasing down. This is where, with the ABS on their side, in all three classes, this braking zone that can be tricky becomes a little bit simpler. No risk of snatching the tires if you brake that a little bit too deep. And then that awkward final corner where you're really trying to straighten the car back up and put the power down, while also minimizing the distance through the final chicane. Lap time for these two sees them drop about 8/10 to Thomas Labudale last lap. Traffic played its part, of course. And so now, let's see if BS Plus Competition, qualified all the way down in 12th position, will have a better race car. And David, that's something else to maybe get your opinion on. It was something I mentioned in the first couple of hours, but there was one team that mentioned that they had spotted one of their competitors playing the draft game in qualifying and questioning if that was going to be something we'd see more of through the rest of the season.
Well, circuit dependent. I don't think I'd be asking my teammate to tow me around at Adelaide, but I could certainly look for a nice slipstream at Portimao on that massive front straight.
Maybe Silverstone as well, although 12-hour race, you'd argue that the qualifying position maybe not as important, but again, go back to the fact that these are now sprint races in so many ways. Not much of a chance to breathe. Oh, can't breathe when you make contact, and World Sim Racing got spun around in similar fashion. Danny Chivichabo feels the pain this time around. He might lose another spot. Here comes the other World Sim Racing car. Gabriel Ordoli slips through. Second Maniti Ferrari's not going to be close enough, though. Did open up the corner, yes, slightly, but I'd argue that was a door that was never really meant to be opened.
How about helicopter can see through the fog? Yeah. It's not the clumsiest thing I've seen. It almost looks like they've run wide and then they come back to that apex. They're trying to as the leading car, aim for that late apex, get a good run at the GT4 car to be alongside by the next braking zone. But to the trailing car, it just kind of looks like, oh, they've gone in a bit hot and pushed wide. I'll pop down the inside here. Oh, they've come back to close that.
Slide up the inside for Impulse Racing on the pole-sitting car. ESPORTS slides backwards through the field, still waiting to drop another 40 seconds down through the field as well. Still in the top 10 momentarily, but maybe not much longer. Next car in queue is the negative delta by Simgear 81, the Ford Mustang with Johan Neshev at the wheel. Then Javi Sierra for Zenith Esports and their BMW. 5 seconds down the road. Be careful in these little trains and traffic. Lose a little bit too much time and suddenly you bridge the gap to those hunting you down. Shezza Esports ultra defensive right now though, and Danny Shivishabo, we've seen him be plenty quick in prototypes. That experience carries forward into GT3s as well. We'll know where to position the car, we'll know where he wants to be through traffic. And that's going to help as they start to catch some of the 992s in front of them, David. Especially around this part of the track where the power reduction on the Cup car is going to bring it closer to the GT3s.
Just looking at his line through turn 10 that time, he was up against the blue and white curbs the whole way through versus previously. Again, the difference is, you know, what the traffic is doing in front of you, how close they are.
Seems to be a bit of a split, by the way. 992. We've seen our leader come in after what was a 28-lap stint this time by. Ross O'Connor is still out there. Remember, he is on a double stinted set of tyres. But Taz Dellon should be about 30 seconds off and away for a no-tyre stop. And indeed, it seems as though that's the case once again. Beniti Racing breathe past the leader in 992 then, in this fight for 6th position in GT3. Cut back underneath the oval part of the track. Heading towards the slippery middle sector once again.
Is the road course a tunnel or is the oval a bridge?
I've never thought about it like that. Tunnel.
I'd never thought about it. Now I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to keep thinking about it. But the people of Mobility Resort Motegi won't have to worry about it for too much longer as they redevelop this facility.
Are they going to take down the oval?
Taking down part of the oval. I don't know what they're doing about the bridge/tunnel areas and/or situation. Except to say that Impulse Racing Ferrari has been very quick in this stint. There's a few times it's popped up as the fastest GT3 on any given lap. So getting through the traffic well, doing well in the clean air, spending a lot of time in the mid to low 49s, while the rest of the field are in the high 49s and 50s, and occasionally a little bit higher than that even when they catch traffic and or get stuck. So 57 making some moves across this stint, and you can see just getting ever closer to the back of Shezza and Beniti, who have been stuck behind that BMW for a lap or two.
I like your call out though of the speed, the ultimate speed that we're seeing from Beniti, because it's reflected from Tim Matska in second as well. He is pushing Sven Haase. They are amongst the quickest cars on the track consistently. Thomas Labudele is hunting them down. May actually be the quickest car when everything comes together for him in that BMW. Ross O'Connor in and out of pit lane in the Impulse Racing machine. Looks like another 2 tires for him. Maybe not a full tank of fuel. Meanwhile, getting slightly stuck now behind the Murmika Group M Ferrari. I think if I was Danny Shivishabo, I would love to be making my moves, and he might get a chance now as Jakub Stofko pulls to the side. BMW slips through the middle and in fact gets some breathing room. Beniti will have to lunge up the inside of the Ferrari, and they won't be able to do so. Looking in the rearview mirror now as Facundo Arago in the Impulse by TAM livery, number 57. Might try and take advantage up to turn one, get a good exit off the final corner, and you rob that opportunity, and that's exactly what the big green machine has done.
The worst kind of traffic when you're a GT3 is other GT3 cars. You've got no inherent advantages. You just got to flash the headlights, pray for a little bit of respect. Blue flags should mean that they are even more likely to get out of your way rather than just wait to be passed, as the 992 and GT4s are likely to do. So I think this battle mainly gets its way past those GT3s. Some pretty important pit stops out of 992 class at the moment as well.
Team Milikangas comes in for WSR Esports. Griffin Gardner's going to get into that Eclipse Sim Sports 992. He was in chat slightly earlier on, off the track there for the Amica Group M Esports machine as well, already running 21st in GT3. No ties for Milikangas. Off and away once more. It's going to mean that he departs in should be inside of the front five once everything is cycled through. About to reach the halfway mark of this season opener, 6 hours at Motegi, in a rather unique schedule for this championship. Trips to Aragon, Circuit of the Americas, Portimao and Adelaide all build us up, 6-hour races, to a 12-hour season finale at Silverstone. And I should correct something that I said slightly earlier. You are allowed one drop round this season. However, it can't be that last round. The last 12 hours will all be at play. And I have no doubt one of those drop rounds for many teams will likely be our trip to the streets of Adelaide. Back down to turn one, though, in this fight for sixth. Lap traffic out of the way, and Danny Chivichabo looking over his shoulder. Maniti's there. The Impulse Ferrari is there as well. Good exit out of turn two, carrying some decent mid-corner speed. The BMW's got enough of a straight line advantage to keep the Ferraris at bay into the braking zone at turn three, David.
Yeah, and then turn four, things open up a little bit. And they open up a little bit extra, even beyond how the racetrack opens up. You've got this braking zone for a corner, deceptively tight, deceptively long. More than the 90 degrees, almost a hairpin, but not quite. For every car, it's flat out here through turn 6, but you've got to set up for 7. Again, some stay to the left, some open up a little bit more. Turn 8, that's the sort of fast corner sequence of the track. Almost everything else is a bit more stop-start, like here, and to the turn 10 hairpin.
Listening. I mean, if there's any fuel saving, it's marginal. They are probably 9 laps away from the end of this race. End of this stint, definitely not the end of this race. Someone in that's Timo Hayden saying in chat, it's difficult to see in the live stream from the filter. I think that's the fog that we're seeing. Look at how the light is blooming over the hills and grandstands on the left side of the pit lane here.
Really, actually just naturally cinematic.
I mean, this is gorgeous. We're racing into the evening right now, though. I kind of forgot that, David. It is 6 p.m. virtual standard time right now.
You can see the light towers looking like giant trees in the infield, and I think eventually those will come on. The car headlights aren't on, except for a few that have fitted the permanent endurance lights, like on the Maniti Ferrari here. You can compare Maniti's Ferrari to Impulse. Impulse have got the regular lights installed, and it's the full endurance spec for Maniti.
Full endurance spec that I'd argue might be warranted once we head into the night here. Yes, there is some track lighting around the facility, but it's just by no means like running under a Formula One street circuit under the night lights that they have. It's going to be interesting what iRacing does at Daytona, because Daytona just announced that they're going to do this massive investment, add some LED signage around the track that I have no doubt will brighten up the atmosphere. Will iRacing be able to incorporate that into the platform as well? Will that change your experience of racing at night? Have to wait and see. Team Floral by...
I mean, they've run out of grass to pave.
That is true. Stop making me sad about that. Team Floral by Impulse, by the way, now that we've just made our way past them, they are up into the top 5 right now after qualifying down in 14th position. And maybe, you know, the Mustangs not being the preferred choice of car in GT4, and that team, that driver lineup is really proving a lot to us right now.
There'll always be positives and negatives at different tracks for different cars, and so no doubt when you pick your car, you're looking at the whole schedule. You're thinking there are some tracks with some longer straights, there are some street circuits to come, and the GT4 Mustangs, the Ford Tough, or whatever other trademarked phrase they use. So yeah, maybe you go, if we're in it for this 6-race haul and the many, many hours ahead of us, Motegi, we can do what we can, and then hopefully the car comes into its own later on thereafter.
I go back though to last year, Williams Sim Racing Academy making the switch to the Mustang, and well, unfortunately their title aspirations kind of died on that switch. Not necessarily have the pace to fight at the front of the field consistently, unfortunately. About to hit the halfway mark of this race though, and a 3-hour sprint to the end is what beckons for us. Sven Haas at the front of the GT3 field is keeping Impulse, Maniti rather, and Tim Matska at bay. BS Competition kind of closing in on second, but not closing in on the lead anymore. Still with a 10-second penalty though, that very close to being effectively negated. In this stint alone, Thomas Laboudelet has pulled a 7-second advantage over those World Sim Racing BMWs, David. He's done a great job in this opening stint for him.
Yes, he's been ripping along. I believe he served a 5-second penalty at the last stop, so as I subtract that from the rest of the pit stop time, they may have very slightly short-fueled that car. We know that they came in 1 lap previous to a lot of the other GT3s that they were racing, so they're trying to maximise on track. Got a couple of penalties to clear off at the next stop, but they're never serving the penalties earlier than they need to. That allows them to maintain track position, that allows them to maintain speed, and it'll come back to them eventually.
There's been quite a few penalties, but for the most part, the team's already further down the running order. Not too many penalties of consequence, and those are the ones that we've been keeping our eyes on, including for Enosis Esports, our pole sitters, for the start infringement. Ooh, up the inside, Porsche goes on one of the GT4s. Negative delta by simgear.gg. Johan Nescher follows through as well in a lumbering presence of the Ford Mustang. And again, another stark illustration of what modern sports car racing is. Courtesy of BOP, we have 2 very distinct body shapes, 2 very distinct engines, but equalized on performance enough that we can race them wheel to wheel. And the Porsche 911 against the Ford Mustang stay on track for the time being, although they are only a handful of laps away from entering into pit lane. Have seen some 992s and GT4s into pit lane in the last 5 laps or so. It's been a relatively quiet place overall.
You're talking about passing in GT3 being slightly challenging, and come to see, you know, Impulse here, they closed down a pretty big gap and then have got to the back of this group and sat there either stuck, but maybe not fuel saving, because that's what you were listening. Now they run wide out of 4. The only doing a little bit of gardening in Japan is called bonsai.
Very nicely done. Message, by the way, from the pole sitter, Oya Yugo. He was not aware that there was a penalty to serve. He's taken full responsibility for the jump start, which I love to see, by the way. But again, the holes in the Swiss cheese model, you can't serve a penalty that you weren't necessarily aware of. So I really feel for him and for the team. I think we'll see a bit more from them later on this season. Championship fight's not over at the end of the day, David. Maybe this is their drop round. Maybe they'll win the next 5 races in the season.
I love your optimism, because I've been the lead balloon. I've been the lead balloon trying to bring you down this whole time. You love it.
Hey, that's my truth serum, apparently, David. At least that's what they say. I have no actual honest-to-God explanation for why people give me answers on the IMSA pit lane, but if you ask questions with a smile and a bit of a positive attitude, it does help. So maybe there's that. Officially 3 hours complete, 3 to go. Arjuna Kankipati, David Haynes in the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth. We're waiting for this trio fighting for 6th position to give us a little bit of something, a sniff up the inside at turn 1 from the Motegi number 79, but Jezza Esports BMW has it covered. Got some 992 traffic to work past as well, all as our GT4 pit window opens up once again.
Core sim racing in there. It's Mike Palich. And also Byte Colino Pro. It's the 445. Now, this is one of the places I imagine that the GT3 cars are quicker than those Porsche Cup cars. The only sort of 3rd, 4th gear corners on the track. Used to be a case that the GT3 cars had a massive advantage in the braking zone, but that's kind of gone away a little bit.
Especially now that we can't take away ABS from these cars. There are certain series that restrict drivers to, in the real world, certain settings on the in-car electronics in this Porsche Cup car. Can't quite do that in the sim necessarily, at least just yet. Looking forward to being able to do that. Traffic extends the margins, though, very briefly between them, and so let's very quickly shift our attention back up the order to Thomas Laboudoulet, who only 1.2 seconds off of the back of Tim Matska in the 2nd place Motegi Racing number 78. But maybe more importantly, David, 9 seconds in front of those chasing him down. Thomas Laboudelet's almost managed to negate the impact of the 10-second penalty he's likely to serve in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, that's important, isn't it? And it's another one of those reasons why, even if that penalty had already been applied by the time of their last pit stop, that they've come to serve it at the next, as they've used this stint and the track position just extend a little bit further ahead rather than being mired in some of that traffic where progress has been difficult. You can get out front and run for Springsteen, then eventually come the tail end of the race you might have built up enough gaps, the field spreads a little bit further, you serve that penalty and it doesn't feel as costly, even if it's the same penalty. Serving it later in the race with a bit of field spread will help you spend less of the race mired in quicksand.
Ultimately all about track positioning as well, and so there are people on the pit wall that will be looking at the numbers and telling Thomas exactly what he needs to do. Looks like move has been made in the fight for 8th position. Negative delta by Simgear, slipping past our pole sitters Enosis Esports. I wonder, given the proximity of that Cup car to that fight, if it played its part as well. Pit stops
within half a tenth of setting a new fastest lap of the race last lap, by the way. So he got a clear bit of traffic. So no traffic, clear bit of track. Oh yeah, and then just did set the new fastest lap of the race. So the track temp's coming down. The fuel load's pretty low at the moment, and he got a look at a bit of clear racetrack, which is a challenge with 58 cars out there.
Seems like pretty good conditions for racing right now. Pit stops underway for the negative delta machine. 607 Racing's number 77. Lorenzo Castellani, he comes in too. From the lead of GT4, Garrett Higgins will come in. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Is it time for another driver change? Will Corentin Gunez get back into the car and run for another double stint before they do the same thing to the end? Looks as though it will be a driver change for them. And they have run an almost flawless race so far. After what was almost a flawless season for them last year, David, they just seem to be on full form in this GT4 machine.
Yeah, strong driver lineup, and now pit stop. Should be pretty similar for everyone in that 37 to 40 seconds, depending exactly how much fuel they need. Okay, slightly shorter, 37 seconds for Corentin Gunez.
Well, at least we don't have the need to go look at a pit stop table to figure out what the times will be for them like some series have. It's all just about figure out how much fuel they really will need to the end. Still plenty of dynamic elements on strategy. Mike Colino, 444. Ivan Lenderoso is now a full 10 seconds behind Mono Competition in what is second and third in class net as the pit stops cycle through. Mono Competition doing a decent job to try and hold Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC close at the front of the field, doing the best that they can. Another good lap from Tim Matska to back up the previous lap, although now into a bit of traffic once again. But the lead has come down to about 8.5 seconds. And that's our leader, Sven Haase, who's just gone through a big plume of gravel. The track is still busy. We've got 55 cars out there. It's a nervous time, I think, for lots of these teams as they try and push to get into the final 2 hours of the race.
That's what I worry about Adelaide, actually, is this many cars. I could see this class structure working with 35 cars, 40 cars there. This many is going to be interesting. That's actually not a big racetrack. What is it? Basically exactly 2 miles?
Sounds right.
I'm dizzy.
I don't disagree that we might see more of that at Adelaide, to be honest, especially at the curbs. Imagine what the curbs at the opening chicane will do to some of the cup cars if they launch into the air.
Well, for one, the slowdown from cutting that is ludicrous, but then the tyre bundle at the apex of one is immovable. So it is a rock and a hard place every single time you commit to the turn 1-2 chicane at the Adelaide Street Circuit. Turn 8 will be very fun there. Turn 9 hairpin, very entertaining, no doubt. The staircase section through 4, 5 and 6 might actually work pretty well for multi-class traffic. I could see GT3 cars staying one lane, GT4 staying the other, and sorting themselves out across a sequence of corners there.
And then we obviously have Silverstone, which, David, if I remember correctly, you were part of that broadcast for the 4 hours of Silverstone, that's SCO race about 4 years ago, where we saw plenty of moments with traffic. So as much as that's a place where I think it's not the most difficult of multi-class tracks to navigate around, drivers sometimes find themselves forcing the issue more than they should, I think, at Silverstone.
I think what Silverstone does for sports car racing is it actually keeps the GT3 pack very close, because you've got 4 long straights there, the Hamilton Straight, Front Straight, the Wellington Straight, Old Pit Straight and Hangar Straight. So then quite deep into the race you can have large packs of GT3 cars stuck together, and then they come across large packs of GT4 cars stuck together. And even though you've got all of these long straights where the faster cars should, be able to get by a few of the slower cars relatively easily, you keep having sort of 5 GT3 cars versus 5 GT4 cars, and then being very close to tangling over each other or switching from one side to the other as they go into some of the fast corners there and switchback sections.
Should be interesting, and a good place to end the season off as well, I think. Into pit lane for BS Plus in the number 89, Thomas Laboudele. I believe he is serving those 10 seconds right now, so we'll get a sense for where he feeds out relative to the World Sim Racing BMWs in a couple of laps or so. 10 seconds served, now hits his marks behind him. Already in pit lane for Team Floral by Impulse. Off and away goes Timo Hayden back into the car. And from wondering if there was a filter on our broadcast because it was difficult to see, well, now he gets that exact same view behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang GT4.
Certainly no filters on the commentary box. I say what I want and I'm a straight shooter.
Oh, I've definitely said my fair share of things that have got me into trouble. The reason I was laughing was we had an occasion a couple of months ago where me and Will Chadwick were bantering, and he may have accidentally said a word that he wasn't meant to. It happens. I don't think either of us have slipped up that way, David, but, you know, it happens.
No, I've got my work language and my pub language, and they're loaded into different cartridges.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Now, unfortunately, my cartridges are becoming increasingly mixed over because my brain spends too much time blending the two worlds together. But it's quite easy, I find, when the race starts, to keep all the terrible opinions that I have to myself so I don't get berated on social media. Grid and Go, our race leaders in, followed in. I'm in ET Racing as well. Sven Haase, his first stint in the race now done. Tim Matska's done an impressive job, as have the entire Maniti Racing team so far today. Tires and fuel at the same time, let's not forget. Just in front of them, that's the Enosis Esport crew, and I wonder, given that they've been sitting there for close to 70 seconds, if there's more than meets the eye.
Yeah, not clear on that. Looks like that's been time in their pit stall. Their car was down on the ground as well, so not taking the expected pit service, maybe post a penalty, as we might have thought so. And go back out. Gonna have just an awkward little lap or two with those tyres. You're always going to take new tyres when you can, but there is a little bit of cold tyre warm-up to go through, and frequently the way these stops are configured.
It's going to be really interesting, David, when we can make those adjustments and maybe require fuel and tyres to be done separately. The drivers are let to go for the double stint because they don't want to go through that warm-up phase of the cold tyres, right? So that's one of those extra elements to think about. The World Sim Racing Porsche, by the way, Timo Milikangas, slid through the bottom of turn 11, cost himself some ground, but was assertively holding on to track position amongst the GT3 car making its way through, because he's in a fight with Corrington Lassin in that blue Mercury Sport 932. The fight for second on the road right now. Both cars on the second half of a double stint on tyres. The cool conditions that we're seeing, David, meaning that these drivers have still got plenty of grip underneath them.
Tiny bit wide through 3 and 4. From WSR Esports, Blue McHugh are able to get a little bit closer, keep this pressure on for the position. Certainly moving around like those tyres are not brand new.
This is the part of the lap where I would want fresh tyres, don't want to defend if you don't have them, and Timo Milikangas slots back in behind the Blue Mercury Sport machine. They're now 24 seconds, though, adrift of our net race leaders. Remember, Impulse Racing on a different strategy. They're closing up to these two on a two-tyre pit stop last time around. And we'll wait until the next dive down through the pit lane as to when Grid and Go and Impulse find themselves equalized out once again 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Are these two fighting for the third and final step on the podium right now? It could very well be that way, I think, David.
Yeah, field spread in 992, a little more than it is in GT3, and as per usual though, GT3 is the class with the most cars. 24 versus 14 in this class and 20 in GT4. So fewer cars, you're going to experience a little bit more spread. You're missing some of those cars that would slot in between and fill the gaps. So yeah, the gap from Impulse to Carla to Eclipse sort of covers off being able to take tyres, these coming stops, and still look to be ahead, and then after that still contend for these sort of third, fourth positions. Impulse not closing as quickly as they might have liked though.
No, especially I think at this point with the tanks probably close to half empty. Pace differential
The headlights on? Headlights just came on?
definitely on. So
Lights just came on around the track as well. The light towers just came on.
6:40 p.m. virtual standard time is when we've hit this moment when the lights flick on. Pit stop for Fiercely Forward. Remember, they have been going uber long in their fuel stints. They're 6 laps in front of some of their competitors, just to illustrate how aggressive they have been going with the fuel saving. Back off of turn 10, power down in the Cup cars with the Corvette recovering from Vulcan Esports just behind them. They had a technical issue in the opening hour of the race. Had to do a driver change as a result of that. And it's not often that you'll see a start infringement penalty reverse, but they did get a penalty reverse because of that technical issue. They were flagged for not having accelerated, I think, at the appropriate speed. Hard to accelerate when your pedals aren't quite working, or when your steering wheel isn't quite working, like it kind of seemed there. Either that, or the monitor stopped working for Project 91.
Yeah, just came out of turn 5 and didn't stop turning. Out the wall. Odd. Let's see, does the wheel snap, which would be a disconnection, or does it just... No. I'd
That's
put
blindness.
that down a monitor. Yep.
That's temporary blindness, unfortunately. Not the first time we've seen technical issues today. Of course, Simify Esports in the Cup class are the ones that have lost out the most, I think, from that. The earliest retirements, I think, now joined, though, by the ERE Porsche Cayman. In fact, 3 other retirements in GT4 since that Simify Cup car retired. ERE, the Ermica Group M Academy 470 GT Unit.de 499, and I think our pole-sitting GT3 car, Enosis Esports, is now almost 7.5 minutes stationary in pit lane, likely to be day done for them as well. With 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go. To score points, you've got to reach the finish, and that's what everyone is still on track is hoping to do, including that Project 91 team, who will send Aaron Myers back out, and hopefully with a fully repaired race car. 07 Racing also trying to scramble and salvage some points in that class. A class in which Grid and Go continue to lead by some authority. Blue Mercure and WSR, while they've been fighting, Impulse behind them on their slightly fresher tyres have not been gaining. That's 2 consecutive laps, David, where these two have been able to put things together quite well.
Yeah, the lap times always ebb and flow amongst the traffic as well in 992 incredibly significantly based on GT3 cars lapping them, but them also catching GT4 cars. You're looking forward, you're looking backwards. You're rarely able to take your regular racing line when you want to. We're close to our weather forecast being able to see all the way to the checkered flag. It says 0% rain the whole time, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Hey.
Read your mind there. Yeah, no, I think this is a case of fortune for many of these teams that have been thinking strategically. Would not want those fuel numbers to be affected at this point in the race, I think. Speaking of endurance racing spirit, let's celebrate what we can for Falcon Sim Racing. Sterling opening 2.5 hours, taken out from the lead of this race, no fault of their own. James Bowlby's back in pit lane, doing a full service. They're just trying to get some points at the end of the day, David. That's all they can really do right now.
Yeah, which reminded me to take a look at what's going on for that number 9 Enosis, and they've been on the pit lane for 10 minutes. Don't know if their drivers have remained connected. So they might be one of the cars that doesn't continue, but Falcon Sim Racing may.
I think you were right to question if the number 9 drivers are still around. I think they have all departed, so that is a DNF confirmed. Team Racing, the number 42, 2 wheels in the grass. That's going to slow some of its momentum down, exiting turn 4. It's a tight right-hander at turn 5 coming up, slightly cambered in as you get down to the inside apex curve, but then cut underneath the bridge tunnel, whatever you want to call it, that links the oval and the road course together and back into this middle sector. Remember, Fiercely Forward will be very much focused here on fuel saving. Only 2 laps out of pit lane. The tires will be up to temperature. Oh, but Felipe Cabrera Loyola had 2 thoughts. One to save fuel, one to defend. That defensive thought came in late, but he's still on the inside up to turn 10. I think if I'm fuel saving, I want to sit behind these 2. Let Solpec Precision Racing slip through too. Garrett Berry's there to pounce in 13th spot. Down the hill they'll go once again. Fiercely Forward, hold the inside.
Almost 3 lanes in action. You got to be careful in Solpec's position, and they were. Just hang back and then cut underneath. Now try to follow the other BMW. I think you can go around the outside of the fast corners to have the inside of the slow final corner, and that'll just about sort it. Racing lose 2 spots in the lap. Used to give up so easily on that. That's positive for Solpec, and
Solpec
sorted itself all out and tied a bow on it.
The Solpec team is out of position, I think, relative to where they would want to be. Another one that qualified down outside of the top 15. And a penalty early doors for Garrett Berry as well in his opening laps of the race did not help out the effort as well. Effectively now, with the last remaining bits of sunshine still sprinkling their way through, we are heading into the throes of the darkness and the limited track lighting around this facility not being aided by the high humidity and fog that has laid itself around the track as well. Sven Haase leads by 7.5 seconds from Motegi Racing. It's Grid and Go that hold on to the overall lead of this race. BS Plus Competition sit third after a 10-second penalty was served. A slight underfuel of the car as well, but track position in front of the pair of World Sim Racing BMWs, 4th and 5th respectively. Cheza Esports 6th on the road in front of the second Motegi Ferrari, with Impulse halting them down. 07 Racing, negative delta by simgear.gg, top 10 in GT3. In the Cup class, it's Grid and Go, our defending champions, that lead there as well. The 22-second advantage over Blue Mercure Esports, having made their way past World Sim Racing's 920. Impulse Racing on their Contra strategy are in 4th, while Carlar Esports still recovering from the early penalty for the jump start. Eclipse Sim Sports 6th, XPD Racing 7th, Pole Promotions Esports 8th, with Altitude Frame and Fiercely Forward the top 10 in 992. Solpec Precision, by the way, pick their way in front of Felipe Loyola. And now sit 11th in this little pack that we've been keeping our eyes on. Last but not least, quick update on GT4, where Team 75 Bernard by SimRC continue to lead by about 12 seconds over mono competitions. Like Colino, third on the road for Octavio Rondoletto, with Core Sim Racing and Tom Kunath behind. The best of the Ford Mustangs, fifth for Team Floral by Impulse, with Team Checkmate sixth and seventh, XPD behind them, Impulse and Fury, the top 10. Remember, just one Ford Mustang in the top 10 in a sea of Porsche Caymans. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of David Haynes in the broadcast booth. And Felipe Cabrera Loyola, David, has really been caught between the fuel-saving mind and holding on to track position as he sits 12th currently.
Well, it's been a good couple of laps for Solpec, though, because they've made the two positions that they were after. When we've seen passing be challenging, particularly if the other car is very willing to defend it. Solpec are willing to move across to the other side of the road there to try to break the toe, so they feel it might be pretty powerful down that back straight past the support paddock of the west pits, east pits, I don't know. I haven't looked at a map of this place recently.
I think the start-finish line runs west to east, if I remember correctly. I'm not very confident in my answer, though, if you can also tell that. So, wait to see if we can get actual confirmation. That BMW, again, I think don't need to defend too hard here. If you're doing 25 lap stints, you're cutting out potentially a pit stop, I think, here. Paolo Rettig, Team Racing. Ferrari not alongside into the braking zone of turn 5 and once more hold station. You can see the different runs through the corner as well. The BMW looking to pick up the power earlier after coasting into the corner. Someone in chat says the downhill straight is east, so I guess they mean runs from west to east.
I mean, I just looked it up now. So
okay.
Yeah, that's the east paddock over here, and the main one in the infield is the west paddock. And I always love looking around Google Maps near a racetrack, because you always find interesting things like the Gran Turismo Cafe.
Or the Honda Collection Hall. The giant fling squirrel is also something that I've just found. The zipline of Forest. It's got 4.5 stars out of 2 reviews.
And apparently, like, Japanese Google reviews can be quite critical sometimes. So I think that's incredibly positive.
Carlos Rettig doesn't want the zip line through the forest. Instead, is going to fling himself up the inside at turn 1. That fiercely forward BMW finally concedes and slots back in. Now 18 seconds to the next car that will want to make a move. So doesn't have to worry too much. Yeah, all sorts of unique details around Motegi now that I'm looking at the Google Maps. There's a soba noodle shop about 10 minutes away that I think maybe has to become part of a trip to Motegi for anybody.
So the Google reviews of the government offices in Japan, always amazing. Think the Japanese equivalent of whoever does your driver's licenses. And all the reviews are delicious. As delicious as those soba noodles, no doubt. Ooh. How old were the tyres on the 920?
Past their sell-by date, that's for sure. I think Milan Kangas was in the second of his double stints, but because they've been doing 2 tyre stops, what I think really we're talking about is an offset, David. They're probably changing right sides on one pit stop, left sides, I would guess, on the next pit stop, and then just vice versa, switching that back and forth potentially.
Because in past, 2 tyres on these Cup cars meant rear tyres quite commonly. Now, if you went to a track with a very noticeable clockwise or anti-clockwise element, I don't doubt it. I suspect the tyre wear front to rear may have equalised a little bit compared to the older Cup cars and the ABS-less Cup cars.
That's a good point. I guess.
But if you knew you were going to go into the race and take some 2-tyre stops and put fresh rear tyres on, you'd then also set up your car with, you know, stiff rear ARBs and, you know, less downforce and such things, and go, yeah, we're going to be fast and a bit loose and chew up the rear tyres, but we are going to make some rear tyre only stops.
Well, I guess if it's rears versus fronts, then they aren't changing one of them right now, because what we haven't seen too many full services. I think 2 teams have done full services today, and everyone else has been doing this rotating 2-tyre, no-tyre pit stop gambit. So I'm very interested. I love the different strategies that we're seeing in Cup class, and maybe the teams and drivers can shed some light on A, what they are doing, but B, the difference with the previous Cup car, and if you are seeing maybe differences with the extra downforce that now we're seeing. Lap times, as you mentioned earlier at one point, David, I mean, the fastest lap time of a GT3 is a 1:48.6. Fastest 992 is a 150 or a low 154. So we're only talking about a second or 2 difference maximum performance delta. And once you factor in traffic, they aren't really too different. So it's been a very interesting balance of traffic management for them. Fight, by the way, at the very tail end of GT4. Sheza Esports, Balint Pala, and Wizards Esports, 16th and 17th in GT4.
You'll always love seeing this Sheza Esports livery. It's gorgeous, but kind of looking like pottery and ceramic. It almost makes the cars look a little more fragile.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I just saw a message from Race Control, David, and so you might have said something very, very salient and factually important. But we've had a team that got hit in the penalty box, and I think that is why Enosis Sim Racing are no longer in this race. So we'll see if our poor producer Hugo can go back and spin up a replay here. But from the race control sheet, it sounds like Enosis were parked up serving their 40-second penalty, as we knew they had to do, and Zenith Esports runs into them in the penalty box. And we've said it before in the booth, it's possible, and teams had to be aware of it.
Didn't happen in past at Monza. And I wait to see what this looks like, and the taste and the smell of it. But all the times I've seen this happen before, it's looked very lazy and distracted from the other car to just drive straight into a parked car. So if this looks different to that, I'll be interested to see.
Giving the benefit of the doubt, as you should, until we have seen the alleged contact. I say alleged. It can't be alleged anymore if Race Control has penalized them for it. Let's see here. So, oh no. So they're both serving, oh, it's the Swiss cheese model that's come together here. Both of them are serving penalties. Zenith is serving their shorter penalty, I would assume. And they're going to fire off and away, not realizing that Gnosis is still sitting there, and bang, there you go.
It looks like exactly what I thought it was going to look like. Just driving into a car that was stationary and not obscured visually in any way at all.
Yeah, that one's pretty rough. The one at Monza that you brought up, I remember that. And there's a little more, you know, I don't want to say forgiveness to that incident because that's maybe the wrong word, but you can understand because the penalty box there is basically right at pit entry, and you know you can maybe come to some assumptions about ways in which that can go wrong. However, this was, like you said, a little bit lazy and no fault of Inosis's, although many will say, and I think correctly, that if they had served the penalty correctly the first time, wouldn't have been in that position, although that's a dangerous road to end up going down, isn't it?
Zenith is, of course, a high point, and what we just saw was a low point.
Sorry, I'm just Googling what is the opposite of Zenith. A nadir, I didn't know that actually, going back to my college days. Lights flash, by the way, increasingly becoming more easy to spot now that the drivers are more reliant on the headlights. Yes, there's some track lighting, but by no means is it the majority of the lighting these drivers are reliant on. 24 minutes until the top of the hour. We'll have a change in our broadcast team, both comms-wise and our production team, so don't go anywhere if you're watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube. Ross O'Connor is closed up, though, with the slightly fresher rubber. Only a couple of laps away, though, from both of them cycling back down to pit lane. Ross O'Connor will be off onto what will be the second part of the double stint, although maybe owes us a driver change as well. On lap 115 is Ross right now. Last time another driver was at the wheel of this car, David, was lap number 28.
If you go on the Ferrari configurator, I think you can select your paint color as Ross O'Connor.
Nice. But that needs to be a more beautiful shade of red, Impulse Racing, if you are listening. Off the corner, going to try now and maximize the exit out of turn 10 here as you swing down the hill. The GT3 car in a vulnerable position, actually. We've seen them be pushed off the track on a couple of occasions. Almost happened there as well. But as the lights flash and everyone abuses the headlight button, a GT4 car is trying to hunker down and stay to driver's left. No chance of Ross O'Connor to slip through up the inside, down the braking zone, just always with the track falling away from you. That's an optimistic move. And then we haven't ridden on board through the final corner too much, and we didn't there as well because our producer Hugo decided to click the button at the wrong time. But you would have gotten a great impression there, David, of what you had mentioned earlier, of the different lines that you can take coming onto this pit straight.
Yeah, and I've tried a couple of different ones, and none of them seem right. Whatever you do, someone else always goes quicker doing something else, it seems, but you can really take an extra length on the way in to really get this exit right. Just a decent number of lights around. It's not, you know, there's other tracks with more, there's other tracks with brighter, but they are the whole way round.
Big slip off the corner for Corentin Lassine. Sorry, David. I think he's really struggling at the end of this run on tyres right now, and 27 laps. You could come in on this lap if you wanted to, but probably a lap or two longer for Blue Mercury Esports. But finally, Impulse Racing cracked the top two once again, and our two different strategies are about to converge once we cycle through pit lane.
Lots of other cars from this class in the lane right now. As you see, XBD Racing, pole promotion, these two soon.
I've got to say, just visually, what a contrast from where we started this race off. Just you called it cinematic earlier, but the atmosphere with that humidity, that fog that's been lurking in the air, it's been a great race. First time 24-hour series esports has come here to what is Mobility Resort Motegi. It's not Twin Ring as much as some of the signage still says that. But
the number of times that the iRacing UI is the first time I learned that a circuit has a new name or logo is outrageous.
Yeah. Well, the age-old question as well is sometimes, corner names. And maybe not at this track in particular because they've all just got numbers, but Spa is the one that I'm always going to think about, right? Because there's about 4 corners there where I can name 3 different names for them, and different people are going to shout at me for saying each of those different names.
I'll stick with the old ones, that's me. But yeah, Suzuka has a new logo. Hungaroring has a new logo. Obviously, when Twin Ring Motegi became Mobility Resort Motegi, I first learned about it by seeing it in the iRacing UI.
Me too. I did a broadcast and went, wait, it's what now? Okay, write that down so I don't forget it. Team Floral by Impulse, front of this shot, by the way, still continuing to sit 5th in GT4. If that car ends up in the championship fight, which with the driver lineup you can't doubt, this might be the race in which we say they really had to drag their way into that fight. From the lead of 992, here comes Grid and Go, our defending champions. Ganoso Tazdelan's going to jump out. Adrian Greika's going to get back in.
And they've got a pit stall that's pretty close to the pit entry, so it didn't take them long to get service underway. Fueling happens now, and then after the fueling is when they decide to not take tyres, take 2 tyres, take 4 tyres, whatever the case may be. Same for second and third in class. We're coming in behind them, getting a driver change at Blue Mercure. Impulse actually stay out. It's Blue Mercure who come in.
You know what I'm just wondering though? What happens if... So, just waiting for the seconds to tick away here. It's 50 seconds and counting so far. So expected to drop off the jacks momentarily, yeah. Was that enough time to change 4 tyres?
No.
Because I would argue that a motivated pit crew, with the right number of people allowed over the wall, could. I just don't feel confident here, David, in telling you that they're doing 55 seconds, 30 seconds, 55 seconds, 30 seconds. Because something seems off to me there if we're saying they're only changing 2 tyres every other pit stop.
I think that's 4 for Grid and Go, so the comparison is...
So that is 4, 55 seconds is 4.
35 fuel only, 47 2, 56 4. That's a lot of numbers. That makes sense to me because I'm looking at the timing screen and hopefully sounded right.
Yeah, so maybe 55 is 4 tyres, actually, in which case it's a much more boring strategy, actually, but it's still interesting, don't get me wrong. Still interesting, just not as fun as we were trying to postulate.
Here's where they come out, needing to mind their mirrors with the GT3 battle. Always willing to send a dive bomb.
Okay, just to confirm, by the way, because Daniel Ferguson, team manager at World Sim Racing, shot me a message as this GT3 fight continues in the night. 55 seconds is only 2 tyres, David, so there's no way that Grid and Go have done 4 tyres in that pit stop. Still doesn't make us any the wiser as to what's actually happening on strategy, but at least it answers a little bit of the question.
iRacing give us that, not only select, fuel and tyres together or separate, but how many rattle guns you get.
Oh, now that... See, if we're going to that level of customization, then I start wondering BOP-wise, because... Well, when I was at Laguna Seca a couple of weeks ago, Sean Heckman, Dinner with Racers podcast host, but also strategist with all sorts of teams, including Conquest Racing, he told me that one of the things that they were having to think about was that because the Ferrari has a bigger tank, it has a larger hole effectively to put more fuel in, but as part of that they also have a shorter fuel hose. So the driver has to hit their marks, and they're penalized more for being off their marks, because if the driver has to get it into gear, reverse, back up, blah, 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 those are crucial seconds, right, David? All of these things are factors that I really want to bring into the world of sim racing. And drivers are probably sitting there going, no, Arjuna, can you not?
I thought you were going to say one of my favourite fun facts, which is across different GT3 models, some of them the wheel nut is captive to the rim, and on others the wheel guns are magnetic and pick up the nut and put it on a different rim.
Well,
and that affects what dance you can do.
And then you've got the ones that light up like Acura Meyer shank have. There's all sorts of fun things that you can do. Fun fight in GT3 Cup class, by the way, where Altitude Freem Esports, was a pit stop, but Aaron Jones has got tyres already warmed and a lighter car than Maxence Cadino and Hendrik Augustin. Hendrik Augustin has been out there for 3 laps already as well, so he is well and truly in the window right now. Set the pace to put it on pole, jump the start, pushed out wide now in this fight as Aaron Jones holds on to the track position. He's not coming down to pit lane for another 5 laps or so, though, so he's not going to be willing to concede his track position so easily. Let's wait and see now if Gadino's going to be able to break away and drop Carlar from being a part of this conversation up towards the front of the field. Back up to the front, by the way, to see the gap between Sven Haase and Tim Matska. Back and forth they go. At one point down to 5 seconds, now back up to 7 seconds. It's a ding-dong fight all the way to the end.
Again, it seems GT3 is incredibly affected by traffic and when and where they catch them. Particularly here, not that much quicker than the 992 cars. Can get stuck behind one of them for half a lap if you lose your momentum and your run up and need to build up a head of steam again. So that's playing a big role in GT3.
World Sim Racing into pit lane. See what their pit stop time is going to be. Daniel Ferguson, after sending us those messages, jumping back into the car. That was a bit physical from one of our BMWs to push its way through on one of the GT4 machines just behind this battle, but as Hendrik Augustin finally is able to confirm the position in his hands, slots in front of Aaron Jones for Altitude Freem Esports. In the thick of this fighting. 58 starters now down to seemingly 51 runners. 3 retirements in GT3, including now the Falcon Sim Racing team, giving up their hopes of salvaging any points. 3 in GT4, and the sole retirement in the 992 class. I'm going to have to read through my entire conversation with Daniel Ferguson again, because he has confused me more than I was confused to start the conversation off, if I'm honest, David.
How about you look at the last pit stop for the 912?
The 912. A 1-minute pit stop. What did you read from that?
So I see a minute 11, and that would be 4 tyres if 55 is 2. Ish.
The 912, I think, did just serve a 5-second penalty as well, though. So I'm wondering if that ends up factoring into their pit lane time, which is significantly longer than I would have expected it to be, actually, from where it should be. Fascinating race. Fascinating race. Very clean race as well, I think, for the most part. As much as, yes, we lost our leading GT3, no fault of James Balmy's fault when he left pit lane and encountered a cup car that span around in the middle of the track. Seen some good racing as well. After this, I think Aragon is going to be interesting, David, because the gap between the opening rounds of the championship it spans an iRacing build as well, so it'll give the opportunity for the drivers to dive into whatever changes end up happening, and then after that, I'm pretty sure the next 4 rounds of the season are all on the same build, so that will be our benchmark to move forward from.
Realized in my head I had Aragon mixed up with one of the newer French tracks. Lebanon, maybe. Which I'm not particularly familiar with, but then I've looked at this and gone, actually, I'm way more familiar with Aragon than I thought. So yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, Aragon, you might have played on iRacing Arcade, potentially. One of the tracks featured there. 6 hours.
Or a Skip Barber League race there, that was fun.
That really does actually sound fun, because you've got all sorts of layouts there that you could use for the Skip Barber. That will be on the 5th of July, by the way, so during July 4th weekend for those in the US. Quick opportunity to escape the festivities and go racing on the Sunday. Then the 9th of August for our race at the Circuit of the Americas. That will see us at the halfway mark of the season before 6th of September at Portimao, 4th of October on the streets of Adelaide, and then 31st of October we wrap things up with our 12-hour season finale at Silverstone. This 992 fight interrupted by the fiercely forward BMW slipping up the inside down at turn 9. We're entering into the GT3 pit window. Thomas Laboudele into the pit lane in a very impressive couple of stints from him in that car, charging up to 3rd on the road.
Yeah, and hopefully no penalty to serve this time, so they should shake out, still in contention for that podium spot, and then only need to do a little bit more to then fight for second place. First and second being very quick as well. Rittengo leading from Manidi Racing Green.
We had a good chat.
Right leader about 4 laps away from their next pit stop.
Had a good chat, David, with Andy Shield in the opening hour of the race, and I did put the question to him, 4 classes of competition. We've seen TCR in the past in this championship, not since it was revived last year, although obviously TCR has not maybe been the most popular of classes in the last handful of years, but what will your thoughts be? Would you like to see a 4th class, whether it's TCR or maybe that new BMW M2 that I saw announced to be coming to iRacing in this brand new build?
Well, I think as a standalone, TCR on iRacing has found a few more supporters, a bit more love, and the new Audi and the various updates there have been very, very positively well received. I think when you've got 4 classes, whatever the class is that's at the bottom of that pile is going to feel like a little bit of a punching bag. So I think even if people liked the TCR cars, liked them in endurance racing, they might not like them as the 4th of 4 classes in a multi-class format.
But even if it's not TCR, GT4 pit stops, by the way, beginning as well. Do you think there is space for 4 classes of competition? Because I'm watching this traffic right now and I'm thinking, how much more crazy would it be if you added that BMW M2 in the mix, which isn't that unrealistic when you look at the class makeup of a Creventic championship in the real world, where they mix and match across sports cars of various sizes and speeds as well.
Yes, I say we add the LMP3, the new M2 Racing, and the GR86.
All in one combined class as well, just to make it even more interesting as well.
How much are we going to have to bop that M2 to be in the same class as the GR86?
Ooh, well now you can add power, so it might not be so bad, but that's a good question actually, and maybe throw in the MX-5 as well for a production car-based class. I know there'll be some fans of that idea.
Spec Racer Ford, remember that used to get so much love. Let's bring that back.
Yeah, you know what? I am on board with that. Or Skip Barber, one of the two. Because those were two things, David, that go back 6 years on Racespot, and we had some great series racing the both of them.
If you want to buy a Skip Barber Formula RT 2000, there were a lot being cleared a little while back.
The stock was being handed out effectively at dirt cheap prices, is what I'm hearing. It'll be fun.
Pictures of the auction lots were very, very interesting. Just like 20 stripped chassis in a warehouse, dust on them, lying up against a wall. It looked like a serial killer had been stalking them.
I'm gonna have to go look up some of those photos. The fight for third in the 992 class, Max Scadino, Hendrik Augustin. They've got 2.5 seconds in front of Daniel Ferguson in that World Sim Racing 920. Although there is a 3-lap delta between Blue Mercure and WSR as to their last pit stops. A 5-lap delta to Carl R Esports, who pitted first amongst the leading 5 in class. So a slight offset for them as we reach into the final third of this race. For those watching on YouTube and Twitch, we're going to have a slight switch in our commentary and production teams in a couple of moments' time. Don't worry, nothing's going to stop. We'll be glued to the action as we ride on board with one of these machines, and maybe an opportunity for some of the fans to let us know who you're cheering for, because maybe we'll ride on board with your driver for a couple of laps or so. It's only a handful of battles still brewing on track right now, David, as well, now that we've dived into the night well and truly, and I feel like the field has, for the most part, found its space out on track.
If you've got a car, you should get your car serviced, and if you've got fans, you should give some fan service.
That is kind of what Formula E is doing with fan boost, or had been doing with fan boost and stuff like that. Imagine doing that in sim racing. Give a temporary 2-lap advantage to one of the teams to go and cut the track.
You and I have seen enough races that effectively have that.
It's true. It's true.
Whatever the opposite of fan boost is, it was sort of fan punishment.
Sometimes some of the fan votes that we have in sim racing with track selection feels like a punishment for the drivers. They then have to go and race at those tracks that get picked. In and out of pit lane, by the way, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Such a lead in GT4 that the only car that they gave up a position to was the mono competition TS SimShop 410, the car that's been sitting second for most of the day. At least right now, I feel like our class is in relative lockstep right now, where all of our leaders running to the pace of those hunting them down, and that includes, David, in 992, where the last pit stop sequence, Adrian Greiker, Luke Wallace, Impulse Racing and Grid and Go back on the same strategy to the checkered flag.
Yeah, pretty close. Impulse and Blue Mercure once again. We look at Blue Mercure colour just behind them. Impulse just out front as we go past the GT4 traffic. Relatively easily managed, but now side by side at the hairpin. Which way to go? You've got to be cautious. Ricardo's on top.
What a moment that was as well. Either side of the traffic, they will split. Which one will be Hakkinen? Which one will be Schumacher? The inside for Hendrik Augustin, so he'll play the part of Mika Hakkinen. Slots in front and grabs what is now a podium spot, let's not forget. Cost themselves 20 seconds by jumping the start, but they've been able to put that one behind them to the best of their ability. Only a couple of cars now in front of them with 2 hours and 1 minute to go. Our Junior Kanki Party, David Haynes in the Racespot TV broadcast booth, but time for us to dive on board for a Racespot fan immersion. Let's ride with Maxence Godino. Now having been passed by Hendrik Augustin, can Blue Mercury Esports fight their way forward? You're watching the 24-hour series Esports Championship. 4 hours complete and the 6 hours of Motegi. 2 hours left to go.
One hour, 57 minutes and a half left to go out there in racing action from this opening round of the 24-hour series Esports Championship. This 6 hours of Motegi will look to try and prove itself to be a great battleground. I'm Jake Sperry. David Haynes has stayed along with us for the ride as we make the road to home, but it is very much now starting to set itself out as a race where there's a bit of elongation to it, and drivers are now going to have to start proving that they can hunt down the gaps that are there and available to them. David, critical is this, because this was WSR Esports as they were looking around out there, getting themselves out of the pits and trying to keep themselves away from trouble. Ultimately, they've made their stop, but they've got damage now to the front right now of their BMW. So that's going to make life a little bit difficult for them. They were caught out in an incident through turn number one, which saw 3 or 4 cars together out there in trouble, and another bit of trouble out there for the Caesar Esports 26 out there. So Mate Varga, oh, don't reverse onto the racing circuit.
Almost a little bit of friendly fire as they tried to pass their GT4 teammates in that particular moment. And a spin for the 20 going off track in turn 2.
Yeah, that's Lucas Lindqvist then, who found out how difficult turn 1 and 2 can be out there at Motegi, because they do count them that first corner right. That is 2 corners out there as you apex in. Here as we watch Burosud and Maniti, that's 1. And there's the second corner, that's 2. So ultimately, Ryan van der Grij currently behind Thomas Leboutelet, who has gone and seen that position go through, has been very comfortable in the fact that they are very much in this race here with Grid and Go.com esports here, with Alessandro Quintalle currently piloting the number 1 out there. And I look at a very empty pit lane with the driver changes. In comes Rodrigo Mies into the car, facing forward pink, getting the Chileans then to swap.
And what's been a string of 26 lap stints becomes just 25 this one. So their continuous extension comes to an end. They'll still be one of the last cars to pit in the cycle, but aren't continuing to extend it. And you can see how dark it's become. Lights on all around the circuit. Track getting even colder, and that's why you've seen some of these issues from the cars on their brand new sets of tyres, just thinking that they'll warm up a little quicker than they are.
Yeah, battle under the oval banking, which isn't run anymore. It's Philip Oldak here for Impulse Racing by TAM, livery 57. Looking for a way by Tim Kern here at Maniti Racing Red, the 79 that wants to try and find this pass and or find themselves away from this pass at the moment. But it's very clear that they've got a battle on their hands, and not just a battle, it's a battle of the same manufacturer out there. Those Ferrari 296s going out there together and trying to prove that they've got what it takes to really push on forward then on this straight. And I think now you get yourself the sense of this is one of the great places to make the pass, down the hill into a right, and it's like jumping off the edge of a cliff trying to make sure you hit the brakes there. And there aren't many corners that would give me fear as a racing driver out there, David. That would be one of them.
It is such a long braking zone because it's fast and it's downhill for a tight corner. It's got to be one of the biggest braking zones on the lap. Certainly from the front straight into turn 1, not as much of a braking zone because you're able to carry more speed through here. Now the big stops on the track are into turn 5 and into turn 9, but those are flat or almost uphill, not downhill like that braking zone into 11 is. And while they're both Ferraris, key setup difference right here, Jake, is that Maniti have gone and installed more light bulbs with their endurance lights.
Right, and so in that regard, there you can see the bar lights that are on, and here's the lunge. Oh, it's going to be Oldak down the inside. Tim Kern has to leave the door open. Would you understand that with maybe a few less endurance lights on it, they'd have maybe slightly less way to go about it, or does Tim Kern have a sneaky way of seeing a way back forward to that next position? Looks like the answer's no.
Depends if you believe that aura adds pace, because I think extra lights adds extra aura. Well, yeah, then I think Maniti have gone the right way. But certainly Impulse have been very quick across the last hour or two. Found it difficult to make moves in traffic. Maybe that's their Achilles heel a little bit as far as their driving style and their setup. But when they get past and they got a little bit of clean track, look for some fast lap times from them. At the moment, last lap, PS Competition were the fastest car in GT3. Impulse could change that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really, really critical then as far as they're looking to change as it goes. But look at this push then through the final sector. You just have to be absolutely switched on. Left, then this hard right to end the lap. Then and charge. This, of course, is part of the Mobility Land Resort, which is run by Honda out there. And, of course, Honda, as far as they have gone around and dealt with this circuit, they do a lot of their testing of their machinery because they've got the plant not a million miles away. Another company that has a plant actually in Tochigi, where this Mobility Land Resort Motegi sits, is Nissan. They do a lot of their engine development actually out of Tochigi, and they put the effort that goes on in. And why we don't see from the Japanese engines so to speak, David. The level of brake horsepower that we see, say, from the American engines out there is the Japanese gentleman's agreement that we're not going to make an engine that outpowers or outclasses anybody else in the nation of Japan. I think that's a really cool agreement that they've all sat down on, because instead of say, oh, we're just going to make an engine with 600 brake horsepower that goes through, they try and improve and create the best engines possible with the range of about 280 to 300 brake horsepower.
Yeah, I think the gentleman's agreement as it existed in the 90s didn't last out of the 90s, but there certainly was a time where a lot of Japanese sports cars were rated as 276 brake horsepower, and they might have been making a little bit more than that. They weren't officially marketed as having more than that. Certainly Mazda RX-7s of the FD generation, a little bit more than that.
Top and bottom then, your battle on for 6th in GT3. On the bottom, it is Mate Mihailades then for Caesar Esports, who wants to try and get by Dominik Lewinsky here for Wizard. So Lewinsky here holding steady at this point, and this would be for the second to last cars in the field still running at this point. The last car is currently the Baikalino Pro team with Lautaro Gayoso, the Argentine, there behind the wheel. So a lot to deal with, and look at how busy all of a sudden it's getting up in GT3. Look at that through 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's the 3rd and 4th place battle in 992 versus this emerging battle in GT3 of 6th and 7th. So you get 2 cars battling in one class come across 2 cars battling in the other, and the pace is so similar between GT3 and 992 as well, as we've highlighted, gone on about, and probably will go on about for the whole rest of the season as well. And then just up the road from them, the teammates now aligned. WSR Esports, it looks like Esports Red has been catching black.
0.8 of a second on that last lap, and that's not just I've hit a little bit of traffic wrong. I think that's still the damage that's scraped across the front then of the number 23. So Lindqvist then is going to get the easy pass out there. Multi-20, Seb, do you copy?
Yeah, well, put your money on red or black. It's like a bit of a roulette wheel for WSR Esports, who are going to try to maximise their team result to kick off this season. It's a clean slate, so I think you can do this. Whichever cars you go faster, let them have this, and then you can figure out the rest of the season if you want to manage points or positions for someone else, or muster your resources one way.
Absolutely. You've got to make sure that the best car has got the best chance of result, and if there is any damage on there, then you're going to have to be very, very told about it. You can see the grille slightly dented in there on the number 23 WSR Esports Black car out there with Kamil Grabowski. So I would turn around and look at that and say, this might be a tough day at the office. They might be looking at defending here against Impulse and Maniti, and potentially even Caesar Esports out there to the end of the race. Eddie Beswick then in the 992 out there right now. He's in a bit of a scrap at the moment, because he is looking behind is the Aussie Ivan Vargas for XPD Racing Sim Lab. This into turn number 3. I love what Eclipse Sim Sport are doing. They've got a number of very quick drivers out there, very close-knit team together, aren't afraid to mix it with the big boys. I think the only issue that they've run into is every time they have hit a major event out there, it's sort of been a false start every time they've tried to go. Really good in Australasia. They are one of the premier teams out there in the Motor Racing Pro Invitational, which is Australia's Porsche 992 League. But at the moment, Beswick, who doesn't run in that, is looking around at XPD going, I'm going to have to do a bit of defensive work here.
Yes, indeed. Griffin Gardner's the driver of this 3-driver lineup who's done the least laps. 3 drivers feels maybe a little overkill for this 6-hour race, but come a 12-hour race, that's how many you're going to want.
Ivan just says, move out of my way. I'm lunging down the inside, and not really much more that can be said about that, except, wow, what an amazing move then that has set that apart. So I would say I'd be very happy with a pass like that is put through from the 935, who will be looking around, which looks very much like they want to be moving up the order, and they want to be gaining as many places as they can over the course of this one. As far as their team has been, they've also had the Andorran Daniel Consuegra in the car with them, so they've been pushing. But Wizards, they have lost the place. So Motegi has found the move. God, that was very much a case of I am going to get very, very close to it, and as close as possible without going over. Basically tried to price his right the overtake.
Yes, and this is the Shezza Esports GT4 that I think the GT3 car had to avoid. So it has been high drama for this Mustang GT4. Less fragile than the artwork would suggest.
It is such a pretty livery, though, and it goes down. I think it's a really wonderful team, Shezza Esports. It's the team that represents for the University of Győr out there in Hungary, and it is full of some incredible sim racers out there. There is the 07 Racing X Rhino Power 907 coming out of pits, and is going to be behind Team Purple Sector out there with Koman Mihai, who is the Romanian driving there for Purple Sector. But 07 Racing, Alex Cowan, 07, another one of these Italian teams starting to make a little bit of noise and trying to make a little bit of progress. We keep an eye out on them from time to time. They are starting to make themselves known in many of the endurance circles.
Just keeping my eye across the penalty sheet to see if anything particularly interesting is coming across. The only interesting thing is a 140-second penalty for the Zenith number 73 making contact in the penalty box, a replay that we saw earlier, and was honestly rather brutally painful to watch. And I think 140-second penalty about fits.
Well, you turn around, David, you look at something like that, a hit in the penalty box is pretty brutal in and of itself, and that is going to be a case of I want to push down the inside, and that was just enough clearance there to say, right, I've got to get away from Eddie Beswick, and I'm going to manage that any which way I can. But for an equally brutal incident, I think Race Control have turned around and gone, we're just going to give you an equally brutal penalty.
The irony being that it'll see them return to the scene of the crime. They have served that. The only other penalties that have come through since just little 5-second penalties about minor things, so pit lane infringements predominantly.
Nothing available outside of those penalties that have set themselves in place. So Race Control with a chance to breathe at this moment as the race has slowly settled down. 6.1, 6.2 gap between Laputle and Kintaye at the moment at your overall front of the field, as we took that wonderful sweeping shot almost on the drone line as we work down into the fast right-hander down at the bottom of the hill and looking to get that run and then trying to sweep on by. You will see as well on the bottom new for this season this wonderful ticker that has been put together. I think it looks absolutely wonderful, and you'll see some of the drivers who are there in the cars out there in the teams that have worked really hard, likes of Freight Cook, for example, Tim Kern, Dennis Mensa there that's gone through, and a team that I'm very happy to see out there running in the Ford Mustang, Negative Delta by simgear.gg. Those Bulgarians have been working really hard to cultivate a scene in the nation, and they are doing a wonderful job as the premier team from there.
Carrying some Eurovision energy with them, no doubt.
Well, they don't want to bangaranga into anything, do they?
And for 3 points, who represented Australia?
That would be a pass from me because I did not watch. I was busy on the Indy 500.
I think it was Delta Goodrum. I didn't watch either, but I've got to keep up with these things, you see.
Absolutely, you really do. It is a point of culture. Kintaye goes down the inside of Tom Kunath there. The Core Sim Racing GT4 then is making its progress. 4th in class. Core definitely not the ferocious beast out there that it used to be in the world of sim racing. This used to be a team, David, that housed both Frederick Rasmussen and Sebastian Job at the same time.
Yeah, and look how dark it has gotten out on track. It didn't look like sunset was that close, and then boom, we're racing in this complete darkness. Headlights on the cars, lights around the track, sufficient for the purposes of identifying the cars, identifying the apexes of the corners. Not completely oh so bright. We've got lights in the tunnels as well. GT4 rolling roadblock.
That's a pass. Benoit Mounier getting the pass done for Apo Racing Ascari, so the Canadian getting that one done ahead of Remy Fortin then for Arrow Racing Team. So a good change of position. The Frenchman then losing out in that regard and will be a little bit disappointed actually that GT4 Mustang got overtaken by the Porsche clubman out there that gets the pass. That 780 Cayman getting it absolutely perfectly set down and made on the move. They had the likes of Mono go through, so Balazs Adelier there going by, who is in 15th position, and also for the same time, Fisty Ford Pink and Vulcan Esports with the Lithuanian Ignash Vincezevskis then, who was behind the wheel. Still though, battle continues down nearer the bottom as Dominik Lewinsky has not lifted or yielded here to Mate Mihailovic, and the door is ajar and he has to really back out of it on the power for fear of getting that very bricky Nokia 3310S built Mustang there to run into the side. That would have been a very tough moment to decide whether you wanted that one or you didn't in the Porsche.
Yeah, trying to spot where the pace difference is exactly between these two cars that also dominate the GT4 field. Other GT4s were available, I believe the whole full gamut of them. So the 570S McLaren, the BMW GT4, the Aston Martin, they were all options and everyone went either Mustang or Cayman.
And so when you see that as an organiser and you're hoping to have a mixed and varied balance of performance, I mean, we saw that in Thailand Super Series where we had about 8 GR Supras out there and a couple of Porsches that's out there. What does an organiser get in the mind when they understand all of a sudden that, you know, they are only going to be selecting 2 types of car? What has to be done to balance it to make the others a bit more favourable to go to?
I mean, I think everyone's got pretty reasonable faith in the organisers. They just don't want to go to a car that they don't understand or doesn't.
Benoit Mounier going for a spin through the final section, and so easily done there as well, because you're trying to just hold through the momentum and you've got the car that's loaded, and that looked to me out there, David, on that issue, that was a case of I'm going to put the rotation in and the car just was never going to snap back.
Yeah, it happens sometimes that on the change of direction you've gone too far one way and it's difficult to bring it back. But then, so there might be GT4 cars where, you know, you're like, the car doesn't respond to what I want it to do. We're going to make these setup changes. It doesn't drive how I want it to drive, and there's no amount of spot that, okay, yeah, you could make it quicker and make the other one slower, but I still wouldn't understand what I'm doing with it.
I think understanding sometimes trumps pure pace. You'd rather have a car that's slightly slow that you know what you're doing with than a car that's quick and you don't know why. It's great battles going on then up and down as Thomas Enger, ex-Project 91, have themselves in a pretty big position. Lucas Dragotta then finding out that that is a pass on Daniel Osler for Fury Simsport. So the 416 will ultimately lose out. Then in the battle that went through, we did just see the likes of the battle going on between Solpec Precision Racing and Team Racing by Adeka Nuring, the 62 and 42 out there in GT3. Look at the glow of the brake lights here in the, I would say it's not quite the land of the rising sun at the moment, it's the land of the sun that's already set.
You'd also say brake discs, wouldn't you?
I would say brake discs.
Yeah, it's amazing. You might have said brake lights and meant brake discs, and I'm a pedant and would do that sort of thing to Jake Sperry. Yeah, no, it's interesting. You know, in these sort of conditions, all these things that sort of start to glow that you don't really see during the day. There's a lot of cars where you start to see a little bit of glow around the exhaust that's not noticeable during the day. Porsche 963 shooting flames at Le Mans, just a constant standing flame in the exhaust in the super nighttime conditions. So yeah, all of those little things you notice as we race these cars at night did start in the afternoon into the sunset. Eventually the car lights and the track lights came on. We were wondering if there was going to be any chance of rain across this 6 hours. The answer has proved to be no.
Not yet. There is technically a 2% chance of rain at the end of this race. We don't see anything on the radar, so right now you basically got shiny hunting odds in Pokemon levels of can you get this one to rain, and there'll be some drivers out there who've had such an awful day they're hoping please a spot of rain would be lovely, but they're not going to get there. Impulse and Maniti still together on circuit, not much separating them after Philip Oldak's overtake. Their real understanding is how are they going to be chasing down WSI Esports Black, and the key is over the last few laps a consistent half a second elapsed difference.
Yeah, so maybe that damage on the 23 just having a small effect. Impulse Ferrari and Maniti racing across their cars have been pretty quick in these conditions as well, so that closes in a little bit.
Turn 3.
But the BMW from BS Competition's the fastest car out there, so even in these conditions, they're going okay. Track temperatures drop from 24 Celsius to 22.
Yeah, so with that drop, I think that Burusud are starting to come alive here with their machinery that is in play. It is the number 89, and the livery that they've got on, of course, they are running just as Burusud Plus Competition and not officially running today with the affiliation with Turner Motorsport, but obviously Burusud have that partnership with Turner Motorsport, which means they're always going to be out there and pushing in that BMW.
Yeah, and the gap to the race leader has been coming down, so there's been a few penalties to serve for the 89, and I think they've done at least one of them. So we'll check in on that. Their pace is absolutely undeniable, and they've played cleverly to try to keep track position at a circuit where passing in class has never been a guarantee.
So let's just get a little bit of housekeeping out penalty-wise on who's still got what to serve. It's still the issue at the moment, a 5-second time penalty for car 997, who will have to serve that. That's Team Purple sector. In the 992 category. I look down at that right now, there is penalty on the dangerous rejoin for the 997. So they are not having a good day. 125 seconds of penalty for Koman Mahai to go and serve, and I think that will have to be done at the next stop. And then outside of that, there is a 10-second time penalty that the 901 is still yet to serve. That's your leaders in the category, with Adrian enough for Luke Wallace to close it up fully, but Wallace will be looking at that going, I'd quite like those 10 seconds to be taken away at any given chance I can. And then the 2 pit lane infringement penalties then have gone through for the 445 out there in the offing, and also the 434. So that is Thomas Enger Sim Racing X Project 91. That's a pit lane infringement. And the 445, well, when it rains it pours for Bike Colino Pro down at the back of the field.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, 992 is the class where the gaps open and close the quickest because of the open strategy options created by having fuel and tyres separated in the pit stop sequence. So then we see stops with tyre changes, stops with no tyre changes, etc. So the gaps open and close quicker because you get tyre offset. You also get some stops are quicker than others, and so while you see some reasonable gaps there, sometimes they open and close a little bit as we go through the pit sequence, but you would not doubt at all that Grid and Go 901 is the class of the field at the moment there in 992, and that the battle second, third, and that final step on the podium is kind of where it's at. Blue Mercure have found a little bit of their mojo in fourth, but we saw Carla Esports looking strong in this phase of the race, going up into third.
Yeah, so Hendrik Augustine at this stage is really driving well for Carla here, the number 960. So they are looking at this day right now and saying, okay, we're going to be very happy, the group of Augustine and Jan Winter. I think they will sit down and say, okay, I am very happy out there with what I'm doing. Maxence Godinho, I don't think is being able to follow, as Jordan Alf is going to get out of the pits then in the 456, making that stop for Apo Racing Ascari. So Alf is going to be 28 on the clock. To me, that is screaming out in my mind here, full stop, half stop.
Yeah, so while the GT3 cars are capable of doing 26 laps on a stint, that's not what BS Competition have been doing lately. So this is a stop after 23 laps. I'm seeing 44 to go. So I think from here they'll go 22 and then 22, and all of that is just a little bit short of a full tank for BS Competition. So they're looking towards the checkered flag in about 90 minutes time, and they'll probably, just try to equalize all of those remaining stints so that they put new tires on, but slightly light on fuel, punch around. Rejoin is so challenging.
Yeah, that is. Lucas Herrmann straight into the frying pan. Alex Johnson there for Fiercely Forward Reds, not going to give him much to work with. Neither either is Luke Wallace then from Impulse, who's trying to get by both of them. Cold tyres being a factor here, can't tiptoe the car through turn 3 because Alex Johnson was sat on the apex, so that made life a little bit tougher than necessarily it needed to be. And speaking of which, that's Carla looking to go for second, so Carla are sat right on the back of Lucas Herrmann. That's Luke Wallace in second. That is a gap now of just 1.5 seconds and 2 cars in between.
Going to be a bit awkward for Carla, though, as the GT3 still comes up to speed, particularly through this fast stuff. We've seen, even beginning the first flying lap after a pit stop, drivers spin out and look like the balance was still super challenging. So the pace and balance not there, and then the pace comes to them, but the balance is still challenging on a new set of tyres for some time. This is the onboard. What are the inputs you've got to give in these circumstances?
Well, Lucas Herrmann just trying to deal there. That Fanatec steering wheel is not a bit of brand sponsorship in the same way. This car was developed in the sim, and so it was developed with a Fanatec steering wheel. And the work that Fanatec did to build their first ever real-world steering wheel, actually this one was a piece of marvel and ingenuity that we got to see. So Herman has to get up to speed and start really pushing here. Wallace and Johnson is just behind. There goes Carla in to make their stop. Now they're all limited here to 75% of the tank, with the one exception out there today being that Ford Mustang GT4 that has 74% of the tank.
Yeah, just a tiny bit off it. So Carla pitting after 30-ish laps. Hendrik Augustin stays, and always watching these pit stops is the fuel goes in for 35 seconds. Then after that, what happens? Does the car drive away? Does the car go up on the jacks? And if it does, for how long? And that will indicate how many tyres. The answer is nil. 0. Those 4 are going to stay on. Fuel only, and just 30 seconds of it. So we're getting a few of these pit stops, counting backwards towards the end.
And you got to think as well that with these cold conditions, you're not going to get as much wear out of the tyres here. You see it a lot more with understeer that scrubs. It's the lateral load that gets in and wears the tyres rather than how it rolls. Gabriel Ivanov now looking to run around the outside, going through into 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do some counting. 5, 6, 7, 8. Turn 9 out there before reaching turn number 10. And ultimately, that is going to be enough to say right now, quite happy with how that's going about. Somewhere back in that train is Garrett Berry that he's trying to run away from. Somewhere directly in front is Lucas Herrmann, who of course is trying to get up to speed. So ultimately they've gone through on that Bursa Plus competition car. That might be a big concern to the 89, that they can't get it up to speed. 56.5 on the last lap, and I would turn around to that and say, they are really looking around trying to get something of a time through. That might have been the outlap time, the 56. That's a lot better, a 151.3, but still, it's 2.2 seconds slower than Ryan von der Grijp for Maniti Racing Green.
Race leader has come in from 992, and I think that was 2 tyres with a short fill from 901. You can now confidently predict relatively close to your remaining laps, and it means for a lot of the teams they're not completely brimming the tank at these stops, as we have seen.
No, and so right now I guess you're trying to play the game of, I want the car as light as possible, and maybe you have to siphon off a little bit of fuel to equal out the stops. It's something where you're playing, I think, maybe a game of 2 halves. That's going to be aggressive there. The 410 in the middle. This is 3 classes battling out against each other. This might... Oh, there's trouble. Oh, and you were expecting that when they were 3 wide. Gabriel Ivanov off into the gravel, and he'll have a lot of work to do to get back up to speed.
Yep, so working through the traffic, and I think 2.5 cars went into 2 cars widths, and the one around the outside lost out. It was Ivanov. He's lost a couple of spots, and someone's lost their nose back there because they've got no lights.
And that's absolutely not what you want to be seeing here. So this was negative delta by simgear.gg. They push in, and look at the squeeze. They're the ones stuck on the outside, and that pretty much tells you all you need to know about how horrible of a run that was. Now, I'm getting word that car 997 did not serve their penalties out there. So do you know what they've done, David? They've doubled them. They're now going to sit with 4 minutes and 10 seconds worth of penalty.
Yeah. I don't quite know how that's happened to them, but it basically torpedoes any chance of a good result for them. Perceptor back up, negative delta back up and running here with 9th, and a team racing in 10th. 07 leaving the lane after 33 seconds of service.
And with that, more stops pulling themselves into position. Fury Sim Sport then. This is Daniel Osler really fighting, and then the back just gives way, trying to hang on into the corner, because one of the things as you go down into turn 12, you think it's a it's not a case where you've got camber to help you any one way or the other. It just flies the exit, and this is why this is one of the great testing tracks out there, because this track does things that most tracks don't.
Yeah, turns 1 and 2 are almost one turn, but they're not quite. 3 and 4 sort of opens up through 4. Turn 5 is just a little bit tighter than you think. You flow one way and then the other through 7 and 8. Turn 9 and turns 10 also very tight. And that downhill braking zone, the weird little final 3 corners as it sort of starts very wide, begins to tighten, changes the opposite direction off camber, and then widens again.
Makes all the difference. Gabriel Ivanov down then into the pit. 935 for cutting the solid yellow line. That Ford Mustang in after the hit, and they'll be looking at getting the damage repaired as quickly as possible. They have the chance to run again off the jacks then with the tyre change, it looks like, and now look to go forward in as well. Leaders overall, Team 75 by Bernard, got by Sim RC, who have just come out of the pits with Gareth Higgins now, as they will fall back to third behind Henrik Tura then at mono competition, and Octavio Rondoletto, Bike.Colino Max, who are there and happy. Matthias Timmer in the 416 out there. That is Fury Sim Sport, so he's taken over the car and will now be looking to charge on. But they're now down to 14th. Here is in comes from third position WSR Esports Red, Lucas Lindqvist.
Emil Grabowski in the 23 follows him in, so if there's any damage to fix there, they might give it a go, but the WSR Esports cars are going to be on equalised strategy. About 40 laps to go. Is that 20 and 20, or do they do 26 laps and then 14 at the end? Decisions to be made as Nathan Paris and Gabriel Adelyi take over 20 and 23.
WSR Esports, sometimes they've got the partnership with the Detis Racing, David, and I think it's really cool what that partnership is. It's with some of the Czechian drivers out there, and this is going back to the conversation that you had with Arjuna just before the jump on whether a TCR class would be really cool. This team would absolutely love a TCR class, with the partnership, of course, being with a TCR team, and of course having Martin Kadlachik in their team, who took the opening 2 rounds of running in TCR Eastern Europe.
Yeah, again, a championship where TCR runs as a standalone and not as a punching bag to GT3, GT4 and Porsche Cup cars. The circumstances, I think matter, but they'd be undoubtedly good at it. It's just, would they enjoy it as much in the multi-class format?
And that's the ultimate give-or-take scenario there. Of course, we've just come off of the 4 hours of Thruxton yesterday, which was an absolutely wonderful experience to watch. And so, you know, I saw opinions out there from the likes of Xavier Sanchez, for example, who said, take a look at this picture, 50 cars, one class, one type of car, all out there, all racing, all giving their time up. Why can't we have more of that? And so while we are in the great multi-class boom, I think, of sim racing, because you've got series like 24-hour esports, you've got series out there like Ivor Endurance, you've got Sim Gear Endurance Series, you've got the likes then of Sim Racing Republic, and you've got IMSA Esports Global Championship that will be coming up too. You know, things like ACV as well, who are holding their race too. This is the golden generation of endurance racing on iRacing. The question mark is going to be, well, if this is the golden age of it, as that's a little deep, going through there by the 23 of Gabriel Adelier, where does that leave everything else in terms of the scene of iRacing if multi-class is on its highest echelon that we've seen? And will there be a case where inevitably at some point multi-class has its drop-off?
Well, there's more iRacing members than there's ever been. There's more participants in the iRacing special events than there's ever been. So I think the sustainability of it is
Very
the
good.
slice can keep growing so long as the pie keeps growing.
And in that regard, you know, how long are we talking about this pie growing? Another 2, another 3 years? And how important is it seeing the likes of Max Verstappen, say, for example, out there running Nürburgring 24? How important is that for some of the people who jump into iRacing and want to experience GT racing or endurance racing for the first time?
Well, it's helpful, and I think there's still plenty of room to grow. It's like a defensive line into this switchback final chicane. Traction out of there often challenging because it's slightly off camber. And we are offset on strategy in some of these as well.
Nahuel Fredes is there currently for Bike Colino. Down the inside there and abandon that one, Soka. Mate Varga for Caesar Esports there from 4th position. Just says, gangway, I am coming through. Good luck, everybody else. And everyone jumped out the way as WSR Esports 920 with Daniel Ferguson. They're down in the pit, so this should hand off to gridandgo.com Esports, who will now be in the wheelhouse and saying, right, perfect time for us. We'll go and regather that race lead and look to push into the future. But it's very tough being the GT4 category because everyone just expects you to disappear.
Exactly what TCR might experience. You've got penultimate pit stops from GT4, including fiercely forward blue mono competition. Expecting Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC's 475 to about cycle back through to the race lead now.
Daniel Ferguson also leaving the pits. We've got Kintaye in, so Ryan von der Kruijp for Maniti Racing Green now in charge of this race overall. So how long that stop will go is going to be key. Julian Fernandez out of the pit, so to Anton Zemisch now, who takes control of that mono competition for 10, that has seen the 75 absolutely romp off into the distance. Battle though here into turn 5 by the looks of things here with Ferguson. He's got Jordan Air in front, that's fiercely forward red. There the 912, then Phil Dines at Burasub plus Hybrid, which is the second of the Office South teams that are there, and Corentin Lassine for Bleu Mercure. That's the battle that WSR wants to deal with, that have lost out in the stop. Right now, it's a case of can the American get back to the Belgian?
Middle of the pit stop phase for GT3. Basically through the pit stop phase for 992. Just done the pit stop phase for GT4. And then every class will have one more stop. Some of them will be a little on the shorter side, but we're within sight and therefore rock skipping distance of the checkered flag and paying the first points of this new season of 24-hour series esports. Everyone's got to carefully and cleanly make their way there, and Maniti Racing Green will come in. They are still trying to battle for that race win. It's sort of them versus Grid and Go versus BS competition, and you can make a case for all three of them, particularly in the unpredictable nature that is this multi-class endurance racing.
Yeah, Dan van Zutphen, by the way, who is a lovely commentator out of the Netherlands and also races for Motegi Racing, actually makes a really nice point. You can argue it's a question about what multi-class. Different categories are popular in different ways or are competitive out there in different ways. And there are many ways that you can set up your races it's almost as if I've timed that there. Motegi in the pits then, one in, one out, just like that. And there'll be a driver change then that sits through. So you've got Tim Matschke currently there in the pits of the 78. And there is the driver change then that puts itself into play for the other of the Motegi Racing cars out there. Dennis Menzer back in for Motegi Red.
And it tidies up a little bit of the nose once the tyres are done and a mechanic is freed up while the fueling is still ongoing. So that doesn't look like Motegi super short filling either of their cars. Predicted 36 laps still to go.
Then. That's interesting then. Actually behind Lucas. A siphoning of fuel in.
Well, the two ways to do it would be either slightly short filling but taking new tyres on some slightly truncated runs, or brimming the car now, putting on a new set of tyres, and then going for a smaller amount of fuel and keeping warm tyres on at the final stop. And I can see the advantage to both. What you don't want to be is in some sort of halfway in between strategy where you put on a new set of tyres with, I don't know, 10 laps to go and then spend 3 to 4 laps heating them up and then never having enough time to get the benefit out of them.
No, and it is very tough to work out strategy. This is the Caesar ESPORTS number, the car in 15th position. So this was with the 901. Oh, and tangles around with them through the final couple of corners with your leading Porsche 992 out there. Caesar will turn around and say, well, that's not what I want from it, as the 901 has already been warned, by the way, in the last 10 minutes for dangerous driving. So if they're going to get caught up in issues like that again with some of the cars around it, they might be serving penalty time, and that might bring Carlar and Impulse back into it. Carlar, by the way, have jumped Impulse.
Yeah, short of fuel earlier from Carlar. No tyres. Impulse, no tyres. Blue Mercure, no tyres. Grid and Go, I think, went for 2 and still hold the lead of the race. So incredibly promising. While the 30-second, 29-second race leading margin has been cut down to 14, they used that time to get 2 new tyres on the 901.
Yeah, so those 2 tyres, I think, are making a bit of a difference out there as they now set themselves out and say, right, here we go, and I want to win this race, and I want to get 2 cars winning a race out there, and that's the key for Grid and Go. A team of their size and their caliber, as Jaroslav Shebela is into the car now and away for the 471 over at Team Checkmate. Koszulka Zilogo out there at this point, so Koszulka Zilogo is going to be very happy with the fact that they are still in and around that top 10. I would be looking around at them and going, yeah, this is a team that should be challenging and winning, and I would say for the caliber of the field that they run in, I think victory is what they need to be targeting almost every single time over at Grid and Go. As we take a look at that 471, just making its way around here, turn 4. There is Zach Rattray White for Eclipse Sim Sport. They're one of the 992s, in fact the 992 that joins on the scene into turn 5.
Yep. But we don't have a 718.
Not allowed to with the numbering system, are we?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Ferrari versus Ferrari again. Impulse versus Motegi. The battle resumes. Impulse were ahead before the pit stops. took pretty similar stop times, but Impulse were 10 laps ago. Motegi Racing Red are just getting their new tyres fired up, so Impulse would have had the warm tyres there. But then this lap, the next lap, things will start looking a little bit better for Dennis Menzer.
Well, Facundo Rago is behind the wheel of that number 57, the Argentine. He was a member of the voracious sim racing team that was starting to make some waves, and so the move has certainly put an indication that he wants to be an international sim racer out there, and so by all means he will go and challenge Dennis Menzer, who has lost that position. Now is going to have to work hard to fight it back. They've got to get by Aaron Myers in the Project 91 24-hour series P Cup 911 out there, and you're not getting much help there, Dennis, are you? Middle of the road.
No, the pace difference is not 3 seconds a lap, 5 seconds a lap. It's sort of 1.5 to 2, and it's not evenly spread around the lap. The GT3 cars are faster. They're a little bit better in these traction zones. They're definitely better in medium and high speed corners. They're not that much better, hardly at all, in a straight line. They used to be a lot better in the braking zones. And then Porsche, in their wisdom, gave the Cup car ABS.
Yeah, anti-lock brakes, and they do a very good job out there of just making it very tough to stay out of the way on a braking zone. You have to commit to your line, otherwise the car is going to go around left, right, up, down, slantways, use the great glass elevator, you name it, you think it. But Dennis Menzer gets the clearance, and now Facundo Rago has a chance to run through the group. Fury Sim Sports is Matthias Timmer. They're just in front, the Dutchman, and then Thomas Enger Sim Racing. So that is a battle that is going on with Jose Manuel Monteagudo, who is there. Woo! That was looking like an accident waiting to happen. Just got the clearance.
But when you take these risky moves through traffic and they work, it creates this space for Impulse Racing, who had the Motegi Ferrari right behind them, now have a healthy number of car lengths. 2 seconds behind that perhaps struggling 23 WSR Esports Black. Although I think they got a tiny bit of their repairs done, and Gabriel Adelier is motoring along best he can in that BMW M4 GT3 Evo. BMW keep giving us the good stuff on iRacing. The GT3 and GT4 Evo as a free update, and that new, well, the old M2 for free. What about this new one? Don't know yet, but maybe.
But maybe indeed, I think it's the big key out there, and this has been putting itself together as a series that...
Oh, and we forgot the BMW MV8 Hybrid Evo is coming.
Oh,
Evo's
yes,
all round.
Gotta love an Evo, and this is one of the things that I think we're seeing with car design right now. I think the greatness of the regulations that are being run in many different categories, instead of picking up a brand new car and going forward, because the amount of selling that's going actually on the makes that they've got, they're extending that timeline out 4, 5, 6 years. They're just putting Evo packages on them to say, look, we'll make it a bit quicker, we'll make it a bit faster. We've got room and potential for development here.
BMW are making sure that iRacing stay up to date, and so that we stay up to date with the latest, and we love them for it.
Absolutely. I will admit, I did love the Z4 back in the day, and how long we ran the BMW Z4 GT3 here in iRacing before we retired it, of course, for the likes of the M4, sorry, the M6, I believe it was, that jumped on it. But right now, battle's continuing on. XPD currently out there with Pole Promotion Esports, then on a scrap. This is Felix Vota there for the 933. Ivan Vargas then is covering right now the XPD Racing 992 SimLab car, but I reckon there could be a move here into turn one. Here goes the posture to the inside, but ultimately better on the brakes is Ivan Vargas by probably the measure of metric of I'm not moving under them.
Yeah, and a better line too. So for GT3 cars, you see turns 1 and 2 kind of look like separate corners, but for cars with a lot of horsepower but low grip, willing to brake in a straight line, go a little bit wide around turn 1, and just really nail that exit out of turn 2, which they did well.
And then nailing that exit, they can now start thinking about, okay, where am I going to start climbing up the order? Where am I going to start looking at these positions? This is Lucas Herrmann, who's on a charge, needing to go and get progress. He's only 8 seconds off the back of Grid and Go, and so this is clearance of the must-make variety. Gets to the inside here at turn 9, puts a nice pass on, and says, look, I'm going to hold you up on the apex exit. And that is opening the door up there for Felix Walter to go and make that pass. Pole Promotion, I don't think are going to get close enough, though, to make the move in the 9.33. So I think they're just going to have to sit and say, look, it could have been more. Nico Schiffer is the other driver in with them. First time I've seen Pole Promotion Esports out there and running, and I think that goes to the testament of there are so many strong German sim racing teams. There's more than you can count.
Yep, close between 7th and 8th here, trying to work out what happened at the last pit stop. Did XBD Racing take 1 tyre? Did they have a penalty that they might have? There was a few out there with 5-second penalties. Pole Promotion Esport definitely went fuel only. So you're seeing that these cars move around plenty. Yes, the 9th... Wait, no? 135. Any penalties?
Well, the only one I'm seeing here is the 912 got 10 seconds on a pit lane infringement, which would have been out there and running. I believe that's the Fiercely Forward Red team with Jordan Air.
Might have been a 5-second penalty looming previously. They certainly got one.
Just got to look at the effort here right now from Felix Walter. He's really having to try and stay with Ivan Vargas, and it's around every car. Now it's the XPD GT4 that they've got to clear and clear effectively here. Alberto Garcia Blasco doesn't make life incredibly easy for his own teammate out there, or I would say big sister car out there in Ivan Vargas, who chucks it in. Has to get a lot more brake and rotation there, David, in through turn 10 there. That hairpin, turn 11. That hairpin, very tough to get right.
Yep, so we'll ride on board with the 933 Felix Walter from Pole Promotion Esports.
Felix Volta, we focus there with pole promotion, esports, and they see back down the inside there, Ivan Vargas. And so the battle continuing on, and they sort themselves out into the final hour then at Motegi for your 24-hour series esports opener. Right now, these 6 hours coming down to these points, and well, the gaps have been closing in every category out there over the last hour. Grid and Go down to a 13.7 second margin in 992s. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC down to 20.5 over mono competition, and the gridandgo.com esports team relatively steady at 7.5 seconds. The gaps that we've got. 7th place still very much in the offing right now, and Volta has got his pass, but Ivan Vargas here, I think he's going to want that back, and he's going to want that back pretty quickly. 72 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature out there. It's cold and it's overcast, and ultimately the night has set itself in.
And the 2% chance of rain right at the checkered flag has diminished itself greatly to, I think, pushing back about half an hour and only a 1% chance.
That's so deep by Ivan Vargas, and ultimately there, they're going to keep scrapping back at it. Vota's going to lose that out. Very, very established block pass, but look at the run out of the final corner. That's going to force a defensive pack then needed from Vargas. They almost lean on each other here. Guys, you've still got 54 minutes to go and battle like this. Oh, this is going to be a little bit sketch, isn't it? Trying to work the exit here of 2, get back down underneath off the exit, try and knit 1 and pearl 1 over to turn 4, and are you going to leave any room? Oh, Vota's so cheeky, there's contact. Didn't want to yield that one away. Vota will look at that and say, I didn't want that contact. He gets right back up to the door, says, look, I am number 1 in this battle, and moves on by.
20th place in GT3 is 07 Racing, who's had to sit behind this and now drops in between the two. I can't tell who was nipping at who in that down the front straight and towards turn 3. I think XPD kind of placed themselves defensively, and Volta tried to make sure that they stayed there.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's always a tango on a straight, isn't there? There's always give and take, and I always hate when a car is looking to try and make a pass and lets the leader just do whatever they want, basically, around the corner. Volta gets stuck on the outside, and this is going to open up take 2. Then on the battle. I hate when a driver just allows the car that they're battling with all the space in the world to dictate where they want to go. I like drivers to be, no, you stay to that position, going to have to try and leave the door open there. That's a move under braking, and Vargas then gets one in the side, gets the pass on Felix Volta, and that's the second bit of afters that they come into. Now they've got trouble with the GT4, of course, Sim Racing just in front, and Tom Kunath, and they're going to be side by side again off the exit. Marcin Imielski is not going to be happy right now in Team Checkmate Eden. He's going to have to try and push this 3 wide just to get the clearance into 1 and 2. Round the outside tries Volta. More contact between them as they go through the middle of the corner. They're fighting these tin tops right now like there's nothing. Another flash of the lights from Ivan Vargas to say, I'm not pleased.
When will it finally be settled? Hard to know, because they go back and forth. Tyre strategy, very equal. And then little things like the traffic playing a massive role here, where the GT3 cars appear, where the GT4 cars appear.
Finally,
the lead gap in this class has actually come down a second or so as well. Color Esports closing that.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Let's see actually what that time is over the line compared to Grid and Go, because last lap Carlisle did a 51 flat. This time they do a 50.7. That's another 2/10 out of the pocket there of the 901. It's not enough at this stage of the race to get them back, but it is latent pressure.
And we're in an interesting spot here where I believe 992 cars can hit and get to the end now. Not quite yet for GT4 cars, and certainly not yet for GT3 cars, although we're seriously in the next 5 minutes looking at every stop that happens as being the last of the race in that class.
Very much so, and so those final stops I think are going to be the makers or the breakers. And let's talk about that pit lane entry here, David, because I think it's actually underrated how difficult it is at Motegi, because you've got to jam on the brakes and do a slow 90-degree right-left chicane.
Yeah, nasty little chicane before you get to the pit lane speed limit, and track limits fiercely enforced there by iRacing, and then on the lane entry, the yellow line enforced by our race control and stewards, for which there's been a couple of pit lane infringements go out.
Most of that is you cut the solid white line as you enter the lane. You have to stay right on it. This is Murmaka Group M Esports then, who, they get a huge tangle as they work through the car in 19th position. So they have pretty much stumbled there with altitude frame, and that is one of the most unique looking Ferraris I've seen in a while. Look at all the rear casing and suspension on show.
You can in fact even see the alternator is attached to the differential instead of a belt off the engine, which you shouldn't know, but now you do.
Murmaka having a tough day at the office here. It's a team that probably is going to be making more waves as they go. Thomas Enger, Sim Racing then, ex-Project 91, they go for a spin in their Porsche Cayman Clubman, and they won't be too pleased with that, so they'll run into troubles. But Murmaka, Slovakian-based team, David, that starting to make some moves in the likes of ACV, for example, that endurance series, and they could be another one of these teams that I would sit on the level of 07, or maybe even the likes of a a Mono Competition, the likes of, say, a Bike.Colino, as a team to look out for over the next 12 months.
All sorts of steering correction needed by Wurter out of the final corner as this battle refuses to die between Pole Promotion Esport and XBD Racing. Again, 25 laps to go. You could pit and make it to the end like Around Racing Project 91 are doing in this class. And 07 Racing 907 are making what will be their final stop. No one in GT3 has yet made their final stop of the race, so we are right on the cusp of it at this moment.
And we'd expect Lucas Herrmann and Burson Plus Competition to be one of the first cars to jump in. They are 6 seconds off the back of Grid and Go.com Esports, and this is Bike.Colino Pro side by side, and do they just get in the side and then ultimately get the worst of Carlar Esports cut? They do. That was your second place Porsche there getting one in the side, and that 445 which was running at the time right down at the bottom of the category is the 444. That is the best of their GT4 efforts right now. You don't want to be picking fights with people who are a little bit bigger, stronger, and can bounce you off if you get into the side of you.
Now, fiercely forward pink Mono Competition and negative delta by Singia GG Team Racing, so a couple of battles in GT3. Only 1 lap apart between these two, the Mustang and the Ferrari. Again, no final pit stop made just yet. Traffic playing the role that it does here, but will at every track we go to this season. I need you to take a look at this and then imagine the multi-class traffic around the Adelaide Street Circuit.
Oh, please don't make me think of that. I don't want to think about Adelaide Street Circuit lap traffic until we get to at least October when the round starts.
You mean you're not going to spend every night between now and then imagining a GT3 car barreling down on a GT4 and them trying to go side by side through the centre chicane?
I think I'd need a psychiatrist.
I think you'd need 2.
I think the psychiatrist would need a psychiatrist after that imagination. But Negative Delta by Simgear.gg. Still holding Team Racing by Adeka Nuring into position right now. Daniel Gorachov is the one who is trying to hunt down that position, try and get that place. And a chance really to talk about differences in cars out there. Ford Mustang playing up against the Ferrari 296 there that sets through. The big key differences between the two rather than the size.
I'm going to say 90 degree V8 in the Mustang, 120 degree V6 in the Ferrari. Puts that center of gravity really, really low. It's as close to being a flat 6 as the than it is to being, you know, the V6, like a 60 degree V6 you might find in your Ford Mondeo.
Oh, Murmaka again, going straight around, trying to get that back and away again, and they get the clearance through that final corner. Really suffering out there with the damage to it, and trying to find any which way to bring themselves back into position. We've had a couple of retirements then from this race, which has been a shame, and some of them include Simify Esports out there, as that's going to be a fight between a GT3 and a GT4, and ultimately the GT3 just about wins there, so good job. We've lost the Murmaka Academy car. ERE have found themselves out of the race, so too GTUnit.de, Enosis Esports, Falcon Sim Racing Team, and Zenith Esports have all found their troubles over the course of this one. But to be honest, Motegi to still have, in some way, some shape, and some form, in fact we can now know Arrow Racing out of the race, and this would be why. Bang, hitting the side, heavy hit under the bridge, and that pretty much writes that one off. Altitude Frame Esports then, the 988 I think was the one who got the tag on in on that as well. So 50 cars still running out of a possible 58 starters. I'd say is a very, very good day at the office.
Yeah, no fast repairs in this championship. You break it, you spend the time sitting on pit lane repairing it. So yeah, just like this many running as competitively as they are, to you is indeed quite the feat. I'm expecting to hear the pit lane alarm for GT3 momentarily. It says 23 laps to go as a prediction, and Impulse Racing come in from 6th place.
That's Facundo Rago behind the wheel, and this will be their final stop of the race. So they will get up on and look at making that stop and hoping they can hold their position over Mate Varga and Caesar Esports, who are there in the number 26, as our focus is still with Negative Delta and Team Racing by Adeka Nuring. But that gap remaining a stable 3.5 car lengths by the looks of things here. And that's all you need really to alleviate any sort of stress you have in the race. Give yourself a car length and give yourself nothing to think about behind it there. Further enough back in the mirror that you can do the old Haribo squish on it. You're not really going to be too worried.
Stop, and then once you pass that blue cone, you can blend however you want. So there's no F1 style pit exit blend lane taking you all the way down to the apex at turn 1. There's no cars coming. You can go all the way across classic styles. It's going to be interesting for that car. So they will have gone to new tyres there. They're going to have to take a second to bring them in. They will get overcut by some of those cars, but then shoe on the other foot. If everyone else's final stop includes tyres, look for a couple of teams to run deep, take their final stop with about 20 minutes to go, and go fuel only, no doubt.
5.5 now at the front of the field, and Burusud are absolutely chomping to get by. As in comes Bicolino Pro, the 445, in to make the first of the GT4 final stops of the day. 20.5 seconds is the margin that they sit with at the moment, and I think they'll be looking at this going, yeah, this hasn't been the day for Gaston Zabalagui for, I think, the longest time out there. But I want to focus GT3 lead for the moment, because Lucas Herrmann is absolutely ragging it right now, where Alessandro Quintaye is maybe having a bit more of a tough time with the traffic.
Would you say absolutely ragging includes just setting the new fastest lap of the race?
That's less ragging, more fanging.
Okay, Lucas Herrmann is fanging. So a minute 48.645 last lap for him was the new fastest lap of the race. Track temperature still slightly coming down, racing line rubbering in, but right as you get towards the end of the fuel tank and the car is super light is where the performance is at. Quintaye stays out and may well do for some time still, but it's probably the in-lap for BS competition in second. Yeah, bada bing, bada boom, yes it is. They're in. The 89 is going to make their final stop, 40 minutes to go. This distance from the checkered flag, you would find me putting a new set of tyres on, but with the slight challenge that cold tyres present, they're not an immediate pace gimme. Once we're at about 20 minutes to the checkered flag, I'd be saying, no, leave me with the warm ones, please.
Yes, so Lucas Herrmann taking that stop, and we'll be looking to try and bring that one all the way to the end, and this is where a bit of lap traffic I don't think is going to be too helpful in that regard. We can confirm no colours out on there here with the paint pack livery that has gone through of Turner Motorsports, and are very happy there with the representing blue and white and black there of the zebra, looking to try and gallivant into the night right now, 6th position, and they set, and they're going to have a big scrap there with the P1 car coming out through there. That is one of the Ferraris then that they will be navigating themselves by, and Herrmann desperate for tyre temp then behind Chris Capello at Scuderia Volpe, and so this is going to be short-term pain, long-term gain.
Exactly, the quicker those get in, the better the chance they have of being able to use the tyres to effect an undercut versus being overcut by Grid and Go as they baby giraffe on their new set of tyres, which we definitely know they went for, because we, thank you, producer Ramiro, cut to them right as they were dropping down off the jacks. About 20 seconds to change tyre.
Team Floral's off on the side of the road here. Sven Krohn, just in the back of shot there. It's the Mustang, and to me, that indicates a technical fault of some kind, maybe a screen freeze out there for the Dutchman Sven Krohn. I think it's a throttle issue. I think it's a throttle issue. They hold on that back stretch 113 kilometers an hour and can't get it to move.
So what's the opposite of short calibrated? Maybe they've that's the problem they've had. Just stop, unplug, replug, hope it's good, or
yeah, they were able.
That's driven to pit lane.
Yeah, they've driven it to pits. Timo Hayden now is going to get in for them.
Stuck in first.
Yeah, looks like it. Gearing issue. Flappy paddles aren't working. Second, third. No, pull it over. Car's not responding.
Yeah, so certainly a technical issue of some kind, not one that's immediately obvious to me what it is, because it always seems like they did get, like they were stuck in gears, and then they got the gears going, and then they've come to a halt, and then they have driven it to pit lane under its own power. It doesn't look like it got towed, and Timo Hayden gets in. Now, we're looking at the outright race leader, 19 laps into a stint, capable of doing 26. Last pit stop time suggests they did brim the car, so they could go another 5 or 6, which would be another 10 to 12 minutes. If you're Grid and Go and you're doing this, are you trying to put yourself into a position where it's just that splash at the end and you don't take tyres? Because if you were going to take tyres, surely you'd respond to BS competition rather than let them undercut you.
I think that's very true. So I would be looking at this going, their plan is to run it as their strategy has dictated, not to deviate in any way, shape or form. I also note that we've seen Carla Esports, by the looks of things, down the lane. If the lap times are anything to go by for them here in this race, so they'll be looking around at that. Yet they've had Hendrik Augustine into the pits, so this is going to set itself off. GT4 leader then into the pits then for their final stop. Team 75 Bernard by CMRC. They have looked all conquering here today.
Up they go. So new tyres for them with 35 minutes to go. Again, I'd agree with that. GT3 pit stop in the background likewise. It's once we get to about 20 minutes to go where you might not even be able to get 4 tyres on your car in the time it takes to take the reduced amount of fuel you're going to need for that short and final dash. Looks like Higgins is staying in.
Mono competition number 10 has got 15 seconds time penalty for contact, and then the 997, which has been the most penalised car all day, Team Purple sector, have another 15 for track limits, as Lorenzo Castellani then comes out just behind there at GT4 and has to pull out in through turns 1 and 2 to get the clearance, and Gareth Higgins says, yep, on your way, and will be very happy coming out of the pits in third, just waiting now for Mono and Bike Colino to make their stops. Anton Zemish there and Nahuel Fredes.
Yeah, that's not for position there. He's got a lap difference between the Cayman GT4s, Bike Colino Max versus Fury Simsport. 10th at the moment. It's the Impulse Ferrari. Oh, getting into such an awkward spot.
No love lost between the Argentines by the looks of things there. That was very close with the Dutchman Matthias Temmer for Fury Simsport, and ultimately for Nahuel Fredes had to leave the room for fear of any major contact that would cost a huge result out there that many will be hoping goes the way right now of that team that sits itself currently in second position, but of course will be due a stop to try and stay and remain in third. There is Carla and Eclipse. So Eclipse here holding themselves close, and Zach Rattray-White is using that latent pace here with Henrik Augustine to say, look, while we're not fighting for position and I'm due a pit stop, I'm still out there and just as quick as you.
Yeah, very different phases of the fuel tank, but not particularly different phases of the tyre, because it was fuel only for Carlisle, and very often the final pit stop will be fuel only. In this class, checkered flag in sight. If you're going to take tyres on board, you'll take them a little earlier, like at your penultimate stop or some of the others throughout. It's BS Hybrid on the lane after 19 laps with 18 to go. So they've done that split the final 2 stints equally type situation.
Oh, 10 seconds of penalty for car 89, Burasud plus competition. It was with the 412 machine out there, and that is going to be a sentence then on their hopes for a victory. Julen Fernandez, fiercely forward blue, the issue that it was with.
So that looks like second place still very achievable for BS competition, but their hopes of putting that pressure on for the race win dulled by that 10-second penalty coming in, which will be no doubt added to their post-race time. We're basically past serving penalties at pit stops and heading towards post-race penalty time. 3 GT3s on the lane. WSR Esports number 23. Gabriele Delia got in last stop. He remains. Team Racing's Ferrari is in, and Solpec Precision Racing's BMW also making their final stop.
I'll tell you who this does help. It really helps Tim Machka and Maniti Racing Green. They'll now be to second. This is Dominic Lewinsky. Oh, straight out the pits. How often do you see that?
At turn 1, maybe not so much, but drivers, yeah, skating around on ice on their first 1 or 2 laps on cold tyres for sure is commonly.
Florian Durkop then for Solpec Precision Racing. He'll be setting himself up and saying, hey, look, we've got to get ourselves to the end of this race, and we've got to do so in a fine and effective manner. Out there at this point, Nahuel Fredes in, Anton Zemisch also in. So Gareth Higgins and Team Bernhard then by Sim RC, they are going to be up at the front, and they're going to be very happy, Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC, that they've got what they want. The 988 of Altitude Frame Esports are going to get a time penalty. It is for contact, as there is Bike Kalino Max still stuck in the pit. Zemisch leaving pit lane right now. The question will be, how much of a time penalty, David?
Five seconds for 988?
Sounds like 5 seconds to me. And ultimately, that's going to be a little misdemeanor no-no, 5 seconds. You look around the boards and you go, okay, well, what's a 5-second penalty like? What's a 10? What's a 20? What's a 30 feel like? And you just sort of understand what a minor, a moderate, or a major penalty is in a race like this one. I think that they've got the balance here today at Race Control very, very well.
Certainly there's a bunch of penalties we've seen that had all the hallmarks of being quite avoidable, including pit lane infringements, registering with incorrect car numbers, contact in the penalty box. Some others are a lot harder in multi-class racing. It always is a challenge and occasionally messy.
Leader in 992, so Luke Wallace will now take control of this race. Adrian Gericka will leave the pits then for gridandgo.com esports. Blue Mercure with Corentin Lassine will go by. Carla is the interesting one. They are only just making their way into the right-hander now of turn 12, so big gap lead over the nearest challenger here for Grid and Go, and they know they've just got to bring it home. 29 minutes left on the clock to get the result necessary.
Yep, stops absolutely imminent for Impulse and Blue Mercure, so it won't be too long that Grid and Go aren't scored in first. Trending back towards that race lead as all final stops take place across all the classes, and it forms for what the form guide is going to be in this new season.
And I think that's the key with a yearly championship like this one here, David, is that a form guide, normally when you see a championship out there on iRacing, we're talking week to week, you get a sense very quickly, form guide's not going to move that much. Here, form guide can massively move from season to season.
And even within a season, we span across iRacing builds. Rather serious things can change with regards to the tyres, track updates, and all the other things that are going to come in. So checkmate its ends. That's very late in turn 8 that the rears just kind of let go on the change of direction.
Not great. Leader in though in GT3. It's gridandgo.com esports. This is Bike Kalino Max 444. Seeing the door through and from third. Having that loop around, that's never ideal. Now where's the number 1 coming out in comparison to the penalised car at Burosud? The answer is they have got a very sizable gap themselves. So however that stop has managed to make its way work, Alessandro Quintana has got the gap, and I would argue that that is a no tyre call that has got them the margin.
Sorry, just had to bite my tongue to not say something there. Yeah, no, it's looking very, very good for them. So on track, and with avoiding the penalties, always so important. Nice bit of track position, always useful, because we've seen how easily you get bottled up in traffic. So everything you do that maintains track position is useful.
Yeah, so they found themselves in the pits, they made their service, and they did a very good job out there as they took everything that they needed and said, hey, look, we've got to be out there and really, really pushing to the level that is necessary. It's now going to be a case here of Motegi Racing Green, who they themselves are now making their stop in their Ferrari 296.
Yeah, this is that real touch and go point of, do you put new tyres on the car or not? I can still see it. A lot of it is determined by the remaining fuel drop, and that is a no from the number 78. Tim Matz is going to keep the same 4 tyres as they fuel up his Ferrari, and then he'll hope that in just a second or so he's able to go.
Grid and go. They're grid and gone. Now the question will be, is this going to be a case of a comfortable second? There goes Dennis Mensah straight on by, and Tim Matchka on circuit is going to get ahead then of Bursa Plus competition. So that longer stop is certainly hurting them in this regard, but ultimately the 10 seconds of penalty that are sat there right now, David, I don't think it's going to make a lick of difference to the position of Bursa at the end of this one.
No, but the cumulative small penalties across the race will be perhaps disappointing for BS. Let's see, it was 5 seconds for outbraking themselves and making contact in the braking zone. It was 10 for hitting a car while they were lapping. There was 10 for that again. And then this latest 10. So that begins to add up to suggest there's a lot of car pace for the 89 when they can be clean.
That number 89, I think, will be saying, without the number of penalties as in comes, then Luke Wallace from Impulse. This will only leave Daniel Ferguson out there with 23.5 minutes to go. I think without the penalties, they'll be right up there and they should be leading this race. The big key, though, is you're not, because you've got into trouble.
Not racing, I guess. Motegi Racing Red in. Motegi Racing Green, therefore, goes up into second place. It stops coming through still in 992. Impulse out just ahead of Carla. Carla dealing with a little bit of this traffic at the moment, and then a train in the background too.
Yeah, and that train's going to be very much set as there goes the pass into class. Out there, Motegi Racing Red should be leaving in 4th position. They get onto the power, and they don't. They actually drop to 5th, so that makes a big difference. And there's the side-by-side as they scrap off the corner there, and it's going to be with a lap car, one of the 07 machines by the looks of it, as they scramble. But they know they've got to chase down WSR Esports if they want it.
Yes. Just a couple of cars left to make their final stops in GT3, so mono competition, Balash Adelyi needs one, but other than that, everyone else looks fueled to get to the end with just 22 minutes remaining. We focus on a battle here in the 992 class, just out of the lane with 17 seconds of fuel, Impulse Racing and Luke Wallace. A few of the cars lapping them have not been helping them so much, as Carla Esports are hot on their heels.
They want the podium. They are also keeping an eye out here on WSR Esports 920. This was the 89, and that was a hit that has dropped them time, and that's with the 412 are fiercely forward. So, who goodness me, had they just turned around, looked at that and gone, that's on the 89 for dangerous driving, well, you're going to have to say that has really hurt them in terms of the context of that race as they got tipped around ultimately in their responsibilities of this running. They're now the 13 seconds back of them, so I wonder whether they've come together for a second time.
That's where more of that time went. So BS Competition came out of their stop and now up to pace at 23 seconds behind the lead instead of the about 5 we were kind of looking for. Plus, I think they needed to take a tiny bit more fuel at their stop as well because it came 7 laps earlier. So all of that together is giving Grid and Go the lead they currently have in 3.
Oh, Daniel Ferguson here, dropping down the order and dropping down it quick. And that could be a very dramatic moment here at the end of this race for WSR Esports. We'll take a look at this, walking down into the right-hander, and ultimately they have seen this one go away from them. And so now it sets up Impulse versus Carla, and this, believe it or not, is for second and third. And Carla, who lost the time on the stop, now trying to get that place back and having to do it on circuit.
Yeah, and all of this is just 5 seconds ahead of Blue Liqueur, who've been very quick at points and times and have made their final stop too. A big free kick for Grid and Go. Those teammates, do they get to wave at each other?
Not to turn one, they don't. They might have done on the main straight, but ultimately, hi, how are you, how are you doing? And I want to be gone and a long way gone away. I think they're the big difference that you see out there. Carla really trying to chase this down into turn 3, looking around, so much marble discard on the outside then of the racing line through 4 and trying to get the push over towards turn 5. Bit of traffic there, including the likes of one of the Caesar Esports cars there in front. Through 5, not really that much of a worry. I think that's the car that Mate Mahaladev running earlier on in the race. So there's the pass, there goes one, and there goes the other.
Yeah, at this point for Carla, you've got to stay sort of within 5 meters of Impulse, because if you open up enough of a gap that a lap car ends
Either
up
side.
in between.
Oh, and there's going to be contact. Oh, it's exactly what we saw earlier with the likes then of negative Delta. Luke Wallace goes to the outside. There were 3 in the bed and the little one said roll over. And Luke Wallace did for Impulse. And it's cost them a podium at the moment because they're right back on the battle. Blue Mercure now up on the podium here of 992.
Yeah, Blue Mercure only 5 seconds back, and I was going to roll out the cliche, you know, if anything happens with these 2 in front, they're there, and that's what's happened.
Corentin Lassine with life for the French-based team. They'll be so pleased they've got themselves into that position. They were preying on something like this happening, and it has happened. And almost predictably there, you can see that Porsche came in the middle, trying to stay out of the way. It's the 498 that was there, and the dive down the inside. Basically, everyone had to leave room for everybody else, and then the moment that there was the car there to set itself up in notice, Wizards Esports GT4, there's nothing they could have done.
GT4 was too nice. Left room around the outside of turn 8 for a car that was actually going to try to go to the inside of them. So then they were middle of the road. It slowed up in 992. So then the pursuing one has all this momentum to go the other side, splits the difference, and we're 3 wide, which never goes into 2 wide into the apex. Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, and there's not much you can do about it, but what it does mean now is that Blue Mercure are on the cusp of the podium here, and they've just got to survive another 17 minutes to get there. That's the chase cars behind, and they are not going to move for anything through these sweeping right-handers up the hill. They're going to know that Scuderia Volpe, by the looks of it, wants to go and get by the car that is there in that that's the Vulcan car they're trying to get through. So ultimately, that Corvette runs on by and says, hey, look, I'm very happy, I'm going to get through. And if you're out there driving in a Corvette, you ultimately have Harry Styles playing in your ears, because everyone seems to be friends with American girls.
Yes. Not Bonnie. What's her name?
What's her name?
I'm far too on the spot and tired.
I'll let you off the hook then. 932 in that third position, having to hold as another third place car goes by of the 89 of Burasud Plus competition, who sweep on through into turn one. Look at that nose to tail. Not much difference out there between GT3 and that Porsche Cup car when it comes to top end speed. Where the difference is made is how they corner and how much effort has been done on the aerodynamics.
Yeah, balanced performance in this series, taking a little bit of power away from the Cup cars to try to ease some of these traffic interactions, but still, every generation of the Porsche Cup car becomes more technically advanced, more refined, and more thoroughbred race car than road-based Cup car.
I tell you what, they do such a great job with this Porsche. It has really given life into the category where you can battle it a little bit stronger, a little bit more throw around the corners as you go through compared to the old generation, which at times that old Porsche 992 out there was very tough in the sense of everyone drove it to an inch of its life, and basically nobody could make a move anywhere, and it was a case of, oh, we're going to sit and draft and nobody can draft by and make overtakes. Now you've got a car that's got a little bit more pliability to it that can allow that, and look at that. That was a very indicative shake on the main run down into turn 12 there from the likes of Corentin Lassie. That was very much a, I don't want you in my draft.
So as I look up and down the field, there's only a very small number of cars without their final stop completed. The number 27, 07 Racing GT3 in 20th place. They're going to need to do some massive fuel saving, or they might have to have a splash and dash. Won't have a great effect on their results and their points. Basically everyone else, bar the 2 unserved penalties, are racing to the end here across all 3 categories.
A very poignant moment in the race with 13.5 minutes to go as the 2 grid and go leading GT3 and 992s respectively pass each other on the circuit. Exactly what the doctor ordered from the team here, David, as you get a look at them here, top and tail of where they are at this moment in time. I would be looking around at this and saying, well, if Grid and Go want this, and they absolutely have done, they've gone and got everything they want and then some, they are taking a huge advantage to the 6 at Aragon for round 2.
Statement stuff to take GT3 and 992 if they can do it. In GT4, Team 75 Bernhard Sim RC, multiple times a champion in this series across its various classes and iterations, have put their best foot forward in a new season. More than a 20-second race lead there looked to be one of the largest margins, and that's how the GT4 racing seems to go. It's got the most powerful slipstream to keep the pack together. Then once it breaks open, pace differences more noticeable than in the other 2 classes. Gareth Higgins strolling, cantering towards a victory in the first race of the season.
Another 10 seconds worth of penalty to be added to the 5 seconds of contact penalty then for car 988, which is Altitude Frame Esports, and a really tough day then for them as they get late penalties attached on to where they're looking at. Now, let's turn a little bit of attention to Aragon out there, which will be next up on the calendar. A circuit that more is known for its bike running than it is its car running, and I guess you can argue Motegi is somewhat the same in that ilk, but a circuit that a lot of drivers will turn around and go, I'd much prefer to drive the outer because I don't want to deal with the bus stop, quote unquote, that's there as you come out of Marc Marquez and the Sacacorchos corners. And I had this lovely chat earlier on with Craig King about it, David, in the sense that, can you call the bus stop over at Aragon a bus stop, or is it more rather a bus terminal with how big it is?
Orpington Bus Garage, perhaps. Even with it, it's a very high-speed circuit in a couple of places, so I anticipate slipstreaming even more strong there. Traffic interactions through a couple of switchback sections would be very interesting to take note of. But overall, another slightly underappreciated circuit that, like here, lives in the shadow of the more famous, more historic, more used tracks. So, like Motegi versus Suzuka certainly is an aspect of Aragon. Well, good circuit, good for racing, a little in the shadow of Barcelona, Catalunya, and Jerez.
Japan does do some really good circuits, though, and I think they actually go a little bit underappreciated when it comes to time at just how good Japanese circuits are. Of course, in iRacing we have Suzuka and Fuji and Okayama and Motegi. Those are the big four, but you know, you turn around and the other big two that come to mind for me, of course, David, are the circuits over at Autopolis and as well over at Sportsland Sugo, which might be my favourite circuit that is not on the iRacing service at this moment.
Tsukuba 1000 slander right here from Jake Sperry.
Oh, Tsukuba as well.
I mean, it's not quite right for these cars and these racing, but there's so many others that it's great for, exciting for. GR86s, Mazda MX-5s, Formula Vs, perfect for that sort of racing.
And that Tsukuba 1000 is also very good for Max Brandt's tag from memory.
Yeah, I'd almost begun thinking about the 2000 circuit again, but yes, another unique layout. The 1000 configuration there.
It is lovely, and then you got everything that's up on top of the mountain in Ibisu as well, and all of the big drift scene that goes on through. It's wonderful. Lights flashing there from Gareth Higgins, Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, the Napa Auto Parts sponsorship on the front and on the roof as well, and on the back there that sits very nicely on the boot. Team 75 have looked absolutely all-conquering, 23 seconds clear. It's the biggest margin of any category out there, and they are pretty much going about things like they meant to go on, and what they did at the back end of last season where they looked all-conquering.
Great way to start the season. Not entirely happy with the 992 that came through, but if you spent all 6 hours being thrilled about what your competitors are doing, I'm not sure that we'd be racing. There's the Mustang forcing its way through, the GT3 Mustang, absolutely massive.
Clearance made by Gabriel Ivanov, and will feel quite comfortable in the fact that that has moved. And they will come for that team, no doubt about it, but for the moment it is about that Team 75, who are once again looking like they are the team to beat in GT4, and everyone will have to sit up and take notice about what they are doing and how capable they are with that in regard. The gaps out there at the moment, 10 seconds for Grid and Go GT3, 16 right now for Grid and Go in the 992s, and Blue Mercure still holding on to that podium in the final stages. So the question's going to be, as far as they set, they've still got 1 second over Impulse Racing, so Impulse not out of a podium berth just yet.
In the case of Sim RC here, there's many other cars in this category racing the Porsche Cayman. It's not like they're the only team in the Porsche. They've got something with this car that everyone else should be able to replicate, but haven't. Whether it's an outright level of performance, whether it's ways of preserving the tyres, ways of bringing in a new set of cold tyres, or whether it's just executing cleanly when other teams can't do that across as many pit stops, traffic, and everything else, qualifying.
It's all those factors that add up on a race weekend, and I think that you look around at it and they have been the best team to execute on all fronts, and I think this is a learning lesson for everyone else in GT4. You're going to have to do a little bit better if you're going to want to beat them, because they are putting out a lovely gap out there at the front of this pack, no doubt about it at this point. So I would be keeping my focus on whether you can go and get something more out of it, whether there is going to be a way where I think you turn yourself around and say, how do I navigate it back? And sometimes you get the air of a champion. It's almost like the Novak Djokovic effect, where some teams just forget how to lose a race or to lose a match or lose a game, or, you know, you get those people who just forget and just know the way to win. People like Ronnie O'Sullivan, for example.
Needy Racing Red currently sandwiched between the two WSR Esports BMWs, but it looks like Adelyi in black. It's closed up. This could certainly be interesting, because I think they're 3 laps to go at the line.
Well, they want to try and get it sorted here, and they want to get it sorted sooner rather than later. They're not getting the pass done here under the oval banking, which will now turn into a grass and seating area here at Mobility Land Resort Motegi. But clearance then around one of the Bike-Colino cars then to get clearance. So now here is the chance to say, look, I'm going to try and move it up the inside. Oh, that's coming from a long way back to get that sorted. WSR, oh, that's a lovely pass to put themselves through. A light flash to say that was a little bit cheeky, but that late in the race, you are going to have to chuck that move and hope it sticks. That was wonderfully done out there to put 2 WSR cars in the top 5.
You're not guaranteed another opportunity like that. Traffic in the final corner, just making things painful for Dennis Menzer, who I don't think did anything wrong, but sometimes that's just where you catch a GT4 car. Slows up your momentum to the final. Rival can see it coming, back off a little bit, try to get that running run up on the front straight.
Still searching around, still hoping that there are going to be ways here where moves can be done. Corentin Lassine still under pressure out there in his group at the moment, because he's got Luke Wallace there behind too, who wants to try and move up then to 3rd position overall. So this is by no means done in 992 for the podium. For the top 5, a good pass then sorted with a handful of laps, well, less than a handful, half a handful of laps left to go. And that is now a car in betwixt and between, and so that is going to be movement and clearance and need then for that that car in 6th position, the number 23, to say, look, I'm placed perfectly, you've got to try and get around me now.
Now to keep an eye on the clock and where the outright leader is. Pretty sure, moderately confident they get the white flag next time. 2 laps to go for the cars on the screen here. In that case, also looks like a battle in the group behind them as well, Sheza and Impulse. So GT3 certainly not sorted.
Yeah, Caesar, well, you look around there and you see the lights there of Blue Mercure and Impulse really going at it. And so that's still going to be something to note here, as they are going to intermerge those 2 battles soon on screen there with Corentin Lassine, who is currently holding very well. Leader then of the category is putting himself into position. We just cut away there from that green go car. 2 minutes on the clock. Indicating to me going down the back track. Yeah, not going to be at 1 1 lap to go this next time around, and Blue Mercure know they are 2 laps away, a lap and a half effectively from the result that they have been clamouring for. A podium to start the season is a good job, no doubt about it, but your leader now ticks through here in this one. Alessandro Quintalle to start the final lap of this race, and Luke Wallace here, David, wants, and I mean really wants, a way to try and get through, has been slowly closing the gap and already defensive posture showing.
Yeah, make or break time in any of these little battles, and everything you've done to try to set yourself up for the final stint, you're hoping that you can execute upon. So certainly a number of battles that will go down to this final lap.
And getting word that the 9:12 here on this final lap, Fisley Forward Red is going to get 15 for track limits late. That's going to sting. But running into this right-hander underneath the bridge at turn 5, over up the crest at turn 6. This is where I think you start looking at a team that is meaning business more than just sitting back and saying, look, I want to just go out there and be the best team out there. We want to be the best team in multiple categories, and 24-hour series esports is going to be one of the keys out there. There are your leading trios then as they work on through. Team 75 there, you've got the 901 at gridandgo.com esports, a lovely addition here as we work through the right hairpin here of turn number 11. Down the hill it will be for the final time. A team that has been so cherry-picked to go out there and have success, and they've been knocking on doors saying, what is it going to take for us? Now they're starting to establish themselves as a team of real prowess, real promise, potential being hit. Grid and go! Number 1, Alessandro Quintalle, out of the final corner, comes to the line and will take victory at Motegi to open the account for the season.
992 and GT4 are going to be on top of each other as they come out of the final corner.
Well, celebrating together. Gareth Higgins will be there just in front of the 901 of Adrian Gericka, who will also celebrate at the same time. Your victors in category with dominant displays out there. The question will be now between Corentin Lassine and Luke Wallace, what the gap is going to look like over the line. It's going to look quite large, actually, now for Blue Mercure. Hendrik Augustine will take a second. A third then will go the way of Corentin Lassine and Blue Mercure. Wow. Great day at the office. Brilliant to see out there for the French-based team. But Carla have done a really good job today to get that second, David.
Yeah, absolutely. 992 is such a challenging category with the way the strategy plays out. You really need to understand how the tyres wear, when to change them, how to change them, and also to try to do that with a balance for track position as well, knowing how powerful that has been around a circuit where overtaking was challenging. And really interesting results across the podium from all three. And no positions changing in those GT3 battles. So WSA Esports Black staying ahead of Motegi Racing Red. Cheza Esports staying ahead of the Impulse Ferrari. Close battles there though.
Let's take a look then at final results then as they cross unofficial, because these will not include the penalties that will be added end of race or post. Alessandro Quintalle, it's a slew of BMWs and Ferraris here, gets the job done. 6.6 over Tim Matschka, with Lucas Herrmann then in third for Borussia Plus competition. Then the two WSR Esports machines of Nathan Paris and Gabriel Adelier, with Dennis Menzer in sixth and Mate Varga seventh for Maniti Racing Red, and Caesar Esports there in seventh. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery are eighth, ahead of 07 Racing XG&G Liveries, and Solpec Precision Racing get a top 10 for their worries out there. Couple Mustangs here and a Chevrolet and an AMG Mercedes as Daniel Gorachov is 11th for team racing by Adeka Nuring. Negative Delta by SimGear.gg then leads home Mono Competition, TS Simshop.de and Hyperion Racing. Bursa plus Hybrid a lap down, as too was Fiercely Forward and Team Checkmate Eden. Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim with Chris Capello would be a lap down. Sead Plueg would be then 3 down for Vulcan Esports, and 07 Racing by Over PX will be there in a little bit further down. Last 4 would be Jakob Stofko for Murmica Group M Esports and your 3 retirees in category: Zenith Esports, Vulcan Sim Racing Team, and Enosis Esports Simdeck.app. Over then into your Porsche 992 category, Adrian Geraka and GridandGo.com Esports get it done, a margin of 13.5 over Carla Esports Cup and Blue Mercure Esports in third. Impulse Racing will get fourth ahead of Eclipse Sim Sports and Pole Promotion Esports, with XPD Racing SimLab Esports then in seventh. You've got WSR Esports with Tim Mulikongas in eighth. Jacob Toffstride for Altitude Frame gets ninth, and Alex Johnson for Fiercely Forward rounds out the top 10. 4 more behind that: Charlie Jameson for 07X Rhino Power. You then got the Rao Racing X Project 91 team with Cameron Dick. Koman Mihai for Team Purple Sector, who found themselves with a lot of troubles out there, as to Mark Pereth for Simify Esports crossing the line. Then over to GT4, where Gareth Higgins and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC start as they mean to continue with Mono Competition, TS Simshop.de 25 seconds back, and Nahuel Fredes for Bike.Colino Max there in third. Core Sim Racing will take a consistent fourth ahead of XPD Racing SimLab and Team Checkmate Volakt Group there in sixth place, with Olivia Jan Yashak behind the wheel. Justin Rain would be piloting for Impulse Racing in seventh, with Yaroslav Sebula for Team Checkmate Kozulka Zilogo in eighth. Timo Hayden for Team Floral by Impulse with the stoppage there is ninth, and Julen Fernandez for Fiercely Forward, making it 9 Caymans in the top 10. Fury Sim Sport and Thomas Enger Sim Racing Project 91 11th and 12th, with Jordan O for Upper Racing Ascari. Wizard Esports GT4 and Caesar Esports with Mate Mihailades 1 down. 2 for Bike.Colino Pro, and then out of the race, Arrow Racing Team, GTUnit.de, Murmica Group M Academy, and ERE Race Esport Team with Tommy Rosea. They're finding that one to be a very tough day at the office, but it is a slew of people who have come along and have wanted to have a chat with us here. And with me right now is Sven Haase for the #1 Grid and Go team out there for GT3. Sven, an important start to your season there, a win by 6.6 seconds ultimately at the end of today. And I think that you will be turning around and saying you couldn't have asked for a better start to the season.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. Yeah, honestly, a great start to the season, like title defense on the way. At first, I have to put down big shout out to Falcon. They put up a big fight in the beginning. Unfortunately, with their incident, we hope to see them back like as strong as they were this race, next one as well.
And in that regard, knowing that there is a strong category out there, teams like Burasud got caught out in penalty problems. Maniti was showing that they were going to be close. WSR have themselves a threat out there. Is this the strongest category out there that you have seen in a 24-hour series esports field? Or are you looking at this as going, yeah, this is pretty run-of-the-mill as far as the start of the season goes for you?
Well, every season is different. Obviously, this time I'm really glad that we are going to have other tracks than in all the previous seasons. That makes it like spicing up all this a bit. Like every time repeating the same tracks, like you expect the same people to fight in the end. So I'm really happy to have other tracks and other teams showing up big. And yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to it. Like especially, I heard also Blue Mercure was not able to race today, taking the drop result this time. So we expect next round also Blue Mercure, which is also a really strong team, making it even more better.
Right, and in that regard too, you know that there's more teams coming up, and the circuit next time out is Aragon, which, as far as a circuit goes, again, it's going to be very technical, like what we see here. So are you looking at this as maybe, again, very much like Motegi, an evolution on the setup, and how much are you going to be paying attention to what gets changed and fettled about with the new build that's coming into play?
I mean, the new build, I'm not having anything that in mind that could really change the cars to a better way at the moment. So I'm looking forward to it and awaiting what's coming up for us. And maybe it will change also the dynamic of it, and also who is strong and who is gonna get a little bit weaker with possible changes in anything. So Aragon for us is like the intention to go like also high wing, because very technical track, tight corners, traction zones, and yeah. But in the end, in a multi-class series like the 24-hour series, always like traffic is key. As you saw today, mainly we had not the ultimative pace in our car, which was not like perfectly fitted for the track, I think. But we maintained like a really good traffic management, especially Ale was like really good on it. And yeah, so we just took the advantage from like being patient, being consistent, and like putting the laps together, and like also extending stints over BS at that point. They had better pace than us, and like we're like 2 times super unfortunate in traffic, which results in penalties for them. And yeah, looking forward to Aragon. It's gonna be spicy, and it's gonna be really interesting to watch.
And we're going to look forward to seeing how that gridandgo.com number 1 is going to challenge. 1 on the car for a reason. P1 here today, and a wonderful result for the team out there, because it's not just them who's got the result, as David Haynes has wandered down the virtual paddock and has found himself with Adrian Gericke from the 901 Porsche 992.
Evening.
Hello and congratulations, winners of the 992 class, the only one with tyre strategy for the moment. So how did you find these relatively cool tyre temperatures, and how did you play it?
It was super stressful to drive. The tires were really bad actually, so I just kept it for surviving until the end, and that's pretty much it.
60 laps, or is that 80 laps for your teammates, 133 for you, the lion's share in a 2-driver combination. Is it more physically fatiguing or mentally fatiguing with the traffic?
For me it's both. I mean, not everyone's perfect, I also do mistakes. Everyone does mistakes, so sometimes traffic, especially in a narrow track like this, can be exhausting, but I'm really not in shape at the moment, so this was more exhausting for me driving wise, and I have to say I'm really happy that I have Gunonzo on my side driving with me. He really made my day for this race, and he always cheers me up and keeps me going. So yeah, without him I wouldn't have been here.
At points, me and Arjuna Kankapati were a little confused. Is it a sort of a left side tyres, right side tyres situation, or are we doing rear tyres?
You really want me to spell all the secrets now?
Well, by the pit stop times, everyone's doing the same thing.
No, it's nothing about sides or anything. It's more about trying to drive smooth, but it didn't work out 100%. Of course, we got through it, but it was a pain to drive. The balance was completely off in the car. And yeah, it was just, in the end, the tires were above 50%, so we were like, okay, we just carry them on. But it was really not fast, not safe. It was just, yeah, some poker, I would say.
Well, it's a great start to the season for you and your teammate, and those points won't get tired, and you don't have to balance them. We've got some interesting tracks coming up, Aragon, Kota. As an Australian, I am blown away to see Adelaide Street Circuit on the calendar.
Yeah, it is interesting. I really like it. Some people hate it, the new calendar, but in my perspective it's always nice to have tracks that you don't drive very often, and by driving them then it makes you maybe find something new in driving style, or just you learn something instead of just driving all the same tracks over and over again. So I really enjoy the calendar. Yeah.
Well, we look forward to seeing you next time at Aragon, and you've got a championship lead to defend. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my team and especially Gunonzo. Yeah.
See you next time.
Have a good one. Thank you. Bye bye.
That was Adrian Gericka, who was there and getting his inner Fedor Holtz out there in terms of trying to play some poker. But I guess you can't beat a royal flush out there right now, which is the way that it worked for the 4-7-5 team of Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, Corentin Guigné and Gareth Higgins along with me right now. Corentin, I'll go to you first because as far as setting yourself up, getting the right result, getting the right placement, you couldn't have asked for a day that was better. Got pole position, got yourself the big gap. It looked like a stroll for you in the team.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad day for us. I think we started quite well with the quali. It's always a bit better when you're obviously starting an endurance race with the traffic. Being a bit on your own up front is better to manage, and we saw that quickly. We made the gap because the cars behind, which were packed, lost quite some time with traffic, and then yeah, we just tried to like put the pace on the track, make no mistake, be careful with the traffic, and yeah, it worked out really well for us.
Gareth, in terms of what the team was doing at the back end of last season, it looked really, really strong to see Team 75 in the way that they were charging forward. This season looks like it's exactly the same. So how have you been able to carry that confidence and momentum here from one season into the next?
I think it's just having a great group of people in the team. For me, like on a personal side, I've been able to. I only got this fast because of Corentin. Like I've had like a week in the car to learn it, and yeah, without him, I wouldn't have been as fast as I was today. And it's just having that core group of people that all push each other forwards to help maximize the results in races like this.
And speaking of maximising the results, I'll put this out to the pair of you to both have a little discussion about it. Aragon as a circuit, being in the GT4s, maybe a little bit easier potentially over the course of next month, considering that you've got a lot more runoff here than compared to Motegi, in terms of where Aragon allows you that room to basically go out there and not have to worry so much about the cars around.
Yeah, at the same time, I think you can see also the other way around. Because of more runoff, people can take a bit more risk, knowing that there is more margin. So yeah, it's a bit of both. At the same time, less risk because of bigger runoff, and more risk because people can try to take more risk. So yeah, you always have to stay be careful into the traffic, also on your own, not make any mistake, because at the end it's not only a matter of traffic, but it's also a matter of doing the right things yourself. So yeah, I guess every track has its own characteristics, so I'm looking forward for Aragon.
Well, for the pair of you, I'll say go celebrate and have yourself a really, really good preparation heading to round 2 of the championship on July 5th. So Corentin Guigné and Gareth Higgins getting the job done for the team, and they can be really proud of the efforts that they have put over the course of today. Next time out, we talked about it, 6 hours here at Motorland Aragon out there, and this is going to be a case of who can manage themselves around a circuit that is often known as quite intensive to the tie. You can catch it here with us at 2 p.m. GMT here on RaceSpotTV, and that is going to be some wonderful action that we're going to be able to get ourselves set on in and with. From the entire team who has brought this show to you here today, from Nathan Richards, Arjuna Kankipati, from Hugo Luis, who's been behind the scenes, as well as David Haynes, who's been alongside me, Ramiro Augustin Cisneros on the cameras for the final couple of hours, and myself, Jake Sperry, bringing you all of the final 2 hours of coverage. It's all about setting yourself up for the best championship possible. You can't win them all until you win the first one. And I would argue that the 3 strongest teams out there in their categories turned around, said on the plate, we're going to go and win with the 3 best runs out there. While Enosis and Falcon will be a little bit disappointed with where they qualified and got the results that they got, it's Grid and Go who have grid and gone and got 2 victories in 2 categories. Team 75 will be very happy. 24-hour series esports will be back with you in 5 or 6 weeks' time now, here as we will head to July and we'll head to Motorland, Aragon.